World are joining anti-war demonstrations today. In the US, protests later will centre on New York, where thousands are expected to protest at the United Nations.
170% up on the same time last year. There's no congestion charge, there's very little running costs, the purchasing costs are considerable.
The people are taking their protests to the streets. The weekend's anti-war demonstrations began in Australia with a series of protests around the country. This was the scene in Newcastle, north of Sydney. US President George Bush was the prime target for attack, but others kept a lower profile. Australia is one of America's staunchest allies. 2,000 military personnel have been committed, though not yet assigned combat roles in the Gulf. But public resentment is strong against what many see as a distant and unnecessary conflict.
But what Australia, as a strong, courageous ally of the United States, must do is to urge upon President Bush to get behind the United Nations process. There is a capacity under this report to have Saddam Hussein disarmed in a finite period, and for that to be achieved by peaceful means.
Stop supporting dictators!
Anti-war feelings are nothing new in Japan, where several hundred gathered in front of the US Embassy in Tokyo to voice their protests. There have been similar gatherings across Asia. In the next few hours, the worldwide protest wave takes off in Europe. 500,000 people are expected to march through the centre of London. Their destination, Hyde Park, a traditional venue for dissent, but this time politicians will add their voices to a public who, according to the polls, feel increasingly out of tune with their government. Jim Fish, BBC News.
Well, let's go back now to Branwen Jeffries. She's on the bank of the River Thames, and one of the route the marches have started. They've been walking through there, I think it's just about an hour now, Branwen, and it's really no let-up.
Well, we haven't seen the end of the beginning, if that makes sense. They're still walking behind us, just as thick a crowd as it was right at the beginning. An extraordinary mixture of people, some of them, of course, from the organisations which are supporting this campaign. I saw someone going past a moment ago, a whole circle of people from Greenpeace, but many, many more ordinary people who just come here to make their views known today.
I suppose you could say there are many people marching, but also many who aren't marching.
Well, of course, the people who bother to come out and march are those who are most motivated, most politicised, if you like, most exercised by this. But this sort of number is quite remarkable in central London, and it gives some idea of the degree of public ambivalence about a potential conflict in Iraq. We know the initial estimates from the Metropolitan Police at about 12:15, that was half an hour in, was that there were 150,000 people on the move, but that was rising. And all the way along the route, we can expect to see small groups of people, groups of friends, or groups of grassroots organisations joining up to take part as they filter into Hyde Park.
And the atmosphere seems to be very peaceful, people just quietly going about it, quite patient as well.
It's very good-humoured, very patient. They know they've got a long way to walk. Most people are wrapped up very warmly, but there are all sorts of people walking here. I've seen quite a number of very elderly people going past on walking sticks, just taking their time, but still coming out on a bitterly cold day to walk through the centre of London as part of this demonstration.
Sorry to interrupt you there. We had a strong speech, didn't we, from Tony Blair earlier today, with specific messages for the marchers. What do they think about whether they will actually have any influence over decisions being made?
Well, of course, most of the people walking here won't have had a chance yet to see the news, to hear Tony Blair's speech. But they are very clear when you speak to them that they believe there is no moral case for war, no moral case for the use of force. And actually, what they saw yesterday at the UN Security Council, from the point of view of the demonstrators here, when you speak to them, they say that they feel their cause has been bolstered by Hans Blitz's report.
Tell me briefly, you've got obviously many, many people behind you. Is there any estimate yet as to when this is going to end and perhaps how many the total will be?
Well, some of the organisers are already saying that they expect it to exceed the 500,000 estimate that was being made this morning. I don't think we'll know until perhaps the end has passed us here, and also the other end at Gower Street, and they filtered into Hyde Park. It'll be much easier when they're all in one space to get an estimate, but it's clearly a very large demonstration. I reported on the anti-war demonstration during the conflict against Kosovo. Now, that was a substantial march through the centre of London. This completely dwarfs it.
OK, we're going to leave it there for the moment, Branwen. We will be with you, though, throughout the afternoon here on BBC News 24. And we're joined now by my colleague, Maxine Mawhinney, who's going to take over.
Sterling job, Louise. Let's, though, go straight to Hyde Park and join Anita McVeigh for the latest there, of course. Anita, that's the focal point of today's march in London. We can see the crowds now already beginning to reach the park behind you. Give us a flavour, colour, the atmosphere.
Well, there are quite substantial numbers of people, Maxine, already making their way into the park. Presumably these are people who have decided not to join the march at a Victoria Embankment or Gower Street, but come directly here. So they're already starting to filter along the paths and to make their way up to the stage to be in prime position for the speeches that we're going to hear later. A few banners and posters, but we're going to see lots more of those within the next hour or so as the main body, the front of the march, gets to Hyde Park. Now, the speeches today should provide some really interesting colour. We've got some really interesting people going to talk today. Everyone from Tariq Ali, the author who led protests against the American involvement in the Vietnam War, to the American embassy in London in 1968, to the former leader of the Labour Party, Michael Foot, who's now 90. Also, of course, the American civil rights activist Jesse Jackson. So a really interesting range of speakers here today, all with one thing in common: to tell the British government, the American government, that you can just hear the music has stopped, made life a bit easier for me. Their message will be to tell the governments that there is an alternative to war, and that is to continue weapons inspection, that war is not the answer.
Anita, you've been talking to some of the people on the rally. I mean, a real mixture of people from all parts of the country, all races, all ages. Do they all have the same message? Or are people perhaps thinking, maybe we should look at this, maybe we should look at that? Are they completely anti-war?
Well, no, I think you do have a diversity of opinion. As you say, there are lots of different people taking part in this. Some people who are veterans of marches of one sort or another. Some people who have felt moved to come out and protest for the very first time. But certainly not all of them are avowedly anti-war. You know, if we look, for example, at the Liberal Democrat leader Charles Kennedy, he's saying that his party stance is not completely against going to war with Iraq, but he says it's important that people who want to express a different opinion to that being pushed by America should have the chance to come out and make their voices heard, and he wants to be part of that as well. But I would say the majority of people are very much opposed to war. They say it is not legitimate, that it's illegal and unjust, and that in fact it will only reap terrible consequences for both Britain and America.
Anita McVeigh at Hyde Park, back with you very shortly. Thank you very much indeed for the moment.
Good afternoon, this is BBC News 24 with Tim Wilcox and Maxine Mawhinney. We're live across London this afternoon for the huge march against war in Iraq. These are the live pictures we can bring you now at the Embankment in London. Police predict up to 500,000 people out on the march this afternoon.
Let's go across now to Piccadilly Circus, right in the centre of London. Look at those pictures, banners blazing. Organisers say, as Tim was saying, about 500,000 people expected to take part in the march. It's thought to be the biggest mass protest in British political history.
The march will end up here at Hyde Park, where an enormous rally will be addressed by several speakers throughout the afternoon, including Michael Foot, the former Labour Party leader, Bruce Kent, of course, former leader of CND, Tariq Ali, as well as Charles Kennedy, the leader of the Liberal Democrats. Also, other speakers will include Tony Benn, Harold Pinter, Mo Mowlam and Bianca Jagger, and Ken Livingstone, the London Mayor.
Of course, it's not just here where we are experiencing anti-war demonstrations. This is the scene in Paris today. Paris in France. France, of course, with Germany, Russia and China very anti-war. France getting applause yesterday at the United Nations for their anti-war stance. This is the scene in Paris. And, of course, the cities throughout France as well. There are also New Zealand, South Africa. A list as long as your arm takes.
It's thought that some 10 million people on 5 continents will be marching today. wanting peace, demanding that there shouldn't be any military action against Iraq. As Maxine was saying, marches have already taken place overnight our time, of course, in Melbourne, in Australia. 150,000 people in Melbourne took to the streets. That was the biggest rally there since the anti-Vietnam War marches of 30 years ago. We're still on the pictures here, though, of course, in Paris. 50,000 people expected to march in Paris, but in fact predictions now of 100,000, double that number.
Interestingly enough, despite these protests in Paris, despite the anti-war stance by the French, the French government still saying that they feel that they are allies of the United States. Whether America feels that way or not is another matter. Americans already boycotting French products, for instance.
Exactly, but of course France receiving a tremendous boost yesterday at the UN with that report by Hans Blix. Dominique de Villepin, the French Foreign Minister, applauded by members of the UN in New York, as we saw yesterday.
Now, the march against the war, as you saw, is now underway in London, expected to be the largest demonstration ever seen here in the capital. Marches are taking place at 600 cities throughout the world. One in Cape Town is underway. Those in Australia and New Zealand have already finished.
Thousands of people have taken to the streets of Glasgow for a march, after which coincided with a speech by Tony Blair at Labour's spring conference. And thousands more, as we've seen, have been converging in London.
More than 1,000 coaches from across the country, many from Manchester, Liverpool, Bristol and Falmouth, have brought people into the capital.
The march started from two separate locations in the centre of the city. The two groups converged at Piccadilly Circus before their final route into Hyde Park for the start of the rally.
Let's get some reaction to that from our correspondents on the march route. Branwen Jeffries is at the Embankment, Lucy Atherton is in Piccadilly, and actually Clarence Mitchell is now in Piccadilly, and Anita McVeigh at Hyde Park. Let's go to Piccadilly. Branwen Jeffries, first of all, on the Embankment. Branwen, give us a taste of what's been happening there. The really crowds now behind you.
For an hour and a quarter, this is where it began, and there's no sign of the end as yet. The estimates, of course, from the organisers that there would be 500,000 people walking on this. So that was the initial estimate, 500,000. Of course, we don't yet know if that figure has been reached, but if this is anything to go by, it well could be. Around 1,000 coaches, especially commissioned from around the country, are bringing people down into London to take part in the march, starting at the other starting point. And of course, it's a huge security operation as well for the police. 4,500 of them on duty today to make sure that this crowd can safely demonstrate and make their views known.
And Branwen, all good-natured so far?
It has been very good-natured, a really remarkable mixture of people, some of them carrying banners from particular organisations, but many ordinary people here as well with their families, elderly people with walking sticks who are going to go the whole route to Hyde Park.
And Branwen, are you getting the impression that these people, all of them there, Anita was saying that she was getting the impression at Hyde Park that people were actually willing to listen to other views, that they weren't completely anti-war. Is that the impression you're getting from those going past you?
Well, of course, many of the people who come out here today haven't demonstrated before. This could be the first time that they've taken part in anything of this kind. So they are ambivalent about war, and I think they are open-minded, many of them, but they haven't yet been convinced that a moral case has been made for war. And of course, the report yesterday from Hans Blix to the UN won't have helped that. They heard nothing when you speak to them that has made them convinced that force should be used.
Let's cross now to Clarence Mitchell at Piccadilly. Clarence, you're at the point where the two marches are converging. You've been there all morning and you've been speaking to a lot of these people. Do you get a sense that people there really feel they could stop a war by this march?
I think many people here are hoping they can, and they believe that there is now a really international head of steam building up behind the anti-war voice, and that marches like this and the others happening across the world today will only strengthen that. But many are also realistic. They know that the American government and the British government do at the moment seem determined to press ahead with certainly the threat of a war, if it not actually the reality. But they believe that enough pressure can still be brought to bear. They think there is still enough time for the anti-war voice to be heard properly, and today is a graphic example of that. The demonstrators, as you were hearing just a moment ago, are claiming, the organisers are claiming that at least 500,000 people will be taking to the streets, maybe more. The police say it's still far too early clear that this is a substantial turnout. Because, of course, as you say, is the converging point, and this place has been famous the world over for years as a gathering point for crowds. Today it's never felt more apt.
And as you've been speaking to the people passing behind you, do they feel buoyed up by Hans Blix's report yesterday? Are they relieved at what he said?
I think people have read the headlines. They heard what was said both by him and at the Security Council in the last 48 hours, and they're emboldened by that. They feel, as I say, that there is a sense of purpose now building, a real strength behind their opinion. They feel they are very much in the majority, and that both the British and American governments will have to listen to this. And some direct reaction from some of the people who are actually on the march. We can go over live to join my colleague Lucy Atherton, who is actually with some of the people walking in Haymarket at the moment. Lucy.
Clarence, thank you. Well, just from standing here you can see the sheer number of people who've arrived here, and also the sorts of organisations that they're representing, a lot of Muslim groups, C&D, a lot of socialist organisations, also people walking here just in their own capacity. They've just turned up. They might not necessarily have joined the marches at the beginning at Embankment and Gower Street, but have just turned up in London and joined in. Well, we're just going to wander around, have a chat with a couple of people here, just see why people are here. Excuse me, could I just ask you, why are you here today?
Simply don't want a war. That's quite, straightforward as that. I have a son that's in the army. I'm son-in-law that's in the army, so...
Do you think that in the light of Hans Blix's report yesterday that the likelihood of war...
here. There's no smoking gun as far as I can see, so
you found that quite comforting?
Well, no, not comforting, because I still think we're going to war anyway, but no, I found it comforting that I felt there was no smoking gun, but no. No, I think we're going anyway, so it's just a question of when. But I just wanted to come and voice my opinion that it's not in my name. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Excuse me, sir. Could I ask you why you decided to come here today?
Lots of reasons, but against the... well, I don't think that it's right that we should be at this point in time taking action against Iraq. We ought to give the inspectors more time. Basically, that's the main reason, yeah.
Tony Blair has said today that really action needs to be taken against Iraq because things shouldn't be allowed to slide, that sanctions shouldn't be allowed to continue, the suffering of the Iraqi people shouldn't be allowed to continue.
Well, I think Tony Blair should take more time to give the inspectors a chance to deal with the problem of the weapons and what is the rush? You could do it 2 or 3 months' time. Why is he in such a rush? I don't know. I don't understand. I think he should take the time out to take more time to give the inspectors to do the job properly.
Thank you very much. I'll let you rejoin the march. Excuse me, sir, could I just ask you, do you think that war is inevitable, that you're here on this march today?
Sadly, I think war is inevitable, but I don't think it's the solution. I think it will create more terrorism than solve the problem myself personally. I think that there has to be a better way of solving this problem, I really do.
Do you think by being here today you're going to make any impact on the government, any impact on government?
I'm really hoping by looking at the turnout that perhaps they may sit up and listen, but sadly I think they won't. But there's always hope. And just by doing this, I feel like I'm doing something and registering my concern.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think that gentleman there summing up the mood here. Obviously, people realising that war is perhaps inevitable, but very optimistic they might make some change. Back to you, Karen.
Lucy, thank you very much. Join us back in the centre of Piccadilly Circus, where the 3 strands of this march, the 2 main parts that began, are converging on the corner of Regent Street and Piccadilly itself. Just to give you a very quick upsum of what's happening here, the first group who gathered at Gower Street near the British Museum are now streaming down Shaftesbury Avenue, coming in on the north side of Piccadilly Circus, heading across north of Eros towards the junction of Regent Street and Piccadilly. And the main march coming up from the Embankment is so dense that it itself has been split into 2 arms to come into Piccadilly Circus. One arm coming up Haymarket and swinging round by the Virgin Record Store and Lillywhite Store, if you know Piccadilly Circus well, and the other main arm is coming up Regent Street itself. Those 3 elements are coming together for this mass convergence here, and then everybody is slowly, and I have to say very good-naturedly and very controlledly, going on down Piccadilly, line abreast, a massive crowd, a real movement of humanity moving down, heading west towards Hyde Park for the rally. That will be taking place shortly, but we expect to see these crowds moving past us here for several hours yet. It's going to take a long time to get through Piccadilly Circus, and the police advice is to anybody who's thinking of coming into central London this afternoon, if you're not involved in the march, do not bother. Back to you.
Clarence, thank you very much indeed. We'll be back to you later in the afternoon. Now let's go to Hyde Park. That's where all the protesters are going. Our correspondent Anita McVeigh is there. Anita, what can they expect this afternoon when they get there? Who will they hear from and what will they be told?
Well, there are speakers representing and speakers who have been invited by the three main groups who've organised today's march. That's Stop the War itself, also CND, and also the Muslim Association of Britain. The speakers are a diverse range of people. We'll have everyone from a student to the 90-year-old Michael Foot, the former Labour leader, of course. There's Charles Kennedy, the Liberal Democrat leader, the American civil rights activist Jesse Jackson, also Tony Benn, who of course recently met Saddam Hussein. There's Tariq Ali, the author who in 1968 led protests to the American embassy in London against American involvement in Vietnam. So everyone from campaigners, veteran campaigners, to people who've never been on protests like this before. So a really interesting group of people with a very unified message.
Anita, the unified message is one that they want Tony Blair as one person, George Bush and others as well to listen to, but our Prime Minister, they want him to listen. However, this morning he said at his meeting in Glasgow, when he was meeting with the Labour Party conference, he said he respected and understood their desire to march, but basically that was it.
Well, there's been some interesting reaction already, Maxine, to Tony Blair's words in Glasgow this morning. Tony Blair said that to remove Saddam would be doing a favour to humanity. And he also said that those taking part in today's march had to consider that that had moral consequences. We know, of course, that Tony Blair has been making the argument that if the countries do not go to war against Iraq, then thousands of innocent Iraqis will die. However, in response to that speech this morning, the Stop the War coalition has been saying that if Tony Blair goes to war, he will be the one with blood on his hands. They're arguing very firmly that they have the moral high ground in this case and that Tony Blair has to listen. They say if he doesn't, it will have profound consequences for the Labour Party and for his position.
Anita McVeigh at Hyde Park. We'll be back with you throughout the afternoon. Thank you.
And as we've just heard, Tony Blair has given a strong defence of his government's policy on Iraq in a speech to Labour's spring conference in Glasgow. He pledged more time for the UN weapons inspectors to continue their work, and he said that he wanted to work within the United Nations to disarm Iraq peacefully. However, he warned anti-war protesters that if he took their advice, Saddam Hussein would remain in power with disastrous results for the Iraqi people. Well, our chief political correspondent, Gitto Harry, has been listening to Tony Blair's speech, and he joins me now live from Glasgow. Gitto.
Yes, I am just outside the conference centre. Tony Blair is no longer here, but as you can see, an awful lot of other people are. They've gathered here. There are going to be speeches later on this afternoon. There's a little bit of police action going on. Not exactly sure what's going on. Some people seemingly trying to get closer to this conference centre than the police are entirely comfortable with. But Tony Blair was here earlier. He got his revenge in first, if you like, delivering a very powerful speech inside the hall. A speech that not only called for the weapons inspectors to go back into Iraq and actually for Iraq to cooperate with them, but a speech that essentially made the case for the removal of Saddam Hussein, describing that as something that would amount to a humanitarian act. A very powerful, strong speech, and Polly Billington was actually watching the Prime Minister.
Mr. Blair, what's your message today, Mr. Blair, for the protesters? It looked like he was turning his back, but the message to anti-war demonstrators when it came was less harsh than that. At a conference where stage-managed applause is the norm, the Prime Minister was walking into a room where many of his own party members were sitting metaphorically with their arms folded. First, an olive branch to anti-war protesters.
What brings thousands of people out in protests across the world? It is a right, an entirely understandable hatred of war. It is a feeling of moral purpose, and I respect that.
And a church-going Prime Minister likes morality, but he prefers it on his side.
The moral case against war has a moral answer. It is the moral case for removing Saddam.
Applause when it came was polite rather than enthusiastic, but he seems resigned to that.
I do not seek unpopularity as a badge of honor, but sometimes it is the price of leadership, and it is the cost of conviction.
Which is probably just as well, since the people here know there's a bigger audience to win over than just them in the hall.
You shouldn't try and convince us, because as you saw, people standing up, clapping, etc. There's only too little kind of people with the kind of blood, not oil, and so forth. My worry is the 1 million people in London and the people here in Glasgow, is that the public still not convinced by this war.
The prospect of war is never something that one welcomes. Everyone's against war. The Prime Minister is against war. But the question is, can it be avoided?
The protesters argue this is a grubby war for oil and power, but the Prime Minister wants to make a moral case, even if that means arguing for the removal of Saddam Hussein, when that's not an official policy of the British government. But it plays well here at a Labour conference where the delegates loathe the idea of evil dictators.
But served up with a moral case for war is a side dish of humble pie. Hans Blix has more time to report before Britain will press for action. Polly Billington, BBC News, Glasgow.
Nobody actually walked out to the hall when the Prime Minister was speaking, which was a relief for him, I think. A number of people had threatened to do that yesterday. But as you can see, there is strong opposition to the case he was putting forward. And even if he actually says that there's a moral consequence of not going to war, and even if he feels that protests like these might simply prolong the agony of the Iraqi people by keeping Saddam Hussein in power, an awful lot of people actually do not equate that kind of advocacy of a peaceful path with his advocacy of force and war that would clearly inflict damage on the Iraqi people, many of them innocent civilians as well as young conscripts in the Iraqi army.
But Gitto, as we heard there, I mean, that is Tony Blair's bottom line, isn't it? That's a very principled, strong speech, but he must accept the risk in this political strategy for him and the party.
He realises that he's more isolated on this than he has been on just about anything else in his political life. And he went out of his way during his speech to say, I'm not courting unpopularity as some kind of badge of honour. He's not doing it to get the credit for showing guts, which he is, bizarrely, from some unexpected quarters like prominent Conservatives, for instance. But he claims that what he's doing is expressing his conviction, his moral conviction, just like all these people here in Glasgow, not to mention all those people in London today are doing.
Gitto, Harry, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much indeed.
I want to take you straight back to Hyde Park, of course, the focal point for today's London March. Anita McVeigh's there. Anita.
Thanks, Maxine. I have with me now one of the keynote speakers who will be taking to the platform today, the American civil rights activist, the Rev Jesse Jackson.
How do you do?
You met Saddam Hussein prior to the Gulf War. You persuaded him to release some hostages at that time. Do you think this is a man who can be persuaded this time round to do what is necessary to avoid war?
He can be persuaded. He must be challenged and talked to without taking away his dignity. At that time, there were 600 citizens from Britain, the young man whose hand he rubbed on the head, the women from America, from France and from Canada. I persuaded him to let them go and not use them as human shields. I tried to get him to pull back out of Kuwait. He didn't do that. Thus, he provoked the war. But he can be talked with. I would hope, for example, that Kofi Annan might get Nelson Mandela to convene an eminent person's delegation to go to Iraq and convince Saddam that fewer weapons, not more, is his defense. Transparency, not closed doors, is his defense.
But hasn't Saddam had enough time?
Well, he is responding to the UN inspectors. He says bring the U-2 planes in, for example. But Bush and Blair keep moving the fence back. At first they say, we'll attack him because his weapons of mass destruction. They couldn't find them. They said, well, he has the potential to make them. They couldn't find that. And then they say, well, the troops are getting tired. Those are not good reasons to attack and kill people in the attempt to save them.
Well, 12 years on from the Gulf War, you have written an open letter to Saddam Hussein. You say that this war, if it goes ahead, could be more destructive, more destabilizing than the last. Do you think that George Bush will take that on board?
Well,
Bush must be prudent in his power, and Blair must not blindly follow George. Really sees in Iraq today, they are contained. U.S.-British planes have them under air occupation. We know every move they make, they're spied upon, and so why attack Iraq when there's a threat from Al-Qaeda and North Korea, unresolved crisis in the Middle East? Is the motivation security, or is it oil, or defense contracts, or hegemony?
Do you believe it is oil?
I am convinced that the motive is economic, and it has to do with strategic control of the region, far more than security. We can defuse that crisis if we, in fact, follow the UN inspectors. I hope Mr. Bush will honor the UN inspectors' journey, and Saddam will cooperate with them.
And just a final question. You're a veteran of this kind of rally. Do you think the politicians will listen to the people here today?
Well, in a democracy, they will listen or they will pay a price. Some years ago, in the East-West conflict, so the people of the East could not talk because they wanted tyranny. Now can the leaders of the West, can Bush and Blair hear the people? This is the single largest demonstration in history of Britain, the single largest day of protest in the world against the war. Bush and Blair must listen to the people.
Reverend Jesse Jackson, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. And that's it from Hyde Park for the moment. Much more later.
Come back to you later on, Anita. Thank you very much. Let's cross now live to Clarence Mitchell, who is at Piccadilly.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. Well, the crowds are still streaming past us here. This, of course, is the main convergence points for the two arms of the protest. Thousands passing through here, and will continue to do so on their way to Hyde Park for some hours yet. Such are the numbers involved. And joining me now is one of the principal demonstrators, Vanessa Redgrave, a long-time peace campaigner, and one of the familiar faces fronting, if you like, the march today. Vanessa, you've obviously got a substantial turnout. There are many thousands on the streets. This is a strong anti-war voice, but is it a voice that both the British and American governments are actually listening to?
The British and American governments are certainly not listening, because that is why they're being so awful. They're not realizing they're treating us as if we're stupid. We've been through a lot, British people, American people, European people, the Palestinian people, Israeli people. We know what's going on, and Mr. Blair is helping Mr. Bush carry out a preemptive strike, the destruction of every peace process, of any possibility of peace in our world. I'm wearing a Palestinian shawl because and there's a demonstration in Tel Aviv now. I hope the BBC are there. I'm terribly afraid they may not be, but if you were there, you would see Israelis and Palestinian Israeli Arabs all marching against the war. Here in this demonstration, and all Israelis are too. The whole of the Israeli peace movement is against this war because they know it further endangers Israeli people, and above all, they know that General Sharon will use the war to destroy and deport the Palestinians.
But both the British and American governments would argue that if it comes to war, they would be doing it for the greater peace. They would be removing a substantial threat to peace.
We know they're lying. What substantial threat? What they're doing is the threat to peace. There are many other ways of dealing with the dictators, and goodness knows Saddam Hussein is not the only dictator. If they've committed crimes, they can be called before the International Criminal Court, and Saddam Hussein should be called before the International Criminal Court without a war. That's what the Iraqi women on this march, who are marching so that their photographs can't be transmitted, because it wouldn't be safe for them. They're saying, no war. Do you realize what's been done to the Iraqi people? Already, you've probably seen the photographs. I went to Iraq after the Gulf War and made a film for the United Nations Children's Fund. I saw children dying under my eyes. That is one reason. I don't want American soldiers to kill or be killed. I don't want British soldiers to kill or be killed.
But isn't that an argument for regime change in this particular case, to stop those sort of abuses of human rights?
If this is an argument for regime change, what is going to happen to all the other dictators of the world? Please remember who put these dictators in the first place. Please help us remember, BBC, that it was Rumsfeld who was urging Iraq on to invade Iran and use chemical weapons. Please, we know these facts. That's why we are also appalled at this way of talking to us. This is not a way to peace. We all know there are different ways to peace, and one of them would be to declare Saddam Hussein a criminal before the International Criminal Court and no war. The second would be justice for the Palestinians, which would weaken dictators everywhere. And I mean their own state, free of settlements, not their houses destroyed. And the third would be to pour humanitarian aid.
Given the opposition of France and Germany, Dr. Blix's latest report saying that they still hadn't found any definitive evidence of weapons of mass destruction, people here presumably have been...
talk of weapons of mass destruction. Faraday has said there's no evidence of nuclear weapons. Mr. Blix says they're being cooperative.
Indeed.
Now, can I remind you, please, and forgive me for insisting on this, as long as there's a school lab anywhere in the world, a chemical weapon could be produced. Is Mr. Blair going to destroy all the school labs in this country?
Have people here...
Please, we are not fools. We know what's going on.
Briefly, Vanessa, people here are emboldened by the way the international tide of public opinion is perhaps turning. The majority do seem to be vocally against war in Iraq.
Yes, yes, I'm sure of it. Every single person I know in every walk of life I meet is outraged that our government is assisting Mr. Bush. And there is such strong American feeling, and every time I'm in America, people come up to me and say, nobody knows that we Americans are against this war. Nobody pays any attention. And the American media are stifling the voice of the American people. That's why it's, that's why one of the reasons why this march is so big. There's no anti-Americanism at all. We're against Mr. Bush, and on this question, we're totally against Mr. Blair. And we think that this country should be turning its attention to peaceful ways and political ways, and not to a preemptive strike, which is the most fundamental blow against the United Nations or international human rights law that has ever been given.
Vanessa Redgrave, many thanks indeed. I'll let you get back to the rally.
Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
And with that, back to you in the studio.
Clarence, thank you. Now let's go above London and get an overview. Our correspondent Robert Hall has been watching the events from the skies in our helicopter. Robert, what's it looking like now from up there? You can see the scale of it.
We can, Maxine, and as always, it is an amazing thing. When you've got a large number of people like this moving through any city, it is very difficult to judge it on the ground, because you can only see what you can see in the short stretch of street. When you see it from above, you do get an idea of scale. Let's have a look at what we're seeing now. That building below me is Apsley House. It's on the route to Hyde Park. Bear in mind, we're looking at, I don't know, about half a mile's worth of marchers there. You can see them like ants heading across into Hyde Park itself, which will be the rallying point. Now, in the centre of the park, there's a large purple tent, and that is what they're heading for. That's the focal point, if you like. Bear in mind, we've got two marches here, effectively, combining forces. There's the tent, right in the middle of your picture now. They are combining forces in Piccadilly. Everyone knows where that is. That's the point at which the two columns become one. Column from the north of London, all those people who travelled in from north of the capital, basically, and another column from the embankment, which has taken people in from the south and perhaps the east of London. They're all together now. They will be converging. Now, a lot of people, as you can see from the numbers, have chosen not to march. The head of the column has barely reached the park. They've chosen to go straight there. Not surprisingly, it's very, very cold in London today.
Robert, the organisers say they were expecting about 500,000 people. It's difficult to tell at the moment, but certainly it's an impressive turnout and a voice that I'm sure the government won't be able to ignore.
I'm sure they're watching this very, very closely. I don't think anybody in the government, though, will be surprised. There has been a sense of a groundswell of opinion. I've been listening to the radio, watching the television over the past few days. One cannot but have been struck with the numbers of people who are saying, look, I've never been on a march before, but I'm going to go on this one. I was listening to one individual this morning on 5 Live talking about how they were going to go on the march. This particular chap had served in the Gulf, the last conflict in 91, but he decided to come on this one. He didn't want to see any soldiers killed or any families mourning. He said that's why he decided to come. A lot of people here for different reasons, but all of them with a common purpose.
Robert, we'll be back with you later for another view from the skies. For the moment, thank you very much.
Right, let's have a quick look around what the scale of the march is at our various cameras around the centre of London. First of all, this is the scene on the embankment. That march there, of course, has been rock solid, packed with people for the last hour and a half as they make their way towards Hyde Park, which we've just seen from the air, from the helicopter there.
Let's move on now to Piccadilly, where Clarence Mitchell joined us from with Vanessa Redgrave a few moments ago. The two legs of the march converging here, which is why there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of movement, because a little bit of a bottleneck, but a huge number of people, a sea of banners.
And onto Hyde Park now on the ground here, or just a little bit above the ground on that platform there. You can see the numbers really starting to build there. We can just take another look at that now from the helicopter, I think, which is coming now, but that's not over Hyde Park. I think we're following one of the routes there, making its way to Hyde Park. Organisers say at least 500,000 protesters expected in Hyde Park, and certainly from the numbers that we can see on the streets at the moment, it does look as if that target might well be met, if not exceeded. In fact, I think that is where we now. That is.
They're all heading towards Hyde Park. It's a scene that's being repeated in other parts of the country as well, and in many cities around the world. There's a huge march taking place at this time as well in Paris. Of course, France opposed to it.
That was just, Cambridge Circus, I think we were seeing.
Robert was trying to give a bit of direction,
pointing out, we didn't actually say that it was Piccadilly Circus, but as Maxime was saying, this Stop the War coalition is operating right around the world. 10 million people expected today to be taking to the streets in 5 continents. Well, to discuss some of this, in the studio with me is Michael Gove, the assistant editor of The Times. Thank you very much for coming in this morning. Let's just look at what's happening in this country. Is Tony Blair, if he ignores this, is he doing so at his peril, do you think, politically?
There is a real political danger for the Prime Minister, because many of the people who are marching today, and we've seen the significant numbers, many of the people who are marching today were the people who were in his big tent in 1997.
Don't make us laugh. Well, Mr. Bush and Mr. Blair must hear the people of Britain, protect the integrity of British independence, and not, but better that he hear his own people than follow George Bush blindly. Most people in the world today think that this is not about security. They think it's really about oil or defense contracts, hegemony over that region. We know that Iraq is contained. The weapons that they do have that are destructive basically came from the U.S. when the go-to guy was Donald Rumsfeld. U.S. and Britain have Iraq on their air patrol every day. So Iraq is contained. They've not been moved beyond their borders in the last 12 years. Today, why not take the time to take the air out of the war balloon? I challenged Saddam Hussein in an open letter, because I brought 600 people out of there 12 years ago. Mr. Saddam Hussein, there's more power in transparency than in closed doors. More power and less arms and more arms. In the meantime, the U.S. and Britain must not rush to a 3-day war, but a long-term bloody battle. We deserve better leadership.
Is it not too late? The wheels for war are already in motion.
Please repeat that again.
Sir, do you think it's not too late? The wheels for war are already in motion.
It is not too late, because the first gun has not been fired. It is not too late. It's not too late for Kofi Annan to appoint an eminent persons group, maybe led by Nelson Mandela and others who can speak to both sides to defuse the war. It seems that every time that Saddam makes a concession to the UN, that Bush and Blair push the wall back. They say, we're going to attack Iraq because of weapons of mass destruction. They couldn't find them. They said, well, the potential for weapons of mass destruction. Well, now it's the soldiers are getting tired of waiting. These are not moral nor holy reasons for war sufficient to kill and be killed. We have the power to have security through strength. We need not abuse our power arrogantly and kill people unnecessarily in the name of save them. Don't kill them to save them.
Rev Jesse Jackson, thanks very much for talking to Sky News this afternoon.
Enormous.
Thank you, and keep hope alive.
Are joining.
And coming up, more on those huge peace marches.
People to arrive here. People are gathering in this square and then will march through the centre of Paris to end up at the Bastille, where we expect to see a number of speeches being made. With me to discuss the situation here is Anne-Marie Vahigo from the Human Rights League. Anne-Marie, why are you here today protesting?
well, like everybody here, to demonstrate against the war.
How important is today for the movement for peace?
I think it's very important because it's all over the world and people can exert a pressure over their government to stop the war and to give peace a chance.
Are you impressed with the number of people who've come to Paris today?
Well, I hope they will come because the French government is for the peace, so we have to support the government. I'm impressed by people all around the world because I have listened to TV and radio, and there are a lot of people around, and it's great, really. It's the first, I think it's the first movement like that, and we can say no to what government decide for us and no for this war, which has no reason to be.
It's interesting because even a week ago, Jacques Chirac seemed quite isolated, certainly within Europe and around the world. Now, do you feel that opinion is moving behind the stance that him and other leaders are taking?
I hope so, because I have listened. Tony Blair and Berlusconi have already a little bit changed their mind, and I think if we continue like that and with the pressure of all the population, we can obtain what we want. I mean, disarming Iraq and Saddam Hussein, who is a terrible man, of course, but not organizing a war which has no justification, which is just a war for Bush and the petroleum reason, which is the last one which remains, in fact.
Thousands of US troops and British troops are now in the Gulf. Do you really think that this will stop the war?
Let's hope so. I'm not sure on the side of Bush because they are so engaged, and it's a question of fraud now, but they must have the courage of change their mind, and we can help them, I mean, of course, like in Great Britain. I mean, changing one's mind is not something shame to do. It could be great if it is for a good reason.
Anne-Marie Vogel, thank you very much indeed. From here in central Paris, where the crowds are continuing to grow, you can hear the atmosphere building. Back to the studio in London.
Thank you very much, Claire. Well, from central Paris to central London to Hyde Park and to our correspondent, Anita McVeigh. Anita.
Thanks, Tim. I've come down into the middle of the crowds. The speeches have just begun, but I'm here to listen to some of the opinions of the people who've taken the time to come along on this march today. With me here are some first-time marchers. Can I just ask you why you felt moved to come out and take part in this sort of protest for the very first time?
Well, because of these people, the innocent, who will be slaughtered again. I mean, how many air raid shelters, how many schools, how many embassies are going to be blown to smithereens this time? We just had enough of it. We want people to listen. You know.
Do you think there will be consequences for Britain if it goes to war?
I certainly think so, yes. Terrorist attacks, I believe. I think it'll get very, very bad, certainly.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Another couple over here who were actually on the previous anti-war march. If you had a chance to speak directly to Tony Blair now, what would you say to him?
I would say that he needs to listen to the British people and hear what they're saying. And he keeps saying that Saddam Hussein needs to be stopped, which I agree with. But Saddam Hussein has killed thousands of his own people. I don't think us killing more Iraqi people is going to help. There's no guarantee that us going to war against Iraq is going to overthrow the regime.
But Tony Blair said just a couple of days ago that the alternative to war was more innocent Iraqi people dying. What do you say to that?
I would say that's not true at all. I think what he's trying to do is bomb Iraq into democracy, and I think that's a very dangerous thing.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. A mother and son over here who've taken the time to be on this march today. Why have you come along?
Because you can't actually get peace from war. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. The only way through is to actually talk to people.
Tony Blair was speaking at the conference centre just yards from us this morning. Do you think he'll have persuaded anyone that a war against Iraq is the right thing to do?
I think Tony Blair would have done his best, and I think it's quite interesting he left before we actually got here today to make our voices heard for him. And I certainly feel a bit, aggrieved at the fact that he stands up in our name saying that we're going to do this, this and that, but he doesn't listen to us at all. And I feel a bit of a shame that he has left.
If there was a second UN resolution, would that be
that anything will happen in a peaceful situation if you go and attack people.
And 11-year-old Jordan, why are you here today?
I just don't want war against Iraq.
Why not?
Well, I'm not sure of the facts, but just definitely something inside me says it's just not right, and I think he's just doing the complete wrong thing. And Blair's just like not listening to everybody at all, and I think it's just really silly.
Do most of your friends feel the same way?
Yeah, most of my friends back in Brighton think that it's just a terrible thing to do, especially all the innocent people for just against Saddam Hussein, and they're just going to be killing so many people, and it's just terrible.
Okay, Jordan, thank you very much indeed. So there you have opinions from an 11-year-old boy to a senior citizen who's on her very first protest rally. That's it from Hyde Park for the moment.
Anita, thank you very much. And numbers building all the time for that big rally in Hyde Park. 500,000 the organisers expect. We've just heard that marches in Gower Street are still waiting to start due to the pressure of numbers. This is the scene from the air now where Anita was on the ground there. You can see those numbers building gradually. The speech is due to start in about half an hour, but the marches through the streets of central London taking a long time, just given the number of people there.
And it's not just in London. Let me just give you a bit of a flavour from Glasgow. There's a march taking place there as well. Just in case you're travelling, it's causing long tailbacks on the M8 motorway. Traffic is travelling at 5 miles an hour from Junction 11 eastbound into Glasgow from Edinburgh. Now let me bring you back into London to Piccadilly Circus. Our correspondent there is Lucy Atherton. Lucy, as Tim was just saying there, just looking at pictures from the helicopter as well, an enormous number of people now coming in. Are the organisers expecting to exceed their target, do you think, of 500,000?
Yes, in fact they're talking about figures close on 1 million. Of course it's always very difficult to judge. You really can't tell. Where I am at the moment is in fact the point where the two separate marches converge. The one that set off from the Embankment, the one that set off from Gower Street. The Gower Street one going slightly slowly, as you can see behind me, one from the Embankment actually moving quite quickly. And what's happening is when people arrive at this point they're cheering because obviously they realise they're joining up with the other marches. Well, let's just have a word with a few people and just see why they're here today. Excuse me, sir, can I just ask you why you're here today?
So I don't want war. I don't think it's right. A war for oil isn't right. America's not right and Britain's not right.
Do you think it would make any difference being here?
I hope so. They should, they talk about democracy and how people should practice it. They should practice it and listen to the people. Right.
Thank you very much. Madam, excuse me, if I could just ask you why you're here today?
Because I don't think there should be a war in Iraq. I think it's totally unnecessary and that we should be able to find another way.
But don't you feel that something has to be done to get regime change in Iraq? What is their alternative?
I don't think it's through a war. I think it's through much more inspection and so on, that line.
Okay, so can I just ask you, madam, if you're here against war, do you feel there is an alternative? Have you any suggestions of what could be done?
I think probably if Saddam Hussein poisons him, then nobody in that country need to be killed.
Thank you very much. Okay. Excuse me, sir, could I just ask you what
French.
French? Oh, that's interesting. There's also a demonstration going on in France today. So obviously your government is very anti the war. So why do you feel the need to be here?
Because we don't want war, and we come here only for that.
You came here just to demonstrate?
Today, yeah.
Why do you feel so strongly?
What?
Why do you feel so strongly?
Oh, it's very difficult for me to English.
Why do you come all this way?
Only for saying nowhere. No war, you know?
Okay, thank you both very much. And that just demonstrates actually that the sheer variety of people that are here and also the distances that people have travelled. I've seen people with young babies, old people on crutches, people representing all sorts of different groups, a very strong Muslim contingent here, as well as CND, the Green Party, and people who are also just here in their own individual capacity.
Lucy, I don't know if you could hear me over the din, but do you get the impression that people are purely anti-war or they don't believe the government's reasons for going to war?
Sorry, you'll have to repeat that. It is very loud.
Are people purely anti-war or do they not believe the government's reasons for going to war?
Well, yes, I mean, it's a combination of both. I mean, as you heard there, you do ask people, well, if there isn't a war, what is the alternative? And people really don't necessarily have an answer to that. It's just a very strong gut feeling for most people that they just believe there shouldn't be a war, that they don't believe that what the government is doing in their name is right, and they really want their voices to be heard, although lots of them do recognise that by being here they probably won't change anything, but they just want the opportunity to tell the world that they don't agree with what the government's doing.
Lucy, for the moment, thank you. We'll be back with you later.
As we can see from the pictures, tens of thousands of people marching through the streets. It's very difficult, of course, to quantify quite how many people have come to the capital today. To get a better picture of how many hundreds of thousands are already here, let's go to the skies above Hyde Park to our correspondent, Robert Hall. Robert.
Well, indeed, it's very, very difficult to judge these things. And before we go into estimates, I just wanted to show you one shot, which in a way we've been tracking the progress of this particular object for about an hour and a half. Let's have a look at it. There we are, that huge banner, Stop the War. That's been crawling through the streets of London from Gower Street, from the northern collection point to where it is now at Hyde Park Corner. I'll just get Dick, who's doing the camera for me, just to pull out and show you where we are. I'll give you some idea. There's the edge of Hyde Park. That's the route of crowds making their, the edge of Park Lane, making their way into the park. Now, when we spoke to Scotland Yard, they sent an email out, in fact, at about 12:15. They were only talking about 150,000. Bear in mind that prior to the event, they had talked about 500,000. Now, there was a rider to that. Police statements on numbers are always very cautious. The rider was people still arriving. Well, they clearly are. And that understates the case, as you mentioned a short time ago. Gower Street, and for people who don't know London, that is right up near Euston Station. So it's a fair way from the park itself. That is still solid with people making their way through London. So I would have thought the Yard's original estimate of 500,000 wouldn't be far from the truth. And having said that, the marchers themselves were hoping for 1 million. And certainly one national newspaper today has been claiming that the numbers gathered here today would exceed those that gathered on VE Day. I'll give you one anecdotal bit of evidence. The pilot who was flying us today was up for the Golden Jubilee celebrations last year. And he says there's certainly more people out today than there were then, and we all remember the size of those crowds.
Robert, the speeches are due to start in Hyde Park in the next 20 minutes or so. It looks as if a lot of people aren't going to be there, just given the time it's going to take them to get to Hyde Park.
I think that's absolutely true, and as we remarked a little earlier on, the sensible ones, the ones that really wanted to be in the park, I think have probably detoured or perhaps joined the march very late on. What's been interesting is it didn't look that impressive to start with, but it has filled up and filled up. The streets have filled up from side to side, and so I think you're absolutely right. Now then, let's move on back down to the ground, because we're talking about Hyde Park. My colleague Anita McVeigh is there now. Anita.
There will be no peace.
Robert, thank you. And in fact, early speeches have already started here. Some time, though, until we get to the keynote speakers. One of those will be the London Mayor, Ken Livingstone, and he's with me now. Mr. Livingstone, your office has commissioned a survey of the opinions of Londoners on war. What are the key findings of that survey?
Well, the key headline is 3/4 of Londoners are opposed to a war against Iraq without UN backing. And the majority, the largest proportion of Londoners believe this is a war about oil, not weapons of mass destruction. And I think they're right. That's why I throw my weight behind this demonstration today. We have 500,000 people, the biggest demonstration in British history. Still, hundreds of thousands haven't started. They're still at the beginning, a continuous river of people all the way here to Hyde Park.
Now, Tony Blair has, of course, left himself some wriggle room in this situation. He is still talking about the need for a second UN resolution. Do you think he's going to listen to the people who have gathered here and in cities around the world today?
I think there's the scale of the demonstrations we got here. 2 million people on the streets of Rome. This isn't just happening here, it's around the world. I mean, leaders who have resisted the American pressure, like France and Germany, will be strengthened. Those members of our own cabinet who think that this could be the end of this government, or at any rate the end of Tony Blair, will be strengthened. And I think we may very well prevail. And without a UN resolution, Britain will not support war. My worry now, though, is that some of the governments on the Security Council could be bribed by America, as they have been in the past, with grants, the write-off of debt, to try and get that motion through the Security Council. The world's got to be alert to that sort of mass corruption.
But Tony Blair continues to argue that he and America have a moral authority for their argument. They say that they do not take on Saddam after threatening to use force against him, that this will lead to more trouble, not less trouble, and they say it will lead to the deaths of thousands more innocent Iraqis.
But there is no moral argument. Britain and America over the last 10 years have imposed sanctions which have killed tens of thousands of Iraqi children. They don't give a damn. Britain and America have never given a damn about Saddam Hussein being unpleasant to his own
Saddam
people.
Hussein, yes, everyone agrees that Saddam Hussein has committed atrocities against his own people, but Saddam Hussein has flouted and failed to obey resolutions for 12 years now.
And Israel has been flouting UN resolutions for decades and does actually have nuclear weapons, and you can't have one law for Israel and another law for Muslims.
The resolutions that apply to Israel are different, though, to those that apply to Iraq.
No, they're not. Here you've got a government led by a war criminal, as now indicted in Belgium, a man responsible for the murder of 600 Arab men, women and children at the camps at Sabra and Shatila, and we are quite prepared to carry on giving him arms and weapons. There's an appalling double standard. The whole world sees it. This is simply an attempt by the American government to get control of Iraq's soil. They don't give a damn and never have for the rights of the Iraqi people.
Do you think that diplomacy may win out at the end of the day, that the weapons inspectors will be given more time?
I'm certain they will. The Blick's report yesterday, the slight change of emphasis in Tony Blair's speech, they all indicate to me that we are winning. The bigger these demonstrations, the more pressure on governments. This might be one instance in the history of the world where what ordinary people think determines what governments do.
Ken Livingstone, thank you very much indeed. And Ken Livingstone, as I say, one of the keynote speakers here today. He'll be taking to the platform later this afternoon. For now, though, that's it from Hyde Park.
Anita, we'll be back with you later. Now, it's not just here in this country people are demonstrating. Hundreds of thousands of people around the world are joining anti-war demonstrations today. In the United States, protests later will centre on New York, where thousands are expected to protest at the United Nations headquarters.
Other marches are being held in Paris, Berlin, Cape Town, Australia and Japan.
After the politicians at the United Nations, the people are taking their protests to the streets. The weekend's anti-war demonstrations began in Australia with a series of protests around the country. This was the scene in Newcastle, north of Sydney. US President George Bush was the prime target for attack, but others kept a lower profile. Australia is one of America's staunchest allies. 2,000 military personnel have been committed, though not yet assigned combat roles in the Gulf. But public resentment is strong against what many see as a distant and unnecessary conflict.
But what Australia, as a strong, courageous ally of the United States, must do is to urge upon President Bush to get behind the United Nations process. There is a capacity under this report to have Saddam Hussein disarmed in a finite period, and for that to be achieved by peaceful means.
Anti-war feelings are nothing new in Japan, where several hundred gathered in front of the US Embassy in Tokyo to voice their protests. There have been similar gatherings across Asia. In the next few hours, the worldwide protest wave takes off in Europe. 500,000 people are expected to march through the centre of London. Their destination, Hyde Park, a traditional venue for dissent, but this time politicians will add their voices to a public who, according to the polls, feel increasingly out of tune with their government. Jim Fish, BBC News.
Let's just have a look now at how those streets have been filling up in the last hour or so. These are the live pictures now from the Embankment in London, a steady stream of people walking past that camera position there for the last hour and a half, all heading towards Hyde Park, which again is building in terms of the numbers of people there. Tens of thousands in Hyde Park.
Let me take you into Piccadilly. Almost at a standstill, so many people, so many banners, two legs of the demonstration marchers meeting here, converging as they walk towards Hyde Park. You see a High Police presence beside them there.
We come up to Hyde Park, I think
Yes, we're approaching, yes.
Yeah, that is the approaching march there. That is the scene at the moment at Hyde Park. It's difficult to actually sort of estimate how many people are there already, but organisers hoping today for 500,000 people, 500,000 people. It could be that those numbers, those figures will actually be bigger than that.
And one of the best ways just to see the actual extent of this demonstration is to go up into the skies. Robert Hall is there in the helicopter. Robert, how's it looking from up there?
Well, we're looking at one of the crucial points along the route here. You've been mentioning it. It's the point where these two massive columns reach. There we go. You see that shot below me now? That's Piccadilly Circus. And you get a sense of the convergence here, and indeed the massive job for the police just to keep everybody moving. We've all watched carnival processions and that stop-start as the floats catch up with one another and have to wait. Well, you can imagine that when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of people, and we haven't got a complete estimate yet, it's a bit of a nightmare just to get them to where they want to go. And bear in mind that the columns we're looking at here are still about a mile or so from their destination in Hyde Park, and away behind them are still hundreds and thousands of people coming from the start points. There are still people waiting on the embankment, right down by the river near the Houses of Parliament, and still people waiting up near Euston Station to come into London. There you go, you see that column there, that's Shaftesbury Avenue there, stretching out to join the route from the north. Now that's the column coming in from the north. We can only show you one at a time because they're covering such a big area. So this is a huge job. Every policeman in London has had their leave cancelled. Don't forget there are big sporting events on too. So the Metropolitan Police, excuse me, and I suspect some surrounding forces, very, very stretched today.
Robert, I know it's very difficult to say, but the original estimate had been about 500,000 people coming to this march. Just looking at these crowds and all these different areas coming into Hyde Park, it would seem already that it must exceed that.
I think you know, you and I can draw the same conclusions, can't we? It's very, very difficult to judge. But the organisers were hoping for nearer 1 million people. It could well be that they'll achieve that. They've been helped by the weather. Wet weather is terribly bad for people who want to organise rallies of any kind, particularly in central London where it can be pretty miserable. It is clear weather today, cloudy over London, which is why it's a wee bit hazy for us, but it's cold, and those people who are stuck on the march are going to have some perseverance to get through it. They were advised to bring food, drink and warm clothing. I think they're going to need all three, Maxine.
And Robert, it's Tim here now, but the speeches were due to start in Hyde Park at 2 o'clock. Michael Foot was due to be the first speaker, but it looks as if a lot of the people that we're seeing in the pictures, which you're taking from the helicopter, aren't going to get there for at least a couple of hours.
I don't think they will, but you know, it's an old cliche, isn't it? But it's the being there that matters, and I think to a lot of people, particularly those perhaps on their first demonstrations, this will be important for them. At least they can say that they were actually there. So, you know, for all their different reasons, some of them for fundamental reasons, some of them because they have their own experiences of conflict or loss, they all wanted to be here. So, okay, they'll miss the speeches, but I'm sure that amongst that crowd at that size, there'll be a tremendous atmosphere.
Robert, a very strong message to the government.
Absolutely, yes, and no one could be mistaken as to the strength of feeling that would produce this sort of numbers. But having said that, they knew this was coming. I'm sure that they suspected it. There was you could see in the days leading up to this the level of the number of people that were expected to attend. I think we're going to see reaction to it. Mr. Blair already, government ministers have made reference to it. I suspect they may wish not to be deflected from the path that they want to follow at the moment. But there's no doubt that any degree of public feeling as shown by this has to be taken into account.
Just, Robert, would you just move your camera around a little bit just to give us that scale again of quite how many people are there? I think you're at Trafalgar Square at the moment. Let's move it around.
Yeah, let's have a go. We're looking up the route from Trafalgar Square now. It's difficult to follow even large crowds in London because the streets are like alleyways, so even from the air here, there we go, there they are, we picked them up again. That's the top of Piccadilly we're looking at now, and if I get Piccadilly Circus, if I get the cameraman just to pan up a bit, you can see that there we are, there's the next lot of people making their way down Piccadilly, I think towards the park, which is at the top of your picture. As I said a moment ago, and I keep saying, they've got a long way to go. They're moving very slowly. They can do nothing but with this number of people on the streets.
Robert, we'll leave you for the moment, but we'll be back with you very shortly. It's 2 o'clock. This is BBC News 24 with Tim Wilcox and Maxine Mawhinney.
We're live across London, of course, for the huge march against war in Iraq. This is the embankment now live from where the beginning of the march set off over 2 hours ago. But there are still hundreds of thousands of people starting the march from this point.
Let's take you into Piccadilly Circus, right in the centre of London. Organisers say they are expecting over 500,000 people to take part in the march. Two legs of the march converging here, which is why there's not a lot of movement. It's thought to be the biggest mass protest in British political history.
And across, this is the route leading up to Hyde Park, where the rally is due to congregate. 500,000 people expected there. That was what was the first guess by the organisers before the march started. It looks as if those numbers might be bigger than that. Speeches due to start any minute at Hyde Park. In fact, Bob Crow from the RMT has already been addressing some of the tens of thousands of people already there.
Now let's take you above the streets of London. A little bit cloudy and a little bit of interference, but it does show you the scale, the sheer scale of those trying to reach this march, stretching way back. Some people haven't even started walking towards Hyde Park yet, and that will take them at least 2 hours.
And of course, London isn't the only city in the UK to be hosting a peace protest. Here is the scene in Glasgow. Thousands of people have turned out there. Tony Blair spoke to Labour's spring conference here today, where he maintained that it was vital to keep up the threat of force against Saddam Hussein.
I'm going to take you now live to Paris, an anti-war demonstration in the centre of Paris. Similar protests taking place right around the world. Dublin, Belfast, Moscow, Berlin, Canberra, Australia, amongst many others.
As many as 10 million people expected to march today on 5 continents around the world. Now, the march against the war is underway in London, as we've been seeing. It's expected to be the largest demonstration ever seen in the capital. Marches, as we've said, are also taking place in 600 cities throughout the world. One in Cape Town is underway, and those in Australia and New Zealand have already finished.
Well, thousands of people have taken to the streets of Glasgow for a march, which coincided with a speech by Tony Blair at Labour's spring conference. Thousands more, as we've seen, have converged in London. The march started from 2 separate locations in the centre of the city. The 2 groups converge at Piccadilly Circus before their final route into Hyde Park for the start of the rally.
Well, let's get some reaction to that now from our correspondents on the march route. Bronwyn Jeffries is at the embankment, Clarence Mitchell is at Piccadilly Circus, and Anita McVeigh is at Hyde Park. Let's cross to Anita, first of all, who's at Hyde Park. Anita, the speech is due to start there. Have they indeed started? This is the rallying point, of course, for the whole march, isn't it?
And survive. Well, we did survive, and we did protest. Now we've got to do it again, but we've got to do it again.
I'm sorry, we don't appear to have any sound with Anita at the moment, but in fact some of the speeches have already started at Hyde Park. That is the focal point, of course, for today's demonstration. We can, I think, though, now cross to Bronwyn Jeffries, who is on the embankment. Bronwyn, the numbers still thick behind you there. They've been marching, what, for the last 2 hours, I think?
2.25 hours ago, I saw the head of this demonstration set off, and the crowd is just as thick as it was at the beginning. A remarkable number of people from all sorts of backgrounds and all sorts of different organisations who come here today.
And what has their reaction been? Have they heard what Tony Blair said about the march today, that he understood what they were doing, but in a way, the most humanitarian thing was to actually get rid of Saddam Hussein?
Well, I'm sure there'll be many people here who might express concern about Saddam Hussein's human rights record, but for them that simply isn't the issue. Their concern is that they haven't been convinced by Tony Blair. They haven't been convinced from the report they heard yesterday by Hans Blix to the UN that there is a case for force to be used against Iraq. And the sort of opinion poll splits that we've seen in British public opinion, with as many as half of the population deeply ambivalent about the prospect of war, are reflected in the numbers of ordinary people who've come here today.
Well, Bronwyn, where you are, in fact, people are obviously heading towards Hyde Park, and Michael Foot has just made a speech there at Hyde Park very briefly. I think he's just finished. Michael Foot, of course, former leader of the Labour Party, and one person who led the Aldermaston marches in the 70s, I think it was, tens of thousands of people. But this march today does look as if it's going to be the biggest one that London's seen.
Just looking at the back of the shot there, the board in which the organisers are trying to make their estimates of the numbers of those turning out. Already they're saying 750,000. Our correspondent Anita McVeigh is watching all this and joins us now. Anita, obviously already almost packed in Hyde Park, people still trying to get there, still facing a 2-hour walk to get there. It's an amazing turnout and an amazing show of one voice for the government against the government.
Absolutely, Maxine. The green of Hyde Park is rapidly disappearing as more and more people file into the park. It will take some time for the end of the march to actually get here, but the speeches have already begun. And with me now, one of the other political activist who's been very much involved in this campaign, the singer Billy Bragg. Billy, tell us why you're here today.
I'm here today to send a message really to Tony Blair, which is he's out of step with public opinion in Britain, and if he goes ahead in supporting the Bush administration on this issue, then the cost to him is going to be great, I think, in the next election, because you know, the Countryside Alliance March, they might have had big numbers, but they're not really Labour voters. The people who have been marching today are the core Labour vote, and these people will be going into the next election thinking about this issue and thinking about the Prime Minister's role.
Tony Blair said recently in the House of Commons that it was his job to explain why we should go to war against Iraq. Is there anything that he can say, do you think, that would convince the people here that Britain should take on Saddam Hussein in that way?
Well, I don't think so, because at the moment there's no sign of that second resolution that we want. There's no sign of a debate, a substantive debate in the Commons and a vote on it. There's been no decision on any of those things. I think the best thing that Tony Blair could do is to use his personal veto on George W. Bush and say to George Bush, look, George, you know, this isn't really, he's not going to take public opinion with him. We really must find a different way to deal with this problem, because Saddam Hussein is a great problem, but we should find another way that other than invading Iraq, because I fear that invading Iraq will be a recruiting sergeant for Osama bin Laden and terrorist organisations around the world. We need to find a better way of resolving this issue.
So what is Tony Blair to do then, do you think? How can he continue to keep this special relationship that he enjoys with America and yet bring the people of the country and lots of his voters here, you say, along with him as well?
Well, the special relationship is important, and I think that, to give Tony Blair his due, I do think that he has been significant in bringing the United Nations into the equation, making sure that George Bush went to the UN first, and that's quite significant. I'd like him to use his influence to be more of a handbrake on this issue, because the Bush administration have upped the ante by sending all these troops to the Gulf. They've made things much more dangerous. We've seen the troops already at Heathrow Airport this week. I think Blair needs to be the voice of reason now and say, look, people all over the world are at best ambiguous, at worst set against this. We've got to find a better way to deal with the problem of not just the Saddam Hussein, but security in the Middle East, and through that security in the world.
From your point of view, would a second resolution ease your conscience on this issue? If a second resolution can be secured, do you think that countries should then attack Iraq?
A second resolution is the absolute minimum. I think that can only strengthen the United Nations in a post-Cold War world. We need the Forum of the United Nations to make sure that things are done multilaterally rather than unilaterally, but other things need to be done as well. We need to look at the issue regarding Israel and Palestine. We definitely need to have a substantive debate and a vote in the House of Commons. So a second resolution is the absolute minimum.
Now, Tony Blair and George Bush have been saying that if after all these months of build-up, they do not follow through on the threat of force against Saddam Hussein, then that they are storing up problems for the future when they try to take on other dictators.
Well, if you want to talk about storing up problems for the future, North Korea are arming themselves with nuclear missiles at the moment because the Bush administration unilaterally broke off negotiations before September 11th between South Korea, Japan and the United States of America and North Korea. by their actions, the Bush administration have made the use of nuclear weapons much more likely. They have their own, the Bush administration have a first strike doctrine, and they're supposed to be making the world a more safe place. I believe the American people want to be a force for good in the world. I don't think the Bush administration, which frankly doesn't have a mandate to do any of this stuff, is really reflecting American public opinion on the issue of world safety and the war on terror.
Billy Bragg, thanks very much indeed for talking to us. And let's go across now to the stage and listen to the veteran CND campaigner, Bruce Kent.
Israeli armed forces, there are refuseniks who will not serve in the West Bank, and I praise and congratulate them. We had, in the first Gulf War, we had soldiers, Vic Williams, who refused to serve in an oil war, and I congratulate him and them at that time. Our government has no right to turn the armed forces into potential war criminals, and a war of this sort will be a criminal war. They haven't even excluded the use of nuclear weapons. I say to our members of the armed forces, it's time for you to say no. You are the important ones. And my last comment is this. I speak from this platform as a Christian. I do not recognize the Christianity of George Bush. Christianity is about service, about non-violent pursuit of justice, about forgiveness, equality and sharing. It is not about power, privilege, wealth and revenge. And that's what we're seeing now. I will not have any part of the George Bush religion. Thank you all for being here. Don't give up. There is a protest in Piccadilly Circus. You can go and sit down there tonight. But for all your lives now, say no to war, no to Blair, no to Bush, and please God, give us a new Prime Minister. Thank you.
And that's Bruce Kent, the former chairman of CND, leaving the platform. I mean, Hyde Park already packed with people, but there are still those right at the beginning of the march trying to get from the beginning to Hyde Park. Journey of about 2 hours on foot, and halfway along there, Clarence Mitchell, our correspondent, is at Piccadilly. Clarence.
Maxine, yes, that's right. I can tell you as well, we've just heard that there are delays on Blackfriars Bridge as people are still trying to get to the starting point on the embankment before they have that walk to join us here at the main convergence point in Piccadilly Circus. For more than 2 hours now, we've had thousands upon thousands of people streaming past us. Very orderly, no trouble so far at all. The police are reporting no major incidents and they're very pleased. They say the numbers are still far too early to discuss in any degree of accuracy, but the organisers say they're expecting at least 500,000. They may well get that figure if the crowds we're seeing here are anything to go by. To give you very briefly the geography of it, one element of the march is coming from Gower Street down Shaftesbury Avenue into the north side of Piccadilly Circus, arriving just north of Eros here, joining the other two strands from the second main leg of the march, most of whom are coming up Haymarket and also up Regent Street. And to gain a sense of what it's like to be in the middle of that march with the protesters and to hear what they've got to say, we can now join live my colleague Lucy Atherton, who is actually in Regent Street at the moment. Lucy.
Thanks, Clarence. I'm at the exact point where the two different bits of the march converge. We're experiencing a bit of a logjam at the moment. Things are going quite slowly, but as people are walking through, they're cheering when they meet the other side of the marches. A huge variety of people, all sorts of different organisations represented here. We just saw one banner that said Tony Blair is really annoying. We think that might be the Polite Society. Well, let's have a word with some of the people in the crowd and see exactly why they're here. Excuse me, sir, can I ask you why you're here today?
Sorry?
Why are you here today?
It's reasonably obvious, I guess. Stop or walk.
Do you think by being here you'll make any difference?
I would hope so. Another number in the crowd, maybe.
Do you believe the government will listen?
I hope they will. I hope they will, yeah.
From what Tony Blair said this morning at his speech in Glasgow, it does seem like he really is in favour of the war, that he is going to press ahead.
It's up to him, isn't it? People are obviously against it, so you'll have to listen.
Okay, thank you very much. Excuse me, sir, could I just ask you why you're here today?
Why? I mean, there are so many reasons. People are going to be killed in the name of what? Democracy? What about the hypocrisy of this part of the world? They were the first ones to drop 2 big bombs and kill millions of people. So that's why I'm here.
Very much. Okay, well that's just a couple of gentlemen here who just want to say something.
Yeah, well I just wanted to say really that the real reason I'm here is because Tony Blair's a lying twat really, I suppose.
Okay, thank you very much. Strong view there, but pretty representative really. There are all sorts of different reasons why people are here today. Some people obviously feeling very strongly about this. Back to you, Clarence.
Lucy, thank you very much. Well, back here in Piccadilly Circus, those crowds are still flowing past us. It's going to take a long time yet. We're expecting to see these for several hours yet as people patiently work their way through towards Hyde Park. The speeches there have already begun, but the people here don't mind that they're missing that. They say that public opinion is now with them. They are arguing strongly that the vast majority of people, both in Britain and abroad, do not want a war in Iraq, and they say that this is a physical manifestation of their concerns, and they want Mr. Blair and George Bush to take heed of it. With that, back to you in the studio.
Piccadilly later in the afternoon.
Maxine, thanks. Now, Tony Blair, as we've heard, has given a strong defence of his government's policy on Iraq in a speech to Labour's spring conference in Glasgow. As hundreds of thousands gathered for anti-war marches across the UK, the Prime Minister pledged more time for the UN weapons inspectors to continue their work, and he said he would wait for a further report to be presented to the UN on February the 28th. He said that he wanted to work within the United Nations to disarm Iraq peacefully. Mr. Blair expressed respect for anti-war protesters' convictions and the right to demonstrate. But he warned anti-war protesters that if he took their advice, Saddam Hussein would remain in power and the consequences would be paid in blood by the Iraqi people. Well, let's go live now to our chief political correspondent, Gitto Harry. He heard Tony Blair's speech this morning. He joins me now live from Glasgow. Gitto.
Yes, good afternoon from Glasgow. I'm just outside the conference centre, and as you can see, a big crowd here, 20,000, some say 25,000 here to express their particular opposition to war. You can just imagine why Tony Blair didn't want to hang around. He delivered his speech this morning, a very powerful personal plea for people to consider the morality of not going to war, as well as the morality of going to war. And he said that actually getting rid of Saddam Hussein would be an act of humanity. It was a very forceful case delivered by the Prime Minister. Didn't necessarily go down that well with most people in the hall, but they listened to it, nobody walked out, and my colleague Polly Billington was actually watching as well.
Mr. Blair, what's your message today, Mr. Blair, for the protesters?
It looked like he was turning his back, but the message to anti-war demonstrators when it came was less harsh than that. At a conference where stage-managed applause is the norm, the Prime Minister was walking into a room where many of his own party members were sitting metaphorically with their arms folded. First, an olive branch to anti-war protesters.
What brings thousands of people out in protests across the world? It is a right, an entirely understandable hatred of war. It is a feeling of moral purpose, and I respect that.
And a church-going Prime Minister likes morality, but he prefers it on his side.
The moral case against war has a moral answer. It is the moral case for removing Saddam.
Applause when it came was polite rather than enthusiastic, but he seems resigned to that.
I do not seek unpopularity as a badge of honor, but sometimes it is the price of leadership, and it is the cost of conviction.
Which is probably just as well, since the people here know there's a bigger audience to win over than just them in the hall.
You shouldn't try and convince us, because as you saw, people standing up, clapping, etc. There's only too little kind of people with the kind of blood, not oil, and so forth. My worry is the 1 million people in London and the people here in Glasgow, is that the public is still not convinced by this war.
The prospect of war is never something that one welcomes. Everyone's against war. The Prime Minister is against war. But the question is, can it be avoided?
The protesters argue this is a grubby war for oil and power, but the Prime Minister wants to make a moral case, even if that means arguing for the removal of Saddam Hussein, when that's not an official policy of the British government. But it plays well here at a Labour conference where the delegates loathe the idea of evil dictators. But served up with a moral case for war is a side dish of humble pie. Hans Blix has more time to report before Britain will press for action. Polly Billington, BBC News, Glasgow.
Yeah, Tony Blair has long left Glasgow, certainly left the confines of here, but he does hope that people, when they've actually heard all the passionate speeches here, will also listen to his calmer words this morning and weigh up the pros and cons in a moral equation, both in favour of war and against it.
But Gitto, what's interesting from talking to the people on the march, certainly in London today, is that people don't believe him. They are cynical now. They don't believe what the government and particularly what Tony Blair says.
That is a problem for him. Even people in the hall, I spoke to a couple of quite prominent trade union leaders who listened to him. They said that was a very well-constructed speech, very powerfully delivered. But in the end, he's still asking us to endorse sending the army in to massacre, as they see it, innocent Iraqis. Some of them conscripts in the army, they don't particularly want to be there. They don't necessarily support Saddam Hussein. And of course the civilians who always die in these conflicts. Now they don't think that Tony Blair has essentially addressed that point. And of course they feel there is an alternative. They don't think the alternative is, as Tony Blair portrays it, that you allow Saddam to stay in power indefinitely, develop weapons of mass destruction, use them against his own people. They feel that there is a process underway now, that the international community has endorsed. Weapons inspections are going ahead. Hans Blix clearly feels that his men and women on the ground can actually deliver results, given time, given more resources. And people here seem to think that that is a good option, a far better option than going to war.
Gitto, are we looking in a way at Tony Blair's defining moment? This is potentially the riskiest time of his premiership, isn't it? If he went without a second resolution, if he joined America in conflict.
I don't think anyone envies the choice that he has before him. Most people here, of course, would say they wouldn't be starting at this point. They wouldn't have got to this point by being so supportive of the United States. Tony Blair would tell you that he's proud of that, and we have gone through the United Nations. The international community is on board, remains on board at the moment, and he is prepared to give a bit more time. But as you say, if crunch time comes in 2 weeks' time, and France and China and Russia still feel that the UN weapons inspections are the way ahead, Tony Blair has to decide at that point, does he go with an impatient American president or does he go with his European allies? And at that point it really will define him. And the fact that he's taking that decision while he seemingly is at odds with most of his own people and, I dare say, most members of his own party makes the choice even starker for him.
Gitto in Glasgow, thank you very much.
I want to take you to the scene on the stage now at Hyde Park, of course the focal point for today's rally. Various people on stage. We're expecting the writer Tariq Ali soon, which we'll bring you live, but just behind this gentleman, what you can't really see but you can make out, they're now saying that the turnout on this march is in excess of 1 million people. Over 1 million people have converged in central London this afternoon to take part in this anti-war demonstration.
And hundreds of thousands already listening at Hyde Park to those speeches, but many tens of thousands more waiting a mile and a half away along the embankment, making their way towards Piccadilly Circus. 2 marches today, one starting in the north of London, one starting in the centre east of London, both converging at Piccadilly Circus. But many people have at least 2 hours more walking to do before they can get to Hyde Park.
Indeed, and it just shows the strength of opinion. All those banners, all those no's. Tony Blair this morning saying that he does appreciate that people do have the right to demonstrate and to give their voice. But he said that he's under a moral conviction to continue with what he believes in. Whether or not he can afford politically to ignore what is going on in London today and those messages, well, we'll have to wait and see. Let's go back to the stage. Tariq Ali now approaching the microphone. You can see the 1 million there behind him on that banner.
Friends, we are here today to show Tony Blair and to tell him openly that if one country needs a regime change at the moment, it's Britain. They said to us, the new Labour leaders, you will never be able to win the support of a majority of this country against these so-called humanitarian wars we are fighting. And we took them on, and we are here today speaking on behalf of a majority of the British people. It is Tony Blair and his frightened cabinet who speaks for a minority and who speaks for the White House. They have forfeited all their rights to represent Britain at international conferences. And I say to you, people have been asking me all along the march today, do you think this will make a difference? And I said this will make a difference in the following way, that when members of Parliament return home to their constituencies and see on their television newses, because there are very few of them here, so they'll have to see it on television, and they see that Sky News is reporting 1.5 million, that ITV is reporting 1 million, they will begin to worry about what will happen to them at the next election. And I say to you, friends, don't let this march stop here. We have got to carry on, and we have got to punish the warmongers in the elections if necessary. Tony Blair said that the reason he is going to war is because of weapons of mass destruction. It's because Saddam Hussein has been accruing these weapons for ages. Some of this is true. Who gave him the weapons? I'll tell you who gave him the weapons. Donald Rumsfeld gave him the weapons. British Labour governments gave him the weapons. British Conservative governments gave him the weapons. And he was more dangerous. He was more dangerous when he was an ally of the West than he is today. That's the reality. And we always believe that the best way to remove dictators, the best way to remove governments is to strengthen the people. Strengthen the people so they do it. And the lesson we have to learn is we can't stop here. And I appeal now on behalf of you to all the members of Parliament, the Parliamentary Labour Party and other members. In times of crisis, it is necessary to bring down a Prime Minister. Bring Blair down.
Tariq Ali there finishing a very rousing speech, I suppose you could call it, but not the applause we saw from earlier from when the CND former chairman Bruce Kent was on the platform.
Bruce Kent, of course, who was concentrating very much on the situation in Iraq, but Tariq Ali making this very much an anti-government, anti-Tony Blair speech. And that, I think we heard some booing from the audience.
I think there was, Anita McVeigh, our correspondent, is in Hyde Park and was listening to this. Anita, what did the audience make of Tariq Ali?
Bishop of Birmingham, John Aston.
Anita, you maybe can't hear me over the noise. What did the audience make of Tariq Ali's speech there? It was very political, very anti-government.
Yes, indeed. A lot of very strong rhetoric there from Tariq Ali. He started off by saying that Tony Blair spoke for the White House. He called on the people to make the MPs suffer when they return to their constituencies by punishing them in the elections. And there at the very end of that speech, you heard him call for Tony Blair, in fact, to be ousted from power. So extremely strong rhetoric from Tony Blair. With me now, I have another of the keynote speakers who will be talking on the platform later on in the afternoon, the human rights activist Bianca Jagger. What did you make of Tariq Ali's speech, first of all, and the reaction from the crowd?
Well, I think that it's very important for Prime Minister Blair to listen to the voices of the people of this country. They are saying clearly and loudly that they oppose this war. This is a moment, a historical moment, I think, when the Prime Minister really needs to make a decision whether he listened to his people, the British people, who are saying, we oppose the war. We feel that this is an immoral war, or is he prepared to listen to the voice of George Bush, who is advocating a doctrine for preemptive strike.
Well, do you think the combination of the people here today and the demonstrations right around the world and the report by Hans Blix to the Security Council yesterday, do you think those two things will make Tony Blair start to reconsider his alliance with America on this issue?
I hope he will. In fact, if he believes that we live in a democracy, that he will have to listen to the people in this country. Otherwise, history will judge him and will tell him that he did the wrong choice at the wrong time for the wrong cause.
Now, I put it to some of our other interviewees earlier that Tony Blair and George Bush have said again and again that after this build-up of the threat against Saddam, if they pull back from taking action, that it will send the wrong message to people, to tyrants around the world, that countries like Britain and America are not prepared to take them on.
Let me tell you something which I think is very important, which they have almost managed to confuse, which is the legality of the war. There are only two exceptions within the UN Charter when a country can declare war against another country. One of those is in accordance with Article 51, when a country acts in self-defense because it's been attacked. That is not the case now. Or when a country is facing an imminent threat by another state, which is not the case now. Or the second one exception is when there is an explicit mandate by the UN who has voted and authorized the country to use force. Those have not taken place. Now, what I want to say in here is that...
Can I just interrupt? But how then do you deal with Saddam? Because you're a human rights campaigner and Saddam has been flouting human rights against his own people for years.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that we should do everything. We should support the weapons inspector. We should disarm Saddam Hussein. We should promote human rights and democracy within Iraq.
But does Saddam need to be taken out of power?
But listen to this. In accordance to international law, even if a country is abominable, even if a country is despicable, we can't take countries by force unless they are committing genocide. He is not committing a genocide as we speak now. It happened in the past, and when it happened, the international community didn't act. So we cannot use force against Saddam Hussein. We have to use other methods. We have to listen to France, Germany, Belgium. We have to listen to the other countries who are sending a message that we need to find other answers, other ways to be able to promote democracy inside Iraq.
Do perhaps laws need to be changed then in the context of post-September 11th?
No, this is what President Bush wants to do. In accordance to his national defense strategy and his doctrine of preemptive strike, he would like to attack any country that in the future, at a certain point in time, represent a threat to his national security. That is not. Do you imagine what kind of anarchy will exist in the world? I mean, do we listen to the voices of the people? Do we believe in that? Do people believe that we have to question the UN Charter? No, people want peace, they want security, and it is not in accordance to what President Bush and Prime Minister Blair are advocating.
Bianca Jagger, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. We must leave it there. And just before we spoke to Bianca Jagger, we heard the speech from Tariq Ali calling on the crowd to bring Blair down, and we do hope to speak to Tariq Ali later on this afternoon.
Anita McVeigh at Hyde Park, thank you very much indeed. It's not, of course, just London where these enormous demonstrations have been taking place. They've been taking place all around the world. It's expected some 10 million people on 5 continents around the world, probably more than that now, given the million in London already. Let's cross now to Paris and to our correspondent Claire Marshall, who's at the demonstration there. Claire, how many people have gathered in Paris today?
Certainly it's difficult to give an exact figure, but the estimates we've had around 100,000 people who are either here or are making their way to the square here behind me. This is where everyone's assembling. They're then going to march through and it's up at we understand there'll be several speeches and overwhelming that everyone is in favour of peace. With me here now is Sarah Ann Rosen, who's come, well, she's from New York and she's here living in France.
Indicate, I don't believe that my president is properly acknowledging the international community that will be and certainly is even now affected by his opinions, his actions to dealing with certain political problems or perceived threats in the world. And I'm here to say that no matter where I am, I will speak out, and I do want to have a dialogue with the international community, and that I can't just sit by even though I'm not in front of Bush right now.
Your family's got quite a history of being involved in peace rallies.
Yes, my grandmother was an activist since the 1930s. My parents also for social justice, consumer rights, job security, civil rights.
Have you noticed here any anti-American sentiment?
There have, I feel, been general opinions that Americans don't have a proper awareness of the rest of the world. I have not felt threatened or targeted personally, but another reason why I'm here is to say that I do think they have a point, that the U.S. needs to pay more attention to the opinions of the international community and to see what we're doing and how it affects them.
Do you think actually that this, despite the thousands of people who are here in Paris and gathering all over the world, that this will actually make any difference? There are thousands of troops already in the Gulf.
One can only hope, because if we do give up, then we can be certain that there will never be change.
Sarah Ann, thank you very much indeed. So from here in central Paris, where thousands of crowds are gathering behind me, the mood is quite peaceful, not seeing any trouble. There's a bit like a street party, really. We expect soon for these thousands of people to start moving off to march through the centre of Paris.
Claire Marshall from the centre of Paris, thank you very much. We can now take you to the centre of London. This is the scene near Hyde Park at the moment.
What we've got are, according to the organisers, over 1 million people now converging on central London. This is Hyde Park itself, the focal point for today's anti-war marches. But many people, many thousands and thousands of people still en route to Hyde Park. Some of them still facing perhaps a 2-hour walk to get there. This has exceeded the expectations of many people today.
And the march has been extremely well ordered. The police, very visible of course, all police leave cancelled for today's march, but so far everybody walking in a very slow, orderly way, taking their time, nobody pushing to get to Hyde Park, but as Maxine was saying, some people at least a couple of hours away from Hyde Park, where the speeches have already started, anti-war speeches from a number of people already.
Now, we're asking you your views. Text us your views on this subject. What do you think of these anti-war demonstrations? Should they be taking place? Is the government right to pursue its agenda?
Do you think
Let
it
us
can
know
make
what
a difference?
Yeah, exactly. Will they listen to these people? Let us know your views. The number 07718 24 24 24. Put your name and where you are in the country.
You can, of course, email us. The numbers there at the bottom of the numbers and letters there at the bottom of the screen. bbc.co.uk/BBC News 24. Please let us know your thoughts and who you are and where you're emailing and texting us from.
And we'll read some out later in the programme. Let's go up into the sky now, though. Our news correspondent Robert Hall is watching the events above central London in our helicopter. Robert, what's it looking like from up there at the moment?
Well, I was listening to you and Tim talking about the scale of this and the distance people have got to walk. So we've flown over London, and here's the view from our eye in the sky at the moment. Now, what you're looking at there, finally, I may say, is the tail end of the column from the north, which stretches down Gower Street. Let me get the cameraman just to pull out for a bit and show you. There we go. You can see the number of people still have to make their way through London. I suspect they might be a little depressed if they had our view of how far they've got to go. It's a very long way. We reckon about 3 to 3.5 miles from here. And that is a solid column. Now, if we pan away over to the right-hand side, across the middle of London, the route takes you through the centre of your picture and away over there to Hyde Park. Can we see it? Yes, here it comes into view now. Yeah, we're going to see Hyde Park in the distance there. Now, the landmark in Hyde Park is a large purple tent, and that's really the gathering point for everybody. Don't forget there's another column of about 2 to 2.5 miles coming in from the south. It's a long way. It's very cold down there, but as our correspondents along the route have been saying, everyone has stayed cheerful. It's a very, very good atmosphere. Certainly no hint of any trouble, despite the numbers involved. The task really, as you keep pointing out, is just to keep those people moving. And I suspect some of them might not get there before dusk.
How many people can actually fit into Hyde Park, Robert? I mean, is there a chance that, it might not be big enough?
No, I don't think there's any chance of that, but it's very interesting you should make that point, because remember there was all that trouble about whether or not they were going to be allowed to go into Hyde Park at all, the talk of the damage to the park from large numbers of people. Well, these people are going to get into Hyde Park. There was a U-turn, there was a change of heart on that decision. Probably that was a very, very good thing, because I'm not sure that there was anywhere in London that could have accommodated these numbers. No danger of overcrowding, but certainly some amazing pictures a little later on when the people you're looking at now, that are some distance away, actually get there.
It's a massive message for the government, isn't it, Robert?
It is, and as you said a moment ago, it has exceeded expectations. All protest organisers predict large numbers. Very often they're gainsaid by the official figures, and of course the weather has a large part to play. Well, the weather has done its part today. It's stayed dry though cold, and the figures for once have proved pretty well correct. Whether they exceed the million mark, I think we'll have to wait and see. It's very, very difficult to judge at this stage, but they're certainly pushing that number by now, I think.
I think it's also been interesting, Robert, I don't know if you've been able to hear some of the comments from the marchers on the ground, that they simply don't believe the government's message. This was never intended to be an anti-government demonstration, but it certainly is, according to a lot of the people we've been talking to.
I think that's true, Tim, but I think also when you've got this number of people, there's never a great coherence about the reasons why they're there. People feel they have to be there. There's a groundswell when big public issues arise like this, and I think that. Sorry, I lost my microphone for a minute up here, so people couldn't hear me. I think that that there are people there for the fundamental reasons. There are people there perhaps remember conflicts in the past. There are people there who've never ever considered being on a demonstration before, and we've been hearing from some of them today. There is that common ground, which I think, and that feeling.
Robert, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave you there. We're going to cross over live now to Hyde Park and hear Imran Khan address the crowds there below you.
War which will kill millions. We live in an age where you can be sent to prison without trial, where thousands of prisons and no one bats an eyelid, where your internet and email can be monitored and intercepted, where peaceful protests such as this can be a crime. We live in an age where the Quran is the best-selling publication in the world, and the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, is an avid reader, and yet racist attacks are escalating because you can be attacked on the streets of this country because of your faith or because of the color of your skin. We live in an age where long-term enemies have suddenly become sweethearts, ruthless dictators, criticized in the past by the US, have become close and faithful allies. Brothers and sisters, friends, we should not allow Bush and Blair to suggest that what we are dealing with today is a clash of civilizations. This is not about peace and terror or East against West, but rich against poor. It is a war between the haves and the have-nots. It is a war about oil. It is a war about empire. The whole world, from the tiniest village in Asia to the grand buildings of the big cities of the West, are tied together in 1,000 different ways. The extremes of poverty and wealth are now face to face in the modern world. The results of injustice, of starvation and war feed through the television screens of the West. The opposite is also true. The hypocrisy, the violence, the greed of the West are also available to anyone on the planet with eyes to see. Let us be clear today. This will not be a just war. It will not be a lawful war. International law demands an obligation to resolve by peaceful means. Yet bombing seems to be the order of the day. Let us also be clear what is at stake. Our legacy to our children will be a war at the start of a new century, the start of a new era. What should our response be? Nothing less than justice for the poor of the world, for the Palestinians, the Afghan and Iraqi peoples, for the asylum seeker and refugee. If the huge resources that Western leaders command can be turned to war, then they can also be turned to justice. Terror is wrong, whether against the US or by the West. What is the alternative? Justice. The route to war must be stopped. The hungry and the dying must be fed. State terror against the Palestinians and the Iraqi peoples ended. Is this too much to expect? Too much to ask for? Why should we think that? The poor of the earth, including us today, 1 million and counting, all think the same. Demonstrations and conferences and pickets and petitions and leaflets helped stop the war in Vietnam, helped to release Nelson Mandela. We today must stop the war. We will today stop the war. Today, you're all part of history in the making. Make sure you continue to be. Thank you.
Well, our world affairs...
I was just going to recap there, Tim, that Imran Khan, the writer and human rights lawyer, interesting at the end there, he said, we're all part of history, we must stop the war, we will stop the war. A very strong message coming from this platform, rising applause there to that. And you can see that just the viewers there can see the screen on the back, the neon screen, the organisers of this mass demonstration now saying that they believe somewhere in excess of 1 million people converging in London today to take part in the rally.
Which would make it the largest demonstration of all the demonstrations taking place around the world. 10 million people expected to demonstrate on 5 continents around the world today. But London, if there are 1 million people here in London today, it would certainly make it the largest one. Let's go live now to our correspondent Anita McVeigh, who is in Hyde Park.
Thank you. Yes, the temperature is chilly, but the political rhetoric, the temperature heating up on that. And with me now, the former Labour cabinet minister who, of course, met Saddam Hussein a little over a week ago, Tony Benn. Did your conversation with Saddam Hussein convince you that this is a man who may be prepared to leave power rather than propel us into a war?
I didn't base my opinion of the war on Saddam. Hans Blick said that the progress in the inspections was going well, and he wanted more time. And there is no link between Saddam and Bin Laden. 2 days ago, Bin Laden demanded the Iraqi people overthrew Saddam. And the question of weapons is being dealt with. There is no justification for the war.
Well, Tony Blair has said, of course, that a case for going to war against Saddam has to be made separately from any possible links with Al-Qaeda, so he has said that. But what would it take to convince you and to convince the people here that there is a case for going to war against him? Can anything?
I'm a supporter of the Charter of the United Nations. If the Prime Minister, without consulting Parliament, sends British soldiers and women, service women, into battle against Iraq, he will be ordering them to commit war crimes. It could hardly be more serious than that. The Pope, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Nelson Mandela, Jimmy Carter, moderator of the Church of Scotland, all opposed to it. Mr. Blair is in a tiny militant minority of people who appears to want a war. Nobody else does.
Now, given Hans Blick's and Mohammed El-Baradei's report to the UN Security Council, given the strength of opinion being seen here in London and right around the world today, do you sense that the momentum is building that will force Tony Blair into backing away slightly from this firm alliance with the United States?
Well, if there are a resolution tabled by Germany and France and Russia and China and Belgium calling for more time for the inspectors, if that is carried, that will prevent Mr. Bush from going to war. If he still insists on going to war, then Mr. Blair could say, I can't go along. And if the Prime Minister says to Mr. Bush, I can't go along, it will be very, very difficult for Mr. Bush to proceed with the war.
Well, do you think in terms of political expediency that Tony Blair will now seriously have to reconsider his position?
I don't know what he'll do. I don't.
In your opinion?
He now says he has a moral duty to kill Iraqis. I mean, I don't understand what he's talking about at all.
Well, I don't believe that he said he had a moral duty to kill Iraqis.
He said a moral duty to go to war. That means killing Iraqis.
Well, he said he had a moral duty to prevent innocent Iraqis being killed as a result of Saddam Hussein's regime.
He has said he has a moral duty to order British servicemen to kill innocent Iraqis. Now, that is something beyond my understanding.
Well, you're saying innocent Iraqis, but if these are soldiers of Saddam Hussein's regime engaged in a war, does that constitute a war crime as far as you're concerned?
Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, are you in favour of tearing up the UN Charter or not? I'm not. And the UN Charter says you cannot make war on another country.
What is the answer then for dealing with human rights abuses inside Iraq?
Well, first of all, Saddam was armed by the Americans. Secondly, we've propped him up. I mean, if a country's bombed and starved for 10 years, it strengthens its leader. Lift the sanctions, stop the bombing, and the Iraqi people will get rid of Saddam if they wish to do so. That's the only answer.
And what should Tony Blair do now?
What, pardon?
What should Tony Blair do now?
Well, he should abide by the United Nations and consult Parliament. He talks about being a democracy, he doesn't even consult Parliament. I mean, if Mr. Blair was in charge of Iraq and there was an Iraqi Parliament, would he consult them either? I mean, we need a bit more democracy in Britain as well, not just in Iraq, in Britain as well.
OK, Tony Benn, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. The speech is continuing on the stage here at Hyde Park, and still thousands of more people streaming into the park behind us here.
Anita McVeigh, thank you very much indeed. We've got our World Affairs correspondent David Loyne in the studio with us, but first of all, let's just have a look at some of the pictures that have been coming in from demonstrations right around the world. I think we can first bring you some pictures from Australia. And David, quite a large demonstration in Australia, I think, overnight, wasn't there? The biggest, I think, since the anti-Vietnam War demonstrations a few years ago.
That's what they're saying, and very significant, because Australia is the only other country apart from the United States and Britain which has offered significant military force to this coalition that President Bush is ultimately calling a coalition of the willing, because he hasn't got an international agreement for war against Saddam Hussein. So therefore, I think the same sort of passions are being aroused in the streets of Melbourne and Canberra and other Australian cities, although I have to say it looks quite a lot warmer than it does in London today.
John Howard, of course, over here a couple of days ago, gave a press conference with Jack Straw for the Southwark Memorial, standing shoulder to shoulder, the old cliche, but with Britain on this, saying that Saddam Hussein had to be disarmed and that he fully supported the courage and moral stance that Tony Blair took.
That's right. It's a very interesting new Australian government that takes a view. East Timor was their first really significant military intervention since the Vietnam War. They were burned by Vietnam. They retreated internationally in military terms. They felt that East Timor went rather well, and now they're saying that we want to play on the world stage as well. I mean, Bosnia they completely left out. I think I met one Australian soldier in all the time I was in Bosnia. There were occasional people who were there, but now they're saying they do want to get involved, and let's see.
As we've heard, organisers today saying that 1 million people in London, we have no way of actually quantifying quite how many people are there, but certainly many hundreds of thousands. The demonstration in New York will take place later this afternoon, 500,000 people expected there. What effect is this going to have on the policy of Bush and of Tony Blair at the moment, given what Tony Blair said this morning in Glasgow?
Well, we saw, I think, a very, very interesting speech from Tony Blair this morning. I think he was appealing really to these people who are gathering in London and across the United Kingdom today, many of whom will have voted Labour in the first place. And he realised Tony Blair has a significant problem because the Labour Party traditionally is a party which would not necessarily be going to war alongside America for this kind of end. He appealed in his speech this morning, not so much about weapons of mass destruction or whether the inspectors have or haven't or won't find them or links with Al-Qaeda, although he mentioned all those things and he certainly pushed the timetable on that and certainly will want to get some action before the end of February, some diplomatic moves before the end of February. And we know the French want to move in March. But at the end of his speech, he talked a lot about the viciousness of Saddam Hussein's regime. And that, I think, is the new battleground, political battleground in this country. Tony Blair saying, look, this is a bad man. We're talking about the liberation of the people of Iraq. Do you want more Iraqi children to die? And as we know, there's contention as to whether the UN is right in saying that sanctions killed Iraqi children, or whether Tony Blair is right in saying that the Saddam Hussein regime is responsible for the death of those children. But I mean, he is now appealing for regime change, really, far more strongly than the British government has before.
And this was very much his bottom line, but a cynical public out there in some quarters are saying, but this isn't the argument that you used initially. This is a completely different argument, and that is why they're not convinced. If Blair decided to go without a second resolution, what damage would it do to him?
Well, personally, I think it would be really significant political damage to this government. I think it's not only in terms of the military symbolism of whether the French and the others are alongside. There's also the reconstruction of Iraq after the war. So I think the importance of the United Nations and legal backing is not just a political preference. It's a really important international legal element in this war machine which is being built up. I think it would cause Tony Blair significant damage if he were to go with Bush. But the next 2 weeks, everything to play for.
David Loyne, thanks very much for coming.
I'm going to take you back now to Hyde Park. Our correspondent Anita McVeigh is there with the crowds and the celebrities. Anita.
Thanks, yes, Maxine. The organisers now estimating between 1 million and 1.5 million people taking part in this march. Official estimates still around 500,000. As you say, the celebrities are here too. With me now, the actor Tim Robbins. Tim, tell us why you're here today.
I'm here because I oppose this war. I feel it's immoral. It's what you see out here, what you're seeing around the world, throughout the United States, in over 600 cities throughout the world, millions upon millions of people expressing their voice against this war. This is what democracy looks like. This is it, right here. This is the free expression of ideas and opinions. And if Bush and Blair can't hear that voice, then they aren't rightful leaders of a democracy.
Well, we're seeing the ordinary people here of the United Kingdom out in Hyde Park to make their opinions felt. What about ordinary people in the United States? Do they feel it strongly?
Oh yes, absolutely. There's a very strong peace movement in the United States. I've been involved with it from the start, and it's growing and growing and growing.
Now, there's a feeling here today, a sense of momentum, a sense that Tony Blair must take heed of the message coming out here today, that people are not convinced of the arguments for war. What do you think it would take to persuade your president, George Bush, to take account of those arguments as well?
I don't know. I don't know that George Bush is particularly interested in democracy. I fear that what we're talking about here is empire, not democracy. If it were a true democracy, he would be consulting not only his own people, but the people throughout the world that will suffer the ramifications of an ill-advised war.
Tim Robbins, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. And that's it from Hyde Park for the moment.
Much indeed for that. Anita McVeigh there in Hyde Park. We'll be back with Anita, of course, throughout the afternoon. More speeches continuing. But we want to take you above London to look at the scene from the skies. The full extent of those many, many thousands of people still trying to get to Hyde Park. Organisers are telling us they think it's now over 1 million people. We've no way of knowing if that is the correct figure or not, but that's what they're telling us. Scotland Yard, incidentally, are going to give a press conference shortly to give their idea of how it's going, how many people they think are there.
Just talking of the numbers, our correspondent up in the helicopter is saying that a lot of those marches are still 2.5 hours away from Hyde Park. Some of them, he was predicting, might not even get to Hyde Park. This is the actual sort of focal point of the rally today. Might not get there before dusk. In fact, dusk.
And just while we're looking at these pictures, let me just read out a few of the comments that you've been sending to us. Here's one. Of course, war is the last option, but this has been going on for over 10 years. The protesters' intentions are noble, but it's not going to deal with Saddam Hussein. That's from Jay in Liverpool.
But others, of course, take the opposite view. If we believed 65 years ago that the crimes of one dictator should not see his people punished, Hitler would have removed this right to protest.
Very many views coming in from you at home, very many views coming from people at this rally in the centre of London. Also rallies today in Glasgow in Scotland, and later on, just about to start, in fact, in a few minutes' time in Belfast at 5 o'clock. People will be protesting in Dublin as well, all with one voice.
And other demonstrations, of course, all around the world. Some 10 million people, more than that now, predicted to protest around the world on 5 continents. Marches in Melbourne, Tokyo, Manila, Rome, Paris, Dublin, New York, Vancouver, Mexico City, Tokyo, Hong Kong, and elsewhere.
This is BBC News 24 with Tim Wilcox and Maxine Mawhinney.
Good afternoon. We're live across London for the huge march against war in Iraq. This is the scene live at Hyde Park, the destination of the march and scene of a political rally which is taking place as we speak. Still to address the crowd are Mo Mowlam, Charles Kennedy, Ken Livingstone and the Reverend Jesse James.
Let me take you to Piccadilly Circus, right in the centre of London. The convergence of 2 lines of the march. They're still trying to get to Hyde Park. Could be a couple of hours yet before they get there.
OK, let's go into the air now. This is the scene from the helicopter, looking down over Hyde Park, where in fact on the stage there is Mo Mowlam, the former government minister, who's addressing the crowd.
On the level of weapons missions, weapons decommissioning and big weapons, large weapons do not get taken out by bombing and killing. The only way to do that is through negotiation. And what they are doing to the rest of the world is frightening. Can I just say one thing, not about Iraq, but about our turnout here today? I think if 1.5 million is right, we will have to be listened to. But I think it is equally important that we keep it peaceful, because being peaceful, people will listen and have no excuse not to listen. So anyone on the march with a tendency towards violent demonstration, can they control themselves today? Because the power of this march is in the numbers, not in the violence that's perpetuated. Can I say that Tony Blair and the government have got themselves into a right corner? They're in the position now, argued in the papers this morning, that if a country has a lot of people killed from poverty or military dictatorship, that if that number is smaller than that would be killed by war, then war is okay. Now that to me is just totally illogical. We are in large enough numbers today, I think, to be heard. And if we are heard, we must be sure that we're heard together. Things can only get better if we stick together.
Mo Mowlam recalling the theme of the Labour Party last election campaign, things can only get better, but she says they can only get better if we stick together. The power in this march, she said, is in our numbers.
Tony Blair, she said, and the government have got themselves into a right corner on this one. Well, the march against war is underway in London. As you can see, it's expected to be the largest demonstration ever seen in the capital.
Marches are also taking place in 600 cities throughout the world. One in Cape Town is already underway. Those in Australia and New Zealand, of course, have finished.
Thousands of people have taken to the streets of Glasgow for a march which coincided with a speech by Tony Blair at Labour's spring conference. But thousands more, as we've been seeing, have converged in London.
Well, the London March started from 2 separate locations in the centre of the city. The 2 groups converge at Piccadilly Circus before their final route into Hyde Park for the start of the rally.
Well, let's get some reaction to that from our correspondents on the march route. Anita McVeigh is at Hyde Park and Clarence Mitchell is at Piccadilly. Let's cross first of all to Anita McVeigh, who's at Hyde Park. Anita, any good idea there of quite how many people are at Hyde Park at the moment? The organisers are saying 1 million, 1.5 million people in London, but we have no way of actually quantifying that officially. What impression do you get there?
this rally, this coalition, a holy coalition between the Muslims and the non-Muslims,
which is
all races.
Sorry, I think I can safely say that the figure will be beyond the official estimate of 500,000 people. And now the organisers are saying between 1 million and 1.5 million. We may find that the final figure lies somewhere between those two. Figures come from the organisers and official figures come from the police. So later on in the afternoon we should get a clearer pictures on the numbers.
And you've been speaking to speakers who've been addressing the rally there. Their message very clear, isn't it, that Tony Blair, the world must listen to this mass demonstration.
Absolutely, Tim. That is the resounding theme of the speeches, that Tony Blair must listen not only to the people who are gathered here, but the people who are gathering in cities right around the world. Some 600 marches taking place. Mo Mowlam, the former cabinet minister, we heard her say there just a second ago that Tony Blair had got himself into a right corner on this issue. And the feeling is that unless Tony Blair pays attention to what people are saying, then he will get himself into considerable political difficulty. We heard the author Tariq Ali earlier on, and he got quite a big cheer for this, saying, "Bring Blair down." Now I think we have to take a long, cool look at that, take a step back. There was a big cheer for that comment here, but of course it's all very easy to get a cheer for that sort of comment in the heat of the moment. But I don't think that there's any doubt that Tony Blair is in a difficult position now. He has left himself the option of calling for a second UN resolution. Many of the here today talking to have said that Tony Blair must insist on a second UN resolution. If he does, then perhaps he could persuade George Bush to take a step back from war.
Is there a feeling there, Anita, amongst the demonstrators, the people actually doing the marching, that they would support Tony Blair, they would support war if there were a second resolution authorising force?
Well, actually, I think that isn't even a starting point for a lot of the people who are here today. I think the starting point for many of these people is that going to war against Iraq would not be legitimate in the first place. And their argument is that there must be other means of dealing with Saddam. They would actually like to see sanctions removed, for example. They feel that sanctions actually give Saddam more power, give him a greater grip on the ordinary people in his country. And they also want to see the weapons inspectors given as much time as they think they need. So no, I don't think that the second resolution is really an issue for people here today. It may be for some, but not for the majority, I would say.
Anita McVeigh, we'll come back to you a little later on, but for now, thank you very much indeed.
I want to take you now live to Piccadilly. Our correspondent Clarence Mitchell is there. Clarence, this rally at Hyde Park well underway, yet still they come.
Absolutely, Maxine. Yes, we're hearing from the police that people are still arriving at the embankment start of March A, one of the main strands of the march. They're still arriving there. Even when they get here, it's a good 2 hours down to Hyde Park. The crowds show no sign of diminishing from that direction, although the police do tell me that the other arm of the march that began at Gower Street near the British Museum, that is now showing signs of ending tail end, but even so they're still coming down from Shaftesbury Avenue here into the centre of Piccadilly
Clarence,
Circus.
we're just going to interrupt you and take
me,
the viewers straight back to Hyde Park. Tony Benn is on the platform.
Friends, we are here today. Comrades, I only have a few moments. We are here today to found a new political movement worldwide. The biggest demonstration ever in Britain, the first global demonstration, and its first cause is to prevent a war against Iraq. But it must also be about other matters as well. It must be about the establishment of a Palestinian state. It must be about democracy, not only in the Middle East, because there's no democracy in Saudi Arabia or in Iraq, but dare I say it,
some democracy in Britain as well that allows the British Parliament to decide. While we're here, let us remember that 35 million people die every year in the world of hunger, that 500 billionaires in the world have the same income as half the population of the world put together, that the world in which we live is dominated by the military, by the media, and by the multinationals. And what we are about is getting democracy all over the world so we can build a world that is safe for our children and grandchildren. That is what it is about. If there are to be inspectors in Iraq, I would like to see inspectors in Israel, inspectors in Britain, inspectors in America. I want to see the United Nations, take sanctions against the arms manufacturers who supply weapons all over the world. I want to see the money. We want to see the money wasted on weapons of mass destruction diverted to give the world what it needs, which is food and clothing and housing and schools and hospitals, and to protect the old and the sick and the disabled. My friends, that is what we are here about today. We are starting something really big, and our first task is peace in Iraq. But we must not stop until we have achieved the objectives that bring us all to Hyde Park this afternoon. Thank you for listening.
Tony Benn receiving there an absolutely rising reception. Interestingly enough, he said that we're here to find a new political movement, he says, worldwide, against war, not just with Iraq, but against other things. He listed problems in the Middle East. He wants an establishment of a Palestinian state. He said we need democracy, but we need democracy in Britain as well. Now, we interrupted our correspondent Clarence Mitchell, who had just joined us from Piccadilly when Tony Benn took the stage there. Liberal Democrat leader Charles Kennedy has just appeared.
Delighted and privileged to join with you here this afternoon on what, without doubt, is this historic occasion. And given the events at the United Nations in New York yesterday, where they spoke, today across the world, the people are speaking, and the Prime Minister and the President have got to start listening. That is our message to them. For months now, I've been asking questions in the House of Commons of the Prime Minister, and I've not been getting the answers. What's come back has been confusing, alarming, and you're all here because, like me, you think it lacks persuasion. So it's no wonder that so much of British and European opinion is not convinced, but neither is a lot of American opinion convinced either, and that is all too often overlooked in the reporting that we see. Now, my party has consistently argued from the outset for 4 principles. First, the mandate of the United Nations must be the one that takes the decision and gives the legitimacy. And secondly, that those decisions have got to be based on adequate information. That means full compliance with the weapons inspectors. Given the evidence that we had yesterday in New York from Dr. Blix, there can be, as we stand, no just or moral case for war against Iraq. That was the message from New York. Third, if we reach the stage at some point in the future where British troops are going to be asked to enter some form of military conflict, then that's got to be achieved in a democratic way, which means that the House of Commons should be given the right, which so far it has been denied, the right of a vote on whether we believe our forces should be sent into battle in that way. Next week, the House of Commons is in parliamentary recess. It's on holiday. At the same time, the unelected House of Lords is sitting. We will have the bizarre situation, will we not, where the unelected Chamber of Parliament will be able to question the government on these vital current events, while the elected Chamber of Parliament will not even be in session. And I say to Tony Blair today, as a result of what has just taken place in New York, he should at least recall the House of Commons next week, make a full statement, and allow the elected members of Parliament of all parties to have their say on behalf of the thousands of their constituents. So I've joined you here today, and I've been asking these questions for months in Parliament because I'm not persuaded by the case for war. The arguments have been contradictory and inconsistent, and the information has all too often been misleading as well as inconclusive. It's no wonder that people are scared and confused. I say this to you quite seriously as somebody who personally happens not to be a pacifist, but has the utter respect for anyone for grounds of conscience who is. As somebody who's not actually anti-American, but is deeply worried by this Bush administration. And as someone who is under no illusions about the brutal dictatorship and the appalling regime which is Saddam Hussein. But I conclude by returning to the United Nations. If the great powers of the world ignore it, then great damage will be done to the world order and the best hope of international justice for everybody in the world. And without a second United Nations resolution based on authoritative fact from the Weapons Inspectorate, I can assure you there is no way in all conscience that the Liberal Democrats either could or should support a war, and we will not. International justice also requires a serious restarting of the Middle East peace process. I wish the United Nations was able to devote its time and energies to that constructive process rather than the destructive process that we're seeing underway at the moment. The absence of a Middle East process can only fuel extremism and international terrorism. This is the riskiest moment for Britain since Suez. Our country has a principled and a responsible role to play on the world stage. But to do so, we have to pursue international justice through the United Nations. And our government has got to take its people with them. It's patently failing, and that's my message to you today. Thank you for coming, and thank you for listening.
That, of course, was Charles Kennedy, the leader of the Liberal Democrats. A very strong speech from him. He was saying that the people are speaking here today, and the Prime Minister and the President have got to start listening. We interrupted our correspondent Clarence Mitchell again, who's at Piccadilly Circus, and he's back there
Clarence,
now.
you're back with us. Thank goodness for that. Sorry about that. We may interrupt you again depending upon who gets up on the stage. But I was asking you about the fact that people are still coming. I mean, they're miles away from Hyde Park, and they're still flooding along there behind you.
That's right. Thanks for coming back to me. I'm a very patient man. Yes, you're right, the crowds are still coming through here, thousands deep. They've got at least an hour and a half to 2 hours before they reach Hyde Park. Clearly they've missed Tony Benn, they've missed Charles Kennedy, but these people don't mind. They're determined just to be on the streets, to make their presence felt, to get the message across that they are profoundly and vehemently against any sort of war in Iraq. I'm told by the police on the ground here that the two main strands of the march, where they began at Gower Street in one part and on the embankment, are now coming to an end. There were a lot of people still joining the embankment march until just a few minutes ago, but it looks like the final numbers will eventually become clear because the march is ending. But basically, to give you some idea of the flow through from here, the police are telling me that if this rate of people continues until about 5-6 o'clock, it will mean that there will have at least been 500,000 people through Piccadilly Circus alone. I'm aware the organisers are claiming up to 1.5 million. It may be, as we've heard, that the true figure lies somewhere in the region of 1 million, but that will only come out in time, dependent on the police assessments and the organisers' own assessments. To give you a very brief scale of what's happening here, the crowds from Gower Street are coming down through Shaftesbury Avenue into the north side of Piccadilly Circus, across Eros, in towards Piccadilly, where they converge with the two strands of the embankment march. It's so dense that they're having to be split. Some are coming up Haymarket, some are coming up Regent Street themselves. There is this massive convergence on the corner of Regent Street and Piccadilly, and then everybody else moves on down en masse together towards Hyde Park. To give you some idea of what it's like inside the crowd, in the march itself, we can now go live to my colleague Lucy Atherton, who's with the crowds in Regent Street.
Quite amazing, isn't it? I've been here for about 3 hours now, and people have been constantly streaming past, people from all sorts of different organisations, from all around the country, indeed the world. In the last few minutes I've seen banners for schools, for the sex workers industry, and a large contingent of people walking past from Wales. Well, let's just go into the crowd now and just have a word with a few people here, just find out why they're here. Excuse me, sir, can I ask you why you've decided to come along the march?
Just to show strength in numbers, because the more people here, the more signal it sends out to the powers that be.
But do you think the powers that be are listening?
I think they'll hear the noise anyway. Whether they're listening to it, I don't know, but they can't fail to hear it.
Okay, thank you very much. Perhaps I could ask you, why are you here today?
Because we're against the war, we want peace, and we don't think it's the right thing to do.
But something obviously has to be done about the problem with Iraq. Are you offering any solutions by being here today?
I think the dialogue is the best thing to do, and I think that you and inspectors are doing a good job, and I think we just need to wait and, go for the peace.
Thank you very much. Okay. Excuse me, sir, can I ask you where do you come from today?
Well, I come from central London, basically. But we actually going around interviewing people because we are from Save the Children, and we have some questionnaires to give the people, and also we're trying to get some pictures, and we're doing some filming around.
And what's Save the Children's interest in being here then?
Yeah, it's a magazine, and we're all working together. We are quite a group of guys, so we're like a team. Okay, thank you.
Just some indication there of the diversity of the sorts of people, the numbers of people here, the different organisations, lots of charities represented, lots of very strong feelings here. Clarence, back to you.
So thank you very much indeed. One other point, the crowd so far has been very good-natured. There have been no major incidents of disturbance or trouble. The police are telling us they're very pleased with the way it's gone so far. They are aware, though, of plans to hold a mass sit-in here in Piccadilly Circus at around 5 o'clock this evening. Indeed, Bruce Kent was talking about that in Hyde Park. Now, the police say that if that happens at the tail end of the march, and it's come through here by 5, then they would allow that to happen for a period for the protesters to make that point by sitting in here in Piccadilly Circus. However, if the march is still continuing and we're still seeing these numbers coming through by 5 and the sit-in, they try to start a sit-in, the police say they will move in to move people on, purely on grounds of public safety, concern that the march won't be able to move if people are sitting down. The police hope it doesn't come to that. They say it's been very good-natured so far. Back to you.
Clarence, thank you very much. We'll rejoin you later in the afternoon. Now, just to give you some advance warning of what's coming up later in the programme, apart from more of the speeches from Hyde Park, we'll be giving you a general view of the demonstrations taking place across the country and around the world. And also in about 10 minutes' time or so, we hope to be talking to Scotland Yard about how they see this demonstration as London has gone, and perhaps even for the police estimate of how many people they think have demonstrated today.
But first of all, let's have a look at some events earlier this morning, and Tony Blair was in Glasgow to give a strong defence of his government's policy on Iraq in a speech to Labour's spring conference there. As hundreds of thousands gathered for anti-war marches across the UK, the Prime Minister...
We're on the inside. When you have questions, we find you the answers. When you need us, we're there.
In Baghdad.
In Kuwait.
Washington.
Westminster.
In Brussels.
At the United Nations.
Sky News, we bring you...
0800 975 7000.
What's new at B&Q? A stylish way to heat your home. Modern radiator designs without the designer prices. Stylish warmth from B&Q.
Because Zavirax attacks the virus that causes the cold sore, it cuts healing time by up to half. Zavirax, putting the smile back on your face.
Please call 0800 975 7000 and give £2 a month to Cancer Research UK so that more people can stay together longer.
Right, you lot, from the top. Churchill, could you save me money on my car and home insurance? Just by calling 0800 200 300?
Well, actually, no. Not just by calling. You can go to churchill.com on the net as well. Yeah.
Absolutely correct.
Now you can visit us at churchill.com as well as giving the dog a phone on 0800 200 300.
Good afternoon. Let's check on the sports news this hour, where Arsenal have won the battle of the big guns in the fifth round of the FA Cup this afternoon. They beat their arch rivals Manchester United, their double rivals, 2-0 at Old Trafford. Edu and Sylvain Viltod got the Gunners' goals.
The start was furious with 3 players booked in the first 7 minutes. High noon had brought high tension. Scholes was first, then a rude gesture. Van Nistelrooy booked 2. Vieira was cautioned for dissent, and there could have been a sending off. Van Nistelrooy escaped. So did Arsenal when Solskjaer went close. Giggs once...
Even if that means arguing for the removal of Saddam Hussein, when that's not an official policy of the British government. But it plays well here at a Labour conference where the delegates loathe the idea of evil dictators. But served up with a moral case for war is a side dish of humble pie. Hans Blix has more time to report before Britain will press for action. Polly Billington, BBC News, Glasgow.
Tony Blair will have plenty to chew over, having seen the scenes today in Glasgow and, of course, in London. But he didn't look this morning like a man who is going to change his mind. He's pretty convinced that he still is on the right track, and the next challenge, of course, is for him to go and face some of his European counterparts, something he's got to do Monday and Tuesday in Brussels, because if he can't convince them, it's not just a lot of anger and passion. There will be opposition at the Security Council to the second resolution he still claims is vital if Britain is to join the US and others in going to war.
So, given the huge scale of the demonstration in London, has there been any response from Downing Street yesterday to the figures there?
No, not in that sense, and they wouldn't want to comment, and Tony Blair's been preparing himself for this for days. I think he'll be surprised that it's actually reportedly over 1 million in London, and the biggest demonstration here in Glasgow since the poll tax. That might make him reflect slightly, but he was anticipating a big turnout, which is why he delivered his own very personal speech, focusing on his own moral view of this morning. It wasn't a speech really pleading the cause of Resolution 1441 and the technicalities of what the United Nations is trying to do or not. It was more a moral case for getting rid of Saddam Hussein. The world would be a better place. It would be a moral act. The Iraqi people would thank us if we disagree with them quite fundamentally on that. Tony Blair doesn't look or sound or come across as a man who's going to change his mind very easily on this. But the odds at the moment are stacked against him. Public opinion, European colleagues. There's a huge mountain for him to climb if he is to keep this process on track as he wants to.
Guto in Glasgow, thank you very much indeed.
Political theme. The Liberal Democrat leader Charles Kennedy's with our correspondent Anita McVeigh in Hyde Park. Anita.
Thanks, Maxine. Yes, the people continue to pour into the park as the speeches continue, and straight from the stage we do have the Liberal Democrat leader, Charles Kennedy. When you announced first that you were coming to this march, you said that your party was not avowedly anti-war, but as a result of Hans Blix's statement yesterday, has your position changed on that?
It's not changed in principle, no, because what is the good thing about the outcome to yesterday in New York is that Tony Blair is now acknowledging that the weapons inspector have to be given the opportunity to carry out their tasks so that the UN can form decisions with accurate and excellent information. Also, what's very important is that those of us who've argued that the inspectorate route is perhaps the best route are further vindicated by the UN, and that the case for war at this stage certainly diminishes.
Now this has some potentially very profound implications for democracy in this country and beyond. First and foremost here, you want to see Parliament recalled next week.
Yes, we've got a bizarre situation because of changing parliamentary timetables, that the House of Lords is sitting next week, but the House of Commons is not. So given all that's happened, the unelected House of Lords will be able to discuss these matters, while MPs are not even present. Now, when you've got 1.5 million people behind us here, it seems utterly ludicrous that their elected members have to come here to talk about it, but can't go down the road to the House of Commons. I think Tony Blair will have to recall Parliament.
Do you think that this is the beginning, the weapons inspector's report yesterday and these demonstrations around the world today, do you think this is the beginning of a change where Tony Blair will have to perhaps move away slightly from his strong alliance with George Bush?
Well, I think that what has now become clear-cut is it would be impossible for Tony Blair and his government to back the Americans if the Americans decided to go in a unilateral course of action. Whether that was after a second resolution if they didn't get their way, or whether it was even not bothering to try and achieve a second resolution. That option is now ruled out, and I think the sooner the Prime Minister is able to make that clear, the better it will be.
Do you think that Labour will suffer at the local elections for this, perhaps to the gain of the Liberal Democrats?
It's very difficult to know, but I do not see the sentiment of public opinion abating over the next period unless we find a peaceable means to the Iraqi situation. So Tony Blair is finding himself leading a party from which he's becoming distant, a government which is becoming more divided, and a Europe within which he is becoming more detached. That's an increasingly weak position for the Prime Minister.
Now, the word moral has appeared many times today. You say there is now no just or moral case for war at this point. Tony Blair in Glasgow this morning said that there was a moral case for going to war against Saddam Hussein. Where is the middle ground in this?
Well, I think that the Prime Minister is beginning to polarise the argument, and I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Because everybody has a sense of morality about this. Nobody, obviously, Prime Minister included, I suppose, wants a war. But I do think you've got to ask yourself, if you want to alleviate the suffering of the Iraqi people, which we don't question, are you really going to do it by having a war which destabilises the whole world and blanket bombs thousands of innocent Iraqis? I don't think that's a moral way forward.
Charles Kennedy, thank you very much indeed for talking to us this afternoon. That's it for the moment, but much more from Hyde Park this afternoon.
Anita, thanks very much indeed.
Just going to take you quickly to the stage at Hyde Park. There we go, the Labour MP George Galloway addressing the crowd at the moment. A full array of people still to come. Bianca Jagger is going to be on stage. The Rev Jesse Jackson will bring you back for more of those speeches later. But first, let's get an update on how the crowds themselves are being handled. We've had varying numbers for how many people are there. Let's speak to the Deputy Assistant Commissioner Andy Trotter from the Metropolitan Police, who's at Scotland Yard. Thank you very much for joining us. First of all, your assessment of how it's gone so far.
So far it's gone very well. The crowds have been extremely patient, very tolerant because of the long wait that some of them have had, and very good-natured. The stewarding has been up to scratch. It's been, so far, a successful day.
Have you any indication at this point of your estimate of figures for the number of people that have turned out?
Well, we estimated over 500,000 at the beginning, and it's looking as if it's well beyond that, but we won't have a final figure till the end of the day.
How big is your police operation, both in terms of personnel and equipment for this type of event?
Well, it is the real challenge is, of course, just the huge numbers. So 3,500 police officers on duty today to handle this, because it's really a public safety issue, getting all those people through the streets up to their destination.
And it's not just going, they've got to come back as well.
Certainly have. That will put enormous pressure on the transport system. But I hope people have planned their journey home. But it will be quite a crush and quite a wait, no doubt, at Hyde Park before they get away from there. But there's still a lot of police officers on duty, and we'll be here right until the end to make sure that everybody gets away safely.
Have you ever had to deal with something this size before in London?
No, this is probably the biggest of my experience.
And you were saying earlier at the beginning of this that people are very good-natured, that it all does seem to be going very well. Were you surprised by that?
No, not surprised. Our relationship with the organisers was extremely good. The very nature and purpose of the march, we expected it to be peaceful, and obviously we're ready for any other problems that might arise, but it's been as we expected.
Talks of a sit-in perhaps later this afternoon around Piccadilly Circus. What are you planning for that?
Well, if they sit down, we'll let them sit down for a while.
You'll stand around and help them sit down. Thank you very much indeed. That's the Deputy Assistant Commissioner Andy Trotter from the Metropolitan Police.
Oh, you're welcome.
Right, let's go now to our correspondent Branwen Jeffries, who in fact is at one of the probably quietest areas in London at the moment. Branwen, you're on the embankment, I think. No crowds there, everyone's passed through. When did they eventually all get past you on the embankment?
Well, I can hear myself for virtually the first time for hours. It took roughly 3.5 hours for them to file past, setting off at about 12:15 and passing through the embankment about a quarter of an hour ago, just disappearing out of our sight within the last few moments into Parliament Square. So, of course, some of the people at the back of the march will have missed those speeches in Hyde Park. Whether or not they'll be able to get in when they get there is perhaps another matter, but an extraordinarily large demonstration.
And where were the people coming from? I mean, you've been speaking to them for the last few hours. Have they come from all over the country? Do they represent all classes, all political parties?
It's very much been a mixture of people, from grassroots groups, from organisations like Greenpeace and CND, to people who've never been on a demonstration before, who wanted to come today to make clear their ambivalence or their concern about the prospect of war. So we saw young people, old people, some walking with sticks, small children, which must have been a very long walk for them indeed with their parents, and of course some people just joining the march for part of the way. There are still a few people milling around here with placards who perhaps have realised that by the time they get to Hyde Park it's going to be rather late, so they joined the march just for part of the way. But a lot of very patient, good humour from the crowd as they went past.
Branwen, and a big crush later on as they all try and get home. Thank you very much indeed, Branwen Jeffries.
I'm going to take you live to Paris because thousands of protesters have been on the streets there as well. Our correspondent, Claire Marshall, joins us now. Claire, describe the scene, and has it been peaceful?
Yes, we've got yet to get an actual full estimate of how many people are here, but it's thought it's around 100,000 people. Just look over my shoulder. People are actually starting to move off there. Over in the sort of left-hand side of the picture is the street down which they'll walk. They'll walk down there. It'll probably take a couple of hours down to the Bastille, where we expect there to be a number of speeches and people to further congregate. We've got people from all walks of life here. We've got the Greens, we've got the Communists, we've even got pro-Palestinian groups, a lot of those. So it seems that it's all different people from different political persuasions and different walks of life have all come here today, but with one common message, both against war and against President Bush taking any kind of action on his own.
Of course, it was a boost for the French yesterday in the United Nations. Are there any government speakers going to be addressing the crowds there today?
It's unclear exactly who the speakers are going to be at the moment. At the moment, the main focus is on here, is on getting the atmosphere going. There's bands here. There's even been a rap song recorded, actually specifically for today, which says "Stop Bush, Stop War." We're against any kind of war. It's been blasting out here all afternoon. So certainly at the moment, the focus is just getting everybody together. Then they'll move down to the Bastille, and as you said, a number of speakers will there address the crowd.
So unlike what is happening here in London, Claire, where a lot of the people who are protesting are also anti-government, obviously people there are happy with the route that Jacques Chirac is taking.
Yeah, it's about 80% of people living in France firmly behind the movements of President Jacques Chirac. 80% of people believe that he is right to actually be taking this stance, which he is saying, and that the weapons inspectors should be given more time, that there is actually no justification for sending in troops to Iraq at the moment. certainly this is what unifies the people here in France at the moment, this view that this is right, that there's actually no excuse here for war at all. There's a lot of people with signs saying, as what you'd expect, make love, not war.
Now you're in the capital, Paris. Are there similar demonstrations taking place in other towns across the country?
Yes, there are demonstrations going on in other towns in parts of France, but this is definitely the epicenter, as it were. There have been people being bussed in from all over the country. There's a number of groups organising this, about 25 or 30. I spoke to just one organiser of one of these groups who said that he alone knew that there were 300 busloads of people coming here to France today. So certainly after they've gathered here behind me, you can see they're probably just about to move off, actually, down the road there towards the Bastille. Certainly a very, very big turnout here in France for what's being seen as the biggest peace protest in the history of the world.
Claire, thank you very much indeed. Claire Marshall there live from Paris.
Let's come back now to London, though, and look at some pictures here of the scene at Hyde Park at the moment, where there is the enormous rally, of course. The Deputy Commissioner of Scotland Yard saying that well over 500,000 people in London today. He couldn't actually quantify quite how many. As we see these pictures, we've been asking you, of course, to text us your thoughts about today's rally, and they've been coming in their dozens. Hundreds.
They have indeed, and a very mixed bunch they are indeed, but a lot of you who are messaging us are saying that this is a political gamble for the Prime Minister. This one from Daniel in London. He says, I think war has to be the last resort, but Tony Blair needs to think very carefully if he wants my first vote when I turn 18 this year.
Another text here, well done to the marchers. Please don't forget the ones who can't be there but wish they could. I'm not there because I'm a nurse at work and I speak for many in Kent.
Again, on the political note, Imran from East London saying, I think Tony Blair should really watch this protest carefully because he has nearly 1 billion voters totally against him and his. Tony, you should be worried.
A lot of you are saying that you just don't believe what the Prime Minister Tony Blair says are the reasons for taking military action against Iraq. The protests are brilliant, says this anonymous text. Please do let us know your name and where you're texting us from, by the way. These protests are brilliant. If I wasn't sick, I'd be at the Belfast protest with my family. This is clearly about oil.
And very briefly, Brett Godwin from Brighton summing it up. The people's view is how can we use weapons of mass destruction and cause genocide in the name of stopping genocide and the use of weapons of mass destruction.
Please keep your thoughts coming in. The text numbers there at the bottom of the screen. Also the email details are on the bottom of the screen, I think, now coming up. Anyway, there we go, bbc.co.uk, BBC News 24.
Please put your name, though, and where in the country you are. We're very interested to hear both where you're from and your name.
Right, let's go over now to Anita McVeigh back at Hyde Park. Anita.
Thanks, Tim. Well, we've heard many of the speakers here today say that America and Britain have no legal basis on which to go to war against Iraq. Amongst them, the lawyer Imran Khan, who's with me now. Why do these countries not have a legal basis to go to war? Can they not argue for preemptive action?
No, international law does not allow for preemptive action. You cannot simply go into a country and change the regime of that country. What you need to do is to act in self-defense. And in my view, certainly the international obligations are to resolve it by peaceful means and not to use force. So in my view, it would be an illegal war.
Obviously, America particularly has been trying to link Saddam Hussein with Al-Qaeda, talking about changing circumstances in the context of post-September 11th. Do you think that there they have a case, an argument for self-defense?
Well, I think it's a very tenuous argument at the very least. We haven't seen the evidence, we haven't seen the smoking gun, and until we do so, I think there's real concern not just amongst lawyers, but amongst the general public, as we've seen today, that what we will see is an unlawful war and one that has no moral or legal basis.
And tell me about the concerns that you have for human rights and civil liberties if there was to be a war.
Well, there is obviously great talk about security, about terrorism, about war. The more there is that talk, the more that links are being made, the more there is pressure on the government and the state to remove civil liberties in this country. What we're seeing is a direct link between the words that we've seen in the media and by politicians and increased race attacks in this country. So people are actually attacking citizens in this country because there's fear that there are individuals from a particular community who are somehow responsible for the atrocities that we've seen. And the more that we have that sort of stuff coming through the media from politicians, the more I have concern about race attacks and an erosion of civil liberties.
Do you believe that diplomacy can win the day in this case?
I certainly hope so, and I think that's what we have to do. We have to, through international law, resolve it by peaceful means, and of course we've got to do that as long as possible.
Imran Khan, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Still the people pouring into Hyde Park, and as we've heard from the police, they believe the number of people, the official number of people here today, will be well beyond the 500,000 that was their initial estimate.
That's Anita McVeigh there, live from Hyde Park. We'll be back with Anita and, of course, any other speakers who appear on the platform. Still waiting for Bianca Jagger and the Rev Jesse Jackson, of course.
Let's take a look at some live pictures now around London of the crowds still making their way towards Hyde Park. That, in fact, is the route leading up towards Hyde Park, where the speakers are addressing the rally there at the moment. I think we do have some other shots as well. Piccadilly Circus, I think we might be able to bring you in a moment.
While we're looking at these pictures, Tim, let me just give you a flavour again of the messages you've been sending, both texting and emailing to us. John from Oldham says millions of innocent people will die horrific deaths of nuclear, biological and chemical cause. Mr. Blair, please listen to us for the sake of the planet.
Kathleen Qureshi from Derbyshire, no to war. This is blatant double standards. Sort out the Palestinian problem first and the war criminals, she says, elsewhere.
This is from AC. He says, I wish to see these people also demonstrating against terrorism. I think probably a lot of the people there feel that they are doing that as well, AC.
We have John from Oldham. Millions of innocent people will die horrific deaths if we go ahead. Mr. Blair, please listen to us for the sake of the planet.
Keep your messages coming in to us. There's the text number on the bottom of the screen. You can always also email us through the BBC News 24
and those
website.
Numbers there over those incredible pictures of the scene today at Hyde Park, this anti-war protest taking place, this rally, as we speak, in Hyde Park.
Now let me just take you back to a little earlier today. Speaking to the Labour Party Spring Conference in Glasgow this morning, the Prime Minister Tony Blair said he understood why people are demonstrating against the war, but he said for the thousands of victims of Saddam Hussein's regime, there would be no protest march.
No protests about the thousands of children that die needlessly every year under his rule. No righteous anger over the torture chambers, which if he is left in power are left in being. And I rejoice that we live in a country where peaceful protest is a natural part of our democratic heritage. But I simply ask the marchers, however well-intentioned, to understand this. I do not seek unpopularity as a badge of honor. But sometimes it is the price of leadership, and it is the cost of conviction. And as you watch your TV pictures of the march, just ponder this. If there are 500,000 on that march, that is still less than the number of people whose deaths Saddam has been responsible for. If there are 1 million, that is still less than the number of people that died in the wars that he started. Yesterday, I received a letter that was sent by a member of the family of one of those 4 million Iraqi exiles. It's interesting because in the course of the letter, she's fiercely, I think actually wrongly, critical of America. But in a sense, for that very reason, it's worth reading. And she addresses some words in it to the anti-war movement. And in one part she says this. She says, you may feel that America is trying to blind you from seeing the truth about their real reasons for an invasion. I must argue, she says, that in fact, you are still blind to the bigger truths in Iraq. Saddam has murdered more than 1 million Iraqis over the past 30 years. Are you willing to allow him to kill another 1 million Iraqis? Saddam rules Iraq using fear, she says. He regularly imprisons, executes, tortures the mass population for no reason whatsoever. This may be hard to believe. You may not even appreciate the extent of such barbaric acts. But believe me, you will be hard-pressed to find a family in Iraq who've not had a son, father, brother killed, imprisoned, tortured, and or disappeared due to Saddam's regime.
That was Tony Blair speaking in Glasgow earlier this morning at Labour's Spring Conference. Let's go live now, though, to Hyde Park and to our correspondent, Anita McVeigh. Anita.
To you the greetings of peace
Tim, thank you. Well, we've just been listening to Tony Blair and now to the man who today on the platform said, bring Blair down, the author Tariq Ali. Very strong words from you today in your speech. Do you seriously believe that because of his position on Iraq, Mr. Blair is in danger of losing his job?
Well, I think if Mr. Blair goes totally against the grain of public opinion, if he is not brought down by his own members of parliament, as Margaret Thatcher was when she became a liability, he will be dispensed with by the electorate, and so will the Labour Party. If it goes on, their slogan has become New Labour, New Wars, and they have to make a move, and I hope that Labour members of parliament will be thinking seriously about removing Blair and replacing him with a peace prime minister.
Now, Mr. Blair said today in Glasgow that people have a right to protest. He acknowledged that, but didn't really go any further. Do you think, though, that he really will take notice of what's going on here today and indeed right around the world?
No, I don't think he will take any notice of it because he's committed to this war. It's become part of his political platform. He's become more and more dogmatic as time has gone on and as all his weaknesses have been exposed. Europe is divided. Britain is divided, as you can see. The British establishment is uneasy and divided, but Blair is committed to Bush. And this is something which large numbers of people, including people who never march, are not prepared to accept any longer. So if Labour MPs don't get rid of Blair, they will suffer.
Well, if that is your position and you think that Tony Blair will not change his position, what is the point of people gathering here today?
I think the people are gathering here today not because they think that they will force Blair to change his position, but to show those who keep Blair in power in the Parliamentary Labour Party and in the House of Commons to tell them enough is enough. Get rid of this guy. If he wants to be a warmonger, let him go and serve George Bush directly in the United States. I mean, Nelson Mandela said that Blair behaves like Bush is foreign minister and not the Prime Minister of Britain, and I think he's 100% right. And today, over 1 million people have gathered on the streets of London to back that view.
Now, in 1968, you led protests to the American embassy in London, protesting about America's involvement in the Vietnam War. What, in your opinion, you've got that perspective on protest now, what, in your opinion, can protests achieve for the people who take part in them?
Well, in the case of the Vietnam War, the protesters in the United States brought that war to an end. It was when protests swept the whole of American society that the United States military realized it couldn't carry on anymore because its army became infected by the protest movement. Uniformed soldiers used to march outside the Pentagon. So what this protest is showing is that if Blair goes on like this, backing every demand made by every American president, people are not going to tolerate it, and this protest movement will begin to seep through different layers of political society in Britain and finally bring him down, which is why it's better if Labour MPs do it themselves.
Tony Blair has said, though, that he is taking a moral position. He says that if Britain and America do not go to war against Iraq, thousands more innocent Iraqis will die.
Well, I think that is a very cheeky thing for him to say, because his bombers have been dropping bombs on Iraq for the last 10 years. The sanctions imposed by the West have led to the loss of 300,000 children's lives. 2 senior United Nations officials have resigned.
Well, Saddam has not complied with resolutions. One could argue that he has forced the West into this position.
No, because the function of the sanctions was to stop Saddam getting these weapons. So then you have to say they failed. And the people who've been affected by the sanctions are the people of Iraq who needed to be strengthened so they could get rid of their own dictators. This is not a good way of changing regimes. It reminds one of what used to happen in Europe in the 30s, when dictators in Europe like Mussolini and Hitler used to say, Norway poses a threat, we invade Norway. Czechoslovakia poses a threat, we invade Czechoslovakia. The language of preemptive strikes is alien to all forms of civilization and international law.
Do you think that this is the only realistic way and the only way in which the region can remain stable? That is, if the people from within Iraq are encouraged to depose Saddam.
Well, I think they will if they were strengthened, but they've been weakened by the sanctions. And I think every time dictators have been toppled, it's usually been done by their own people. The British and American governments were backing Suharto in Indonesia for 30 years. He killed 100,000 times more people than Saddam. Finally, he was toppled not by Britain or America, but by his own people. Likewise, Pinochet in Chile. Likewise, apartheid in Africa. The notion that Saddam is unique in his oppression is, of course, completely bogus. He isn't. And the time when Saddam was at his most dangerous was when he was an ally of the West. They supplied him with all the weapons they are now looking for.
Tariq Ali, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. And now let's go over to the platform to hear the next speech.
With absolute determination, American barbarism will destroy the world. It is a country run by a bunch of criminal lunatics with Tony Blair as a hired Christian thug. The planned attack on Iraq is a premeditated act of mass murder. I'm going to read a short poem. It's called The Bombs. There are no more words to be said. All we have left are the bombs which burst out of our head. All that is left are the bombs which suck out the last of our blood. All we have left are the bombs which polish the skulls of the dead. Well, there are one or two words left to be said, as a matter of fact. One is resistance, which is embodied today in this magnificent gathering. And the other, I direct precisely to Tony Blair, which is resign, resign, resign.
That's the writer Harold Pinter there. Very unusual to hear him talking in public.
It
and
is,
getting
very strong words.
Rising applause, strong words. The whole afternoon, actually, all the speakers have been extremely strong. They may have had various agendas, but very strong and getting a huge response from this audience. You just saw, perhaps at the back of the platform there, a kind...
Harold Pinter, the playwright, both condemning Tony Blair for his stance. And Tony Blair this morning, of course, in Glasgow, pointing out that he was doing this out of conviction. He genuinely believed that Saddam Hussein had to be removed from power.
One of the questions that many people today have raised on the platform and from those demonstrating is Tony Blair's political future. We'll come back to that later, but let me take you now straight to Hyde Park stage. Bianca Jagger is speaking.
And to Prime Minister Blair that we oppose the war against Iraq. Please tell me, what is the message we want to send to Prime Minister Blair? We oppose the war against Iraq. We do not want a war for oil that will leave a trail of blood of innocent lives in Iraq and of innocent lives of American and British soldiers. I understand why you all stand here speaking loud and clearly to Prime Minister Blair to tell him that we want to live in a world when peace, democracy and security are enshrined in the UN United Nations Charter. We are saddened because Prime Minister Blair has forgone the beliefs that he's had for so many years when he embraced the United Nations, international law, conventions and treaties such as the Kyoto Protocol, the ABM Treaty, and other treaties that President Bush has refused to ratify. The United Nations was established in 1945 to prevent future generations from the scourge of war. There is only 2 exceptions in the UN Charter. It is extremely important for us to understand that in the UN Charter there are only 2 exceptions that allow a state to wage a war against another state. And those 2 points are, under Article 51, when a government or a state is acting in self-defense because it has been attacked by another state, which is not, of course, the case of the United States or Great Britain, because Iraq has not attacked either of those 2 countries. Or if there is an imminent threat to the national security of a state, which of course is not the case because Iraq does not represent a threat to the national security of this country or of the United States. The government of President Bush made the decision on the 12th of September of 2001 to wage a war against Iraq when there was no evidence that there was a connection between the Iraqi government and Al-Qaeda, but it was part of his new philosophy and doctrine by which he can use preemptive strike against another state. Are you and will you support this government and President Bush to use preemptive strike against another state? Why, President, why is Prime Minister Bush listening to the voice of President Bush rather to the voices of the British people? Why, Prime Minister Blair, are you not listening to our voices of reason? I stand here today to say that I do not condone the human rights record of President Saddam Hussein, but that there is no place in the UN Charter that says that if a country, no matter how appalling that country is, that we can wage a war to overthrow the government. If we were to do that, we will have anarchy in the world. Yes, I would like to see democracy brought to the people of Iraq, but not by capping, bombing Iraq and by killing innocent civilians. Let's not forget that the UN issued a report in December that talks about the likely scenario if there was a war in Iraq. It talks about up to 500,000 casualties of innocent people. It talks up to 2 million refugees and displaced people. It talks up to 5 million people who will be in dire conditions. Is that what we want to see the United States and Great Britain do in our name? It is not in our name that this war will be fought. We are here to urge Prime Minister Blair to listen to our voices. We oppose the war. Please, Prime Minister Blair, say it with me. We oppose the war against Iraq. Thank you very much.
Bianca Jagger with finally just ending off her speech on the stage. She opposes the war against Iraq. She said, we oppose the war against Iraq. And she raised the question, if they go ahead with this one, will there be preemptive strikes against other states as well?
You're watching BBC News 24 with Maxine Mawini and me, Tim Wilcox. The time is now 6 minutes past 4.
We're live right across London for the huge march against war in Iraq. This is the scene live at Hyde Park now, the destination of the march, the scene of the political rally.
Mo Mowlam, Charles Kennedy and Tony Benn have already addressed the crowd. We've also seen Harold Pinter, Ken Livingstone, but we're about to hear in a few minutes, I think, the Reverend Jesse James.
Now let me take you to Piccadilly Circus, right in the centre of London. Crowds have been crawling through here for over 2 hours. Still many more people trying to make their way to Hyde Park. The organisers are claiming perhaps 1 million and 1.5 million people taking part. The police telling us they think it's just over 500,000. Those figures still not completely confirmed yet.
From the air, the huge numbers of people on the march can be seen. Many parts of central London, of course, have been brought to a standstill as demonstrators move slowly through the streets. There are now no more people beginning the march, but the final destination for a lot of marches is still probably 2 hours away. That's 2 hours to Hyde Park for a lot of people.
Not only London, this is the scene in Glasgow. Crowds now dispersing from the huge rally there. People also demonstrating in Cardiff, in Belfast and in Dublin.
Let's cross now live to the stage. Actually, I think we can see here at Hyde Park. Ken Livingstone, who was speaking, but just interrupted by a protester.
I have to say that, I have to say this. Isn't it nice to be able to walk through this city without being choked to death by fumes? I want to thank in particular I want to thank the Stop the War Coalition, CND and the Muslim Alliance of Britain for doing the organisation of this incredible march. I want to thank them for making sure it was peaceful and a credit to those who take that stand against war, that nothing has been able to be used against us, no incidents, no arrests. And I have to say it is remarkable when the police phone me to say it looks like it's over 1 million. I have to say I've often had the rule of thumb, if the police say one thing you can double it on these marches. So I reckon the 2 million is about right. We have just heard from Rome that in the city of Rome, 2 million Italians are on an identical march to this. There are those who have said you must decouple the issue of Iraq from the issue of Palestine. I tell you why I think that is wrong. It is wrong because there can be only one standard applied to how we judge nations. There cannot be a double standard. If we denounce one nation for ignoring United Nations resolutions, then we need to apply that to all. If governments tell us, if George Bush tells us he's worried about weapons of mass destruction, though he's got more than anybody else on the planet, that must apply to those other nations like Israel that have nuclear weapons in the Middle East. Let's get rid of all the weapons of mass destruction. The truth is, we know this is not about weapons of mass destruction. Yesterday I published an opinion poll of Londoners' views. 3/4 of the people of London said in that poll they do not support an Anglo-American attack on Iraq. For everybody here on this great protest, 3/4 of London stands with us in opposing an attack on Iraq. We know exactly what the agenda is. It's not about human rights, not about weapons of mass destruction. It's about who will control the second largest reserves of oil on the face of this planet. And I have to say, we all take pride that at this march it is like a microcosm of Britain. All classes, all ages, all races, all religions and all regions of Britain are represented here. We are proud to be marching with each other. Can we be proud? Can we be proud to be dragged along in the wake of George Bush? Have you examined the record of this man? This is a man who is about to send American soldiers to die, but wasn't prepared to fight for his own country and got his daddy to get him out of national service. Where I come, they call that cowardice. This is a man who, if it hadn't been for the fact that then his daddy, who was president by that time, got his government to pardon him, this is a man that would be serving time for share dealing fraud. This is a man whose entire career has been as a stooge for the oil interests. And we're asked to send our young men and women to die for this creature? I don't think so. We're asked to commit ourselves to take the lives of tens of thousands of innocent Iraqi men, women and children. Where were those voices complaining about Saddam Hussein when he was taking arms from Thatcher's government and Reagan's government and using them in an 8-year war against Iran? Where were the protests? I tell you this, when Saddam Hussein came to power, he was a Western asset. And the CIA gave him a list of Iraqi communists they wanted killed, and he killed them. And Britain's MI6 gave him a list of trade union activists who were similarly liquidated. When Jeremy Corbyn and Tony Benn and other left MPs raised the issue of Halabja over a decade ago in the House of Commons, the government of the day said there's no evidence it's happened. They were lying then. Labour's front bench wouldn't take the issue up. They didn't give a damn about Saddam Hussein when he was fighting their dirty war against Iran. So I don't want any hypocrisy from George Bush Jr. or Sr. about their concern for human rights. This is an American president who uses the death penalty with complete abandon and disregard for any respect for life. This is no example. So let everybody recognise what has happened here today. Britain does not support this war for oil. The British people will not tolerate being used to prop up the most corrupt and racist American administration in over 80 years. Welcome to London. I leave you with one warning. One warning. If you listen to Tony Blair today, he's already taking account of the size of this march. He talks about giving more time for the inspectors. He talks about the need for a new UN resolution. And there's the weakness. There are nations on the Security Council that are for sale. Nations who will be offered the liquidation of their debts, offered major grants. Let's watch the Security Council like hawks. Let's not, having won the moral case, demonstrated the opposition of the world, lose this fight because of corruption and vote buying on the Security Council. Not in our name.
Okay, let's just go with the air. Well, that was London Mayor Ken Livingstone, of course. Let's go up into the air now to our news correspondent Robert Hall, who's watching events from the skies above Central Line. What does it all look like from up there, Robert? Robert, what does it all look like from up there? You're above the march now.
Yes, indeed. Interesting little thing we've just spotted from the air here. Let's have a look at it. If I cut that shot up, you can see the security in place just off Hyde Park. That line of police and vans has just arrived. Obviously some demonstrators trying to get down towards the American embassy. And you can see the support units, the territorial support units, manoeuvring there to force people back up the street. Now if I get the camera to pull out, you can see where we are. That's Park Lane with its parked coaches, and there is the mass.
Robert, we're going to leave you there and go straight back to Hyde Park. The Rev Jesse Jackson has just taken the stage.
Say, stop the war. Save the people. Stop the war. Save the people. Stop the war.
Back to Hyde Park, one of the most important speakers of the day, Jesse Jackson.
Peace, a chance, mines, not missiles. Mines, not missiles. Hope, not hate. Give peace, a chance. A chance. Give peace a chance. We the people will win. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. One of my brothers from America, a great actor, great activist, a big hand for Tim Robbins. Give it up. Brothers and sisters, let us take a moment of prayer, a moment of silence, of reconciliation. Take the hand of the person next to you. A moment to fill your hearts with peace and nonviolence. Imagine Dr. King. Imagine Gandhi. Imagine John Lennon. Imagine Mandela. All the people living in peace. As the prophet Isaiah said, he shall judge among the nations and shall rebuke many people. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares, their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not rise up against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Bless us in our efforts to take light into dark places and heat in the cold places and stop the scourge of war. Amen. Brothers and sisters, I've come from America today as a world citizen to link with you seeking peace in our world. This is our world. America is a great nation, better than the vision of our leadership. It is not too late to stop this war. We must march until there's a declaration of peace and reconciliation. War should be necessary. It should be last resort and not preemptive, and it should have moral authority. If we attack Iraq preemptively, we'll lose the moral authority to challenge China to not attack Taiwan or Pakistan, India, or India or Pakistan. We must preserve peace and order in our world. The arrogance of certain victory precedes the fall. Thank you today for being a part of the largest demonstration against war in the history of Britain and the history of the world. Congratulations. I bring you greetings from the peace movement in America. We exist and we are getting stronger. It's a joy to march with you today. I marched with you in the 80s at Trafalgar Square to free Nelson Mandela. We marched here in London to freeze nuclear weapons. Now it's time for an encore. So thank you for putting your bodies on the path of the war machine, especially young people. Young people, get involved. This is your world. This is your world. Today, we can stop this war. It's cold outside, but our hearts are warm. It may be winter, but all of you together are generating some serious street heat. George Bush can feel it. Tony Blair can feel it. Turn up the heat. President Bush must see the prudent use of power to persuade a superior use of power than war. Mr. Blair must protect the integrity of British independence and help lead peace and not blindly follow Bush. He must help lead the world toward peace. That's his charge. That's his mandate. Not long ago,
Dr. King led us. He chose minds over missiles and said, if you will, to give peace a chance. Why are we here today? Because we choose coexistence over co-annihilation. Because we choose brains over bombs and brute force. To stop the cycle of terrorism before it spreads. To stop a war before it starts. Today we appeal to the world. Choose life over death. Choose hope and healing over hurt and hostility. Choose reconciliation over intimidation. A line has been drawn in the sand, but it's not enough to choose sides. We must reconcile sides. In this battle, which can still be avoided, there may be no winners. Young soldiers and young civilians killing and being killed. There is no future, no growth, no prosperity in that equation. When the world's superpower searches for victory rather than reconciliation, it ignores the consequences and global repercussions. It ignores the tragedy inflicted on the Iraqi people defenseless in their homes. Hitting Iraq begins the battle, but it does not end the terror. Filling the air with threatening rhetoric from the Wild West only fans the flames of fear and hatred and violence and reaction. The rhetorical war is psychological war, which has already created an ominous tension around the world. And our arrogance to rush to war, we underestimate the perils, the price, and the pain. To rush to war without fully counting the moral and physical risk is arrogant, and arrogance precedes the fall. And while the war may be short, the cycle of violence will be long. No one can fruitfully search for victory in this conflict. There is another level. We must not merely choose sides, we must choose peace. Today, we march for healing. We march to fight the demons of militarism, racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, Arab bashing, anti-Islamism, gay bashing. We choose to be one big family under one big tent. Today, I appeal to France and Germany and Belgium and Brazil and Russia and China to keep hope alive. Don't give up. Much of America and most of the world is with you. Our numbers are growing every day. I appeal to Saddam Hussein. I wrote an open letter to him a few days ago asking him, please fully cooperate with the UN inspectors now while there is time. Those weapons do not protect you. They will lead to the destruction of your people. Secrecy will not protect you. Only transparency will save your country now. Help the inspectors do their jobs. You can still save the women and children of Baghdad. You can preserve your nation, but time is very short. I appeal to Prime Minister Tony Blair. Please take a step back from war. Listen to Bush, but hear the voices of Britain. Hear the voices of Britain. The Archbishop, the Pope, Desmond Tutu, Nelson Mandela said the war is wrong, that it's immoral. But this war may be your legacy, Mr. Blair. Surely that's not what you want. Mr. Blair, if you say so, the cruise missiles may not fly. Without your support, the smart bombs may stay dumb. I appeal to you today. Let's ask the United Nations and Kofi Annan to empower an eminent persons commission, perhaps led by Nelson Mandela, and go to Baghdad. Let's stop the war while there's a chance to stop the war. Let's talk to Saddam Hussein face to face. 12 years ago,
armed only with my faith, I did just that. I went and talked to Hussein and brought back hostages safely from Baghdad, Americans, British, and Canadians. An eminent person's commission could avoid war while your inspectors do their jobs. I appeal to President Bush. Jesus changed your heart. Jesus, the Prince of Peace, saves you. Well, what would Jesus do now? Mr. Bush, use your mind, not your missiles, and give peace and hope and love a chance. One of the lessons that Dr. King taught me, that Gandhi taught us, is that times of crisis could be times of opportunity. Points of pain can turn into chances for change. The fire hoses and vicious dogs of Sheriff Bullconnor in Alabama led to change in America. The beatings in Selma, Alabama led to a Voting Rights Act in Alabama. Gandhi's March to Sea led to Indian independence. Women marching in the South led to the suffragettes' emancipation. When workers sat down, their dignity stood up. It is not too late. Keep marching, keep marching, keep marching, keep marching. At certain times, history pauses at the crossroads. Soul force can overcome armies, topple tyrants, and knock down walls. At certain times, a prisoner on Robben's Island in South Africa can become a prophet for the whole world and free his prison. This is such a time. The press has asked me, why am I in London? The better question is, why are we all here? Because another world is possible. That's why we're here today, because another world is possible. I spoke at massive rallies in America, in Washington, just this past year. Tony Blair's support for a war in Iraq. England's place in the war coalition is literally the difference between majority support in the U.S. As England goes, so goes the peace. The people of England, as you go, so should go your prime minister. This is democracy, after all. During the Cold War, we used to say that the people in Eastern Europe were not allowed to speak. They could not make their voices heard. Now, the people of the West are speaking. Mr. Blair and Mr. Bush, hear the people. Hear the people. Hear our voices. Hear the people. No blood for oil. Hear the people. Give peace a chance. Hear the people. Lastly, we can do better than this today. As I close in my challenge to you today, this world of growing inequality, the richest fifth of the world's people consume 65% of all goods and services, 86%, while the poorest fifth are left without just over 1%. We can do better. The income gap between the fifth of the world's people living in the richest countries overpowering and leaving the poor today starving and malnourished. We can do better than this. When we focus on Iraq and focus on North Korea, we must have a higher cause. We must wipe out malnutrition. We must wipe out AIDS. We must have drinkable water. We must feed the people of the earth and save their babies. Remember, we must learn to live together as brothers and sisters and not die apart as fools. And so, what is to be done? What should we do next? Keep working, keep struggling, and keep marching. The race does not go to the swift or to the strong, but those who hold on. We're doing something brand new here today, trying to stop a war before it starts. What are we doing here today? Building a serious peace movement, trying to save multilateralism and the UN, trying to slow down the strong to protect innocent children, trying to fend off the trap of empire and redeem the hope of democracy. Never forget what Dr. King taught us. The arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Don't you give up and don't you surrender. Your spirit and faith will be tested. The war machine will give us fierce opposition, but faith can move mountains. That's faith. We cry sometime and we're hurt, but that faith has power. Faith helped Moses march out of Egypt and across the Red Sea. Keep marching. Faith helped Joshua bring the walls tumbling down. Keep marching. Faith helped Jesus turn the crucifixion into a resurrection. You keep marching. Faith helped Mandela live long enough to free his jailer. You keep marching. It's not easy, but nothing is too hard for God. It's dark, but the morning comes, and you are the light of the world. It's fearful, but hope is still alive in Hyde Park, in Central Park, in our world. Someday soon, swords will be beating in the plowshares. Someday soon, lamb will lie down with lamb. Someday we'll be beyond racism and sexism and militarism. We'll have a new world order, and justice will roll down like waters. And if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, and then they will hear from heaven, and God will forgive our sins and heal our land. It's hope time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's healing time. Give peace a chance. It's hope time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's healing time. Give peace a chance. Give peace a chance. Keep hope alive. 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 I love you.
Well, that, of course, was the Rev Jesse Jackson, a very impassioned speech there, full of evangelical fervour. Listening to it just by the stage there was our correspondent Anita McVeigh. And Anita, the words seemed to go down extremely well with the crowd there.
Stop the war!
Anita, I was just saying that we've just been listening to Jesse Jackson, as you have been as well, a speech full of evangelical fervour, a lot of lines which went down extremely well with the crowd. Mustn't choose sides, we must choose peace. Brains over bombs, we must fight AIDS and malnutrition. Had a tremendous reception there from the crowd.
Keep hope alive.
I actually don't think Anita can hear us at the moment. Jesse Jackson's still there on the stage, flanked by the Mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, there on the right of your picture, and the actor Tim Robbins on the left, just leaving now. As Tim was saying there, Jesse Jackson always wanted to whip up a crowd. He basically whipped them up into almost an anti-political stance again, Tim. We've heard this many times this afternoon, anti-government.
Exactly, yes. Criticising, extremely critical of Tony Blair and George Bush. Of Tony Blair, he said that he must protect the integrity. Tony Blair must protect the integrity of Britain's independence. This was absolutely essential for Britain. I think we can now go back to our correspondent Anita McVeigh, who was listening to the speech as well. Anita, we were just saying how impassioned and evangelical that speech was, and how the crowd seemed to love every single moment.
Absolutely. Jesse Jackson, ever the Baptist preacher, leading the crowd there in a chant of "Stop the War, give peace a chance," rousing the crowd there at he was the final speaker, and what a way to finish. I think that whatever your position, be it in favour of going to war against Saddam or indeed vehemently opposed to war, you cannot help but be impressed by the sheer numbers here today, the very sight of hundreds of thousands of people pouring along the streets of London into Hyde Park. Now, at the beginning of this day, official estimates and the estimates of the organisers were that around 500,000 people would take part. Now, the police admit that it's well beyond 500,000, and indeed the organisers feel that the figure could be closer to 1.5 million, 2 million. We won't really get those final figures until much later on today, I imagine. But basically the message from all the speakers here today is that Tony Blair must listen to the message of all these people on the streets. The organisers say it's quite an amazing thing to get this number of people away from their homes, away from their regular lives, and engaging in a protest. And a number of options have been presented to Tony Blair. Amongst those options, he's been asked to recall Parliament next week for a proper discussion. He's also been told to try to persuade George Bush of the need for a second resolution and to pull back from the brink of war.
We said this a year ago.
Anita, I think it's extremely noisy where you are at the moment. You obviously can't hear us very well. We'll leave it there, but come back to you a little later on. Thank you very much.
I want to take you over to our correspondent Clarence Mitchell, who's been at Piccadilly for most of the day. Clarence, the situation there now.
Well, it's still 4.5 hours now since the crowds began coming through Piccadilly Circus here, and still they're coming. I have a crowd several thousand deep, way off to my right, still coming down from Gower Street through Shaftesbury Avenue. Other crowds coming up from the embankment still. It's a truly immense turnout, and as we heard from Anita in Hyde Park, the police have now confirmed that it is in excess of 500,000 people, but it looks as if there will be many, many more thousands to be added to that before the evening is out. The police, though, here are confident that the numbers coming through Piccadilly Circus, while they're continuing, they will begin to ease within the next half an hour or so, as the two start points have now cleared of protesters that were still arriving only within the last hour to walk through. It's still a 2-hour walk for them, but they're showing no sign of giving up. For the police, the emphasis now is on what happens within the next hour, given the talk of a mass sit-down here in Piccadilly Circus. I know that at least one senior police officer has gone to discuss with the march organisers as we speak how the police are going to handle that, whether they'll allow that sit-down to take place for a certain amount of time to let the protesters make their point, or whether, because of sheer weight of numbers still coming through, the police would move in to move on anybody who does attempt to sit down. That's a delicate area, particularly as darkness is beginning to arrive now, and the police will be handling that very carefully indeed in the next hour.
Metropolitan Police telling us earlier, Clarence, that everyone has been in very good humour. It does seem to have gone very well, and they praised the high level of stewarding on the event.
Indeed, yes, the police here on the ground are saying that as well. It's a very good-natured march so far. No sign of any extremist elements that might be trying to hijack it. That was one of the fears. And no sign of any particular problems or any need for mass arrests or anything like that at this stage. There was some talk among some of the demonstrators here of an attempt to get towards the American Embassy in Grosvenor Square to make their point outside there. But we have seen a certain amount of police activity near the embassy to head off, if you like, anybody trying to get from Hyde Park or indeed from here towards the embassy. That's one particular flashpoint, but as I say, the police are also concerned about how the crowd will disperse in the side streets around here. We've seen a number of smaller elements of the main march veer off into side streets, and the police have had to go down to keep an eye on them and guard the streets there. So far, though, no trouble, but the principal point will be this talk of a sit-down protest here in Piccadilly Circus within the next hour. The police want it to go off peacefully. They will allow it to happen if they can, but if they feel it's not safe because of the sheer numbers, they will move in and they will take people off the street, but they're hoping it won't come to that.
We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you very much indeed for the moment.
And as we've been saying, demonstrations are taking place all over the world. The weekend's anti-war protests began in Australia with a series of marches across the country.
Well, public resentment is high after the Australian government committed 2,000 military personnel to the Gulf.
In Turkey, 45 people have been arrested during the peace protest. Thousands of people took to the streets in Istanbul in what was otherwise a peaceful demonstration. The trouble broke out between police and a group of Kurds, marking the 4th anniversary of the capture of a rebel leader.
Well, in Italy, in excess of 1 million protesters have flooded the centre of Rome waving rainbow-coloured flags. The organisers had to allow the demonstration to start 2 hours earlier than planned because of the sheer volume of people on the streets.
In Moscow, red flags were held high as thousands joined in the international call for peace. It comes as the Russian and Algerian governments made a joint plea for the Iraqi crisis to be solved through diplomatic means.
And Germany too saw nearly 500,000 people gather in demonstration, many of them accompanied by anti-war drums. The German government's made it clear it will not support a war, even if the UN does. Thousands of people are now gathering for an anti-war protest in New York. Our reporter Emma Simpson joins me now from there. Emma, just give us a bit of the flavour of the scene, especially an anti-war protest in a country that is going to war.
And appropriately enough, we're just around the corner from the United Nations. We're just in the final minutes before this rally gets underway. You can probably see behind me, this is the beginning of the crowd, but it stretches all the way back for another couple of blocks. They're expecting more than 100,000 protesters here. They've been pouring into Manhattan all morning from all over the northeastern United States. And they're also going to be joined by a host of celebrities and speakers on the stage just across the way there. We understand that Hollywood stars Danny Glover and Susan Sarandon are going to be speaking, as well as the Archbishop Desmond Tutu. So a host of speakers, and it's going to be a very loud, noisy afternoon here.
Just give us an idea of what public opinion is like in the United States, pro and anti-war at the moment.
Well, you know, most opinion polls suggest that Americans do support the overthrow of Saddam Hussein. That's pretty clear. But it's also clear that those numbers drop unless there is a support from the United Nations. So yes, they support the overthrow of Saddam, but they want the backing of the UN. And interestingly enough, this anti-war movement here has really increased and grown rapidly over the last few months. And today they're hoping that they're not going to be drowned out by the policies of the Bush administration, that they hope that their voices will be heard at the White House and in homes across America. So they're really hoping to get a lot of publicity from this today.
Emma, some of the speakers at today's rally in London have not just been anti-war, they've...
Jason Gillespie spearheaded this stroll in Centurion Park, taking apart India's much vaunted batting lineup. Dravid went first ball.
Peace and Justice. This is a sort of a broad-based umbrella group. Around 200 pacifist groups are linked to this umbrella organisation. So today, the message is that the President Bush doesn't speak for us, that they want a peaceful solution to the crisis in Iraq. So I think we can expect some pretty strong rhetoric here today.
Emma Simpson in New York at the beginning of their demonstration. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, our World Affairs correspondent David Loyne has been with us watching today's developments, and he joins us in the studio. David, Jesse Jackson, we were hearing a moment ago saying it's not too late to call a stop to war, but all the signs are that it probably is.
Well, I think, of course, war is not inevitable, and as the British government continues to say, Saddam Hussein could, reveal all his weapons of mass destruction tomorrow, and that would be an end to it. Although I wonder if the Americans wouldn't want to take him down. The really interesting change in Tony Blair's speech today was this movement towards regime change. The British government going far more strongly in the American direction, that Saddam Hussein is permanently the problem. Up to now, they've always said it's weapons of mass destruction that we want, and now they're saying we're really, Saddam Hussein is in our sights. I think the international political effect of the demonstrations, and it was very interesting going through all the countries where there have been very big demonstrations. They're all countries which are in different ways, one side or another on the war. I mean, Italy is very much on Britain's side. Germany we've seen very much against, any kind of vote at the United Nations. I think it will strengthen the German, French, Russian, Chinese hand in this United Nations Security Council meeting, which will start on Tuesday and go on in a rolling discussion over different resolutions in the next couple of weeks.
And what is interesting in France, I think we have some pictures of the protest in France, but in fact the numbers in France were far lower than they were over here. In France, of course, which has been spearheading this push for more inspectors, let's take our time. But
no reason to go out and protest against the French government. The French government's doing a very strong job. I mean, there's been a lot of mood within the British and American establishment against the way the French do diplomatic business in the last couple of weeks, saying, oh, well, the French, they always come in, but only right at the end, they drag us right to the end of the wire. I think this time, particularly because of the German chairmanship of the UN Security Council, France will be in a far more strong position to say, no, the weapons inspections must have more time, and that's what we heard an appeal for really from Hans Blix yesterday. And these big demonstrations across the world will strengthen the political and diplomatic will of those governments.
The Americans, of course, are putting a draft a position about the second resolution already around the UN, and will be pushing for that. Tony Blair says, OK, we'll give them a couple more weeks. But Charles Kennedy and other speakers today at the rally are saying the actual option for a second resolution now has been made completely redundant.
Well, I think Charles Kennedy is not going to be doing the negotiating, though. We've heard Jeremy Greenstock, the UN ambassador, Britain's UN ambassador, who was on BBC programmes this morning at 7 or 8 o'clock, now 2 o'clock in the morning for him, clearly, he was on Newsnight as well last night on BBC Two, and he's been on News 24, clearly on a kind of public relations offensive that Britain is now in the negotiating mode. Very often you see this quite interesting axis in the United Nations Security Council of the Americans putting a position very strongly politically, and then effectively using British diplomats to square off all the edges. I mean, Britain has a very good reputation at drafting the kinds of resolutions that you can bring people alongside. They brought 1441 on side, now the French and the Germans are saying give it all more time.
So things are very different. Thank you very much, David Lloyd.
Well, Tony Blair's given a strong defence of his government's policy on Iraq in a speech to Labour's spring conference in Glasgow. As hundreds of thousands gathered for the anti-war marches across the country, as you've seen, the Prime Minister told the conference that ridding the world of Saddam Hussein would be an act of humanity. The Prime Minister emphasised he wanted to work with the United Nations to disarm Iraq peacefully and would wait for a further report to be presented to the UN by the inspectors on February the 28th. But he said the moment for action must not be allowed to slip past. Mr. Blair expressed respect for anti-war protesters' convictions and the right to demonstrate, but he warned them that if he took their advice, Saddam Hussein would remain in power and that the consequences would be paid in blood by the Iraqi people.
Mr. Blair, what's your message today, Mr. Blair, for the protesters?
It looked like he was turning his back, but the message to anti-war demonstrators when it came was less harsh than that. At a conference where stage-managed applause is the norm, the Prime Minister was walking into a room where many of his own party members were sitting metaphorically with their arms folded. First, an olive branch to anti-war protesters.
What brings thousands of people out in protests across the world? It is a right, an entirely understandable hatred of war. It is a feeling of moral purpose, and I respect that.
And a church-going Prime Minister likes morality, but he prefers it on his side.
The moral case against war has a moral answer. It is the moral case for removing Saddam.
Applause when it came was polite rather than enthusiastic, but he seems resigned to that.
I do not seek unpopularity as a badge of honor. But sometimes it is the price of leadership, and it is the cost of conviction.
Which is probably just as well, since the people here know there's a bigger audience to win over than just them in the hall.
You shouldn't try and convince us, because as you saw, people standing up, clapping, etc. There was only too little kind of people, the kind of blood, not oil, and so forth. My worry is the 1 million people in London and the people here in Glasgow, is that the public is still not convinced by this war.
The prospect of war is never something that one welcomes. Everyone's against war. The Prime Minister is against war. But the question is, can it be avoided?
The protesters argue this is a grubby war for oil and power, but the Prime Minister wants to make a moral case, even if that means arguing for the removal of Saddam Hussein, when that's not an official policy of the British government. But it plays well here at a Labour conference where the delegates loathe the idea of evil dictators. But served up with a moral case for war is a side dish of humble pie. Hans Blix has more time to report before Britain will press for action. Polly Billington, BBC News, Glasgow.
Our Chief Political Correspondent Gito Harry joins me now from Glasgow, where the Prime Minister was speaking earlier. Gito, do you think Number 10's worried tonight, seeing the scale of this anti-war protest?
They can hardly ignore it, can they? That kind of number, those kind of figures in cities across the UK is not something they can ignore, but they had sort of anticipated it, which is why the tone of the Prime Minister's speech was initially conciliatory, expressing respect for people's right to march, but then confronting them head on, saying he too has sincerely held beliefs, and the basis on which he wants to go to war, if that's where all of this ends up going, is on a moral basis, just like everybody else.
It doesn't seem to be a basis, though, which the people we've seen in London and spoken to in London today are willing to accept. Do you think Tony Blair is in political trouble here?
I think he is in trouble. He's in a very vulnerable position because the people who are opposing him include an awful lot of people in his own party, and it's interesting that some cabinet ministers are laying quite low at the moment, staying out of the way, making sure that this looks like Tony's war, if that's the way it's going. They can see that somebody who takes a very bold step and actually puts lives at risk without the support, overwhelming support usually for that situation, is risking a lot of political capital and potentially his prime ministership. Now, Tony Blair doesn't think it's going to come to that. He still thinks in the end that the logic of what other countries have signed up to will eventually work through. People signed up to issuing an ultimatum to Iraq. Iraq is in breach of the resolution and consequences were always meant to follow. Now he recognises he's taken a setback, time has to be allowed for the weapons inspectors, but in the end he still seems to think that the world will come round. It doesn't look that way when you see the way public opinion is going, and as David Lloyd was saying, those who are arguing for more and more time will be a lot bolder, having seen the marches across the world today.
Gato, thank you very much indeed.
Now, before we catch up with all the sport today, a quick look at some of today's other news. England has lost its long-running appeal to reschedule its World Cup cricket match against Zimbabwe. The ICC has this morning rejected the team's request to move the game to another venue and has instead awarded the points to the home team. England had wanted to play the match in South Africa because of security concerns.
Well, hundreds of protesters have staged a rally against government plans to turn a former naval base into an asylum seekers centre. The centre at HMS Daedalus in Lyon-Solent near Gosport is set to hold 400 single male asylum seekers as they apply for permanent residence. But the move to put it in the seaside town have been condemned by politicians and residents. They claim it will put unbearable strain on already overstretched school and health facilities.
An 18-year-old man has appeared before magistrates charged with the murder of his friend at a birthday party in County Durham. Paul Best died from a single stab wound as he was celebrating his 18th birthday with friends.
But it's been bitterly cold all day, and many of the people you see beginning to make their way home behind me now have been on their feet in the cold for up to 6 or 7 hours. But that didn't matter. Despite the freezing conditions, they were determined, to use Jesse Jackson's words, to turn up the heat on Blair. Whatever it took, however long they had to stand out here. Miss Dynamite too got them warmed up again in the last few minutes. The protest turned into a party. And just take a look at the crowds behind me here. There are people from every walk of life imaginable. I haven't seen crowds like this since the Jubilee. And this day I think may well turn out to be as historic. People then told us they brought their children because they wanted to see history being made. What they're telling us today is that they brought their children because they wanted to change the course of history. And I think many people here believe that that is possible. They've taken great encouragement from some of Tony Blair's comments this morning, and they think that what they've done here today may be enough to see some change.
All right, Rachel Amerton, Sky in London's Hyde Park. Thanks very much indeed for updating us. We will, of course, be back to you in the next hour. Now to other news, and NASA has released new pictures capturing the moment its mission control realised that the space shuttle Columbia was lost. It comes at a time when a new theory about the cause of the tragedy is being considered by investigators.
FYI, I've just lost 4 separate temperature transducers on the left side of the vehicle, hydraulic return temperatures.
A calm voice breaks the news. Tension is etched on every face in mission control. As it emerges, the crew on board Columbia is in desperate trouble.
Columbia, Houston, comm check. Columbia, Houston, UHF, comm check.
Silence. These pictures released by NASA reveal the gradual realization that the 7 astronauts would not be coming home.
Flight G6, lock the doors. Copy. No phone calls, off-site.
outside of this room. Our discussions are on these loops, on the recorded devious loops only.
The map tracking the shuttle's progress had frozen mid-flight over Texas.
Marty, can you confirm that the DDMS folks in the Dallas area have been mobilized to the extent we're able to?
Yeah, RCC, the Rescue Coordination Center, is mobilizing to that area.
The glimpse inside Mission Control comes as investigators reveal a new theory behind the extreme heat recorded on board the shuttle as it re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. It's thought superhot gases penetrated the wing through a gash in the spacecraft's protective aluminium skin. What caused that hole remains a mystery. A fortnight has passed since the disaster that left America questioning the price of conquering space, and still no answers. This latest development could prove the strongest lead yet in the quest for what caused the shuttle's catastrophic disintegration. Emma Birchley, Sky News.
You're watching Sky News. Still to come at 5, the biggest ever peace march in London will be live with the crowds in Hyde Park. More than 1 million anti-war demonstrators have converged on the capital streets in the biggest peace demonstration Britain has ever seen.
I was headhunted again last week.
Well, I've definitely been earmarked for the board.
In fact, I've quadrupled my...
Arsenal 4 years ago produced this FA Cup miss.
So, what did you say you did?
I didn't.
You've just renewed your car insurance. But did you really get a great deal? Did you ask the AA for a quote, for example? After all, the AA promised to find you the cheapest possible quote they can from one of their panel of recommended insurers. Call 0800 444 777 for a great deal from the AA, Britain's biggest car insurance broker. Just ask.
Harpic 2-in-1. Active cleaning and continuous fragrancing in one compact package. Harpic. Send in the experts.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love.
At Sandals, couples can escape to 12 Caribbean hideaways voted world's best, where the best of everything's included, from gourmet dining to scuba diving. So all you need is love. At beaches, voted world's best all-inclusives for families, choose from 7 magnificent getaways to share moments with the ones you love. Book now for huge savings. To find out which resort is perfect for you, call your travel agent or Sandals on 0800 742 742.
Do you remember 1968, when no one worried about the dollar rate? You must be 50-something. Can you recall when Lennon grew his beard and it was cool to call your parents weird? You're 50-something. If afternoon passion's given way to afternoon tea, peace and love to financial security, you are 50-something. 50 is the golden age. 50 is a magic stage, and 50 is now all the rage because we're 50. 50 is when you reach your prime. 50 is that special time when, if you're honest, you'd give everything you've got to stay 49.
If financial planning makes you feel your age, get yourself a plan from the Pro.
My wife's doing it with an airbag.
I'm doing it with a stable boy.
I'm doing it with all my mates.
Introduce a friend, workmate or family member to Sky and get £60 worth of vouchers to share.
I did it with a ticket inspector.
Over 1 million people march with one message: no to war with Iraq.
London sees the biggest grassroots demonstration in British history.
Anti-war protesters in Athens set fire to cars, but on the whole, demonstrations in 60 different countries are peaceful.
Tony Blair gives the inspectors more time, but insists he won't shrink from action if necessary.
Columbia, Houston, UHF, comm check.
Radio silence, the moment NASA lost the Space Shuttle Columbia.
In sport, Arsenal knock arch rivals Manchester United out of the FA Cup.
And Hussein ponders his future as captain after Zimbabwe round.
Sky News with Steve Dixon and Lisa Aziz.
Hello, very good evening to you watching Sky News Live at 5.
Well, today has seen the biggest single demonstration in British history.
More than 1 million people have converged on central London with a single message for Tony Blair and President Bush. We don't want war.
Well, the mass protest, which is still going on, puts the Prime Minister under further pressure to distance himself from America's tough stand on Iraq.
We'll be crossing live to our reporters at the scene in a couple of minutes. First, the day's key developments.
Well, in addition to the London demonstration, tens of thousands of anti-war protesters have marched through the centres of Glasgow, Belfast and Dublin.
There have also been protests across the world. Millions have taken to the streets of more than 600 cities, including New York, Sydney, Rome and Berlin.
And the Prime Minister has told the Labour Spring Conference UN inspectors in Iraq will be given more time to track down weapons of mass destruction, but he added he wouldn't shrink from military action should it be necessary.
Sky's Greg Milam reports now on the demonstration that's broken all British records.
From all over the country they set off early. These are just some of the thousands and thousands who today will send a very simple message to the Prime Minister. Perhaps the biggest peace protest Britain has ever seen. In the capital, the crowd set off from 2 points, all with a joint purpose. They've come from all backgrounds and all walks of life, from peace campaigners to pensioners and families, even a group of taxi drivers and DJs.
I think the people at last are speaking up for peace and saying this war is not right, that there are all sorts of hidden agendas. It's more about money and oil and big business than it is about the terrorist threat.
The government has to listen. Look around you, it has to listen. If Blair goes ahead now, he's in deep, deep trouble. We're talking civil disobedience, for sure.
Won't do any harm, will it? I mean, we're not going to kill anyone by marching. We might stop someone dying.
The two marches finally came together in Piccadilly Circus. More than 4,500 police are on duty for today's march. They, so far, have reported no trouble. The message from those here is one of peace. Estimates range from 300,000 people to 1 million. There was no doubting the strength of feeling here. They made their way to Hyde Park for a mass rally. Among the speakers, some veterans of the peace movement.
Given the events at the United Nations in New York yesterday, where they spoke, today across the world the people are speaking, and the Prime Minister and the President have got to start listening.
I think this is the largest protest I've ever been at. I think this is really very exciting and inspiring, and I'm very happy to be here.
America is a great nation, better than the vision of our leadership. It is not too late to stop this war. We must march until there's a declaration of peace and reconciliation.
Organisers say this is the chance for the people of Britain to send a message to the Prime Minister. Thousands have taken that chance. Greg Milam, Sky News.
Well, live now to Sky's Rachel Ammett, who's in Hyde Park, and Sky's Alex Rossi joining us now live from Piccadilly. And Rachel, first, we've witnessed extraordinary scenes on the capital streets today, but what's happening there just now?
People are now beginning to make their way home, many of them facing very long journeys back to the north and the west country. But there is a real sense of joy here, I think would be fair to say, and excitement. People who've been incredibly frustrated for months on end, finally able to vent their feelings as one really here today. And despite the freezing temperatures, they were determined to turn up the heat, to use Jesse Jackson's words on Tony Blair. And I think if he was watching today and saw the depth of these crowds and the strength of feeling, it would have made a very worrying sight indeed for him.
Rachel, thank you. And Alex Rossi, where you are people still joining this march of protest, or is it perhaps very much quietening down just now?
It is quietening down. The tail end of the march, which came from Shaftesbury Avenue, that was the Route B. That went past us about 10 minutes ago. Obviously, the back of the march is now heading towards Hyde Park to hear the human rights activists, politicians and actors talk. But I think one of the things that struck me about this is the mood of optimism. People do feel that by taking to the streets, they can make a difference and perhaps avert a war with Iraq.
Alex Rossi in Piccadilly and Rachel Ammott in Hyde Park. Thanks very much.
Well, in excess of 1 million people are protesting in London, and they're not alone. Millions across the globe are joining demonstrations against a possible US-led war against Iraq. Rallies and marches are taking place in up to 60 countries, from Barcelona to New Zealand, South Korea to New York. The message is the same: no to war with Iraq.
Across continents, across time zones, the world's citizens make a stand. In Tokyo, demonstrators gathered outside the American embassy. And in Australia, one of the first marches, young and old wanting to be heard.
The American policy is evil and entirely based on ignorance of what war really is. And I'm marching today because I have some experience of what war really means.
In Hong Kong, they squeezed onto the waterfront. In Berlin, they braved sleet and rain. And in South Africa, they burned the American flag. In Italy, Iraq's Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz has been praying for peace at the tomb of St. Francis of Assisi. Earlier, he offered his support for the global demonstrations.
This is the day when all good women and men in the world will show their protest against the war of George W. Bush.
Hundreds of Russians rallied outside the US embassy in Moscow. I want Russia's position to be loud and clear, says the head of the Communist Party. No to war. At the very least, we should use our veto vote if the Americans try to carry out this war. Whether Moscow, Bangkok or New York, Bush and Blair will watch closely. It'll be uneasy viewing. Whatever the rights and wrongs of war, there'll be no ignoring one of the largest peace demonstrations for decades. Jonathan Samuels, Sky News.
Taking you live now to New York and to the anti-war protest, which is now well underway there, as you can see. Started in the early morning sunshine of New York, and those many thousands due to converge on the UN. And no doubt there will be keynote speakers and speeches, and indeed in the next hour or so we'll be hoping to talk to some of those protesters on the streets of New York.
Well, ahead of today's demonstrations, the Prime Minister addressed the Labour Spring Conference in Glasgow this morning. Tony Blair's speech, the most crucial of his leadership so far, was dominated by the Iraq crisis. Sky's Jenny Percival reports.
Tony Blair looked tired of being seen as a warmonger and tired of being seen as a messenger for George Bush. So today he made a very personal case, the moral case for disarming Saddam Hussein.
I do not seek unpopularity as a badge of honor, but sometimes it is the price of leadership and it is the cost of conviction. And as you watch your TV pictures of the march, just ponder this. If there are 500,000 on that march, that is still less than the number of people whose deaths Saddam has been responsible for.
The Prime Minister said he understood the protesters' hatred of war, but he was just as convinced that he was right.
ridding the world of Saddam would be an act of humanity. It is leaving him there that is inhumane. And that's why I do not shrink from military action should that indeed be necessary.
Apart from a couple of anti-war placards, the reception in the hall was generally positive.
That man this morning believed in every word that he said. I trust him. I think his judgment will possibly be right.
I firmly believe the US would have been at war well before Christmas had it not been for Tony Blair, and I still think he's our best hope of avoiding war.
I think he's got a lot of respect in there. Doesn't mean everybody agrees with him, but here's somebody who is willing to be honest and open, is willing to put his neck on the line for something he believes.
Mr. Blair got out just in time. Tens of thousands of anti-war protesters descended on the conference centre. This was the so-called Jericho rumpus, a reference to the people who caused the walls of Jericho to collapse by blowing their trumpets. The walls of the exhibition centre held firm.
There's no way that people here will be persuaded by what Mr. Blair had to say. The best he can hope for is a grudging respect for his honest case of a possible war. Jenny Percival, Sky News at the Labour Spring Conference in Glasgow.
Well, Sky's political editor Adam Bolton is in Glasgow, and US correspondent Ian Woods joins us with reaction from Washington. Now, Adam, to you first. Ken Livingstone said that this was not a protest from the usual crowd, but a protest from ordinary middle-class people, the type who can bring down a government. If that's the case, where does this leave the Prime Minister?
Well, I don't think most outside observers would accept Ken Livingstone's summary of the situation. Doesn't seem to me that the protests, certainly the one here or indeed in London, were of such an extraordinary difference from the run-of-the-mill protests on major political issues. So I don't think there is a sense that the government has been shaken by this. Indeed, one of the things that's struck me is how docile this Labour Party conference has been about it. They've been taking the delegates who wanted to go into private meetings with cabinet ministers to talk about the possibility of war, and there does seem to be a grudging respect, although not an agreement or an endorsement, for the case which Tony Blair and the government are making. So it seems to me, if you compare this with recent protests that we've seen, this is more of a countryside march, i.e. an expression of opinion by a section of the population, rather than a poll tax riot, which really did threaten to bring a government down.
OK, to Ian Woods in Washington then. And Ian, the Rev Jesse Jackson has been addressing the crowd in London as, of course, the protests in America kick off. He's a very high-profile figure in the States. He said Mr. Bush would be feeling the heat from these protests. Do you think that is the case?
To an extent that the American government is always keen to bring American public opinion with it, and Colin Powell succeeded in bringing some of that public opinion along when he made his address and his evidence to the United Nations. But 56%, according to the latest opinion poll, of the American people do want to go to war with the United Nations approval. But the US will have to depart from its script a little slightly over the next couple of weeks, departing from the timetable a little, but not abandoning it completely, just like Colin Powell yesterday had to abandon his prepared speech and ad-lib his way through his address to the UN Security Council after hearing the level of opposition and also the comments of the weapons inspectors. But really, George Bush is not going to back down from this, and he cannot afford to back down from this. There's been a lot of talk about the credibility of the United Nations over this, but what about the credibility of the Bush administration? Having marched his men up to the top of the hill, he cannot afford to march them back down again, because what message would that send not only to Saddam Hussein, but also to North Korea?
OK, Ian Woods in Washington and Adam Bolton in Glasgow. Thank you both very much indeed.
People in Iraq have been voicing their own protests against a threatened US-led invasion. Sky's Michelle Clifford reports from Baghdad.
There's nothing new about the defiance, the anti-American sentiment. George Bush is subject to almost daily vilification here. But behind the rhetoric, for the first time in weeks, it's possible to detect the vaguest glimmer of hope, a feeling that faced with such overwhelming opposition, the US simply cannot go it alone.
America will change its attitude and will solve the problem in peaceful way.
All the Iraqi people like peace, and all the other people in the world like peace. All the world, yes, with us, with Iraqi people. Yes, they don't want war. They want peace.
Few of the tens of thousands of protesters across Baghdad would have heard what the weapons inspectors had to say, but the papers let them know that resistance to war is building. Passions are fueled by news of America's isolation.
And the knowledge that around the world today many millions of people will also be demonstrating against war gives these Iraqis the sense that right is on their side. It confirms their belief that America is pursuing a cause which is neither justified nor necessary.
But if evidence was needed that the voice of world opinion is being heard, it came with the announcement by Tony Blair that inspections will continue. Even so, many of the international peace campaigners now in Iraq suspect the point will come when America stops listening.
I have to think in a positive way, but I'm not so optimistic, unfortunately. If they attack, in any case, even if there are a lot of people that are protesting against the war, they're attacking all the pacifists all around the world.
Whatever happens, for a few hours at least today, the Iraqi people knew they were not alone, and that may provide some small comfort even in the event of war. Michelle Clifford, Sky News, Baghdad.
Well, in other news, the England captain Nasser Hussain says he's considering his future after the International Cricket Council refused to let England play their World Cup match against Zimbabwe in Harare. As a result, the 4 points for winning the tie will be awarded to Zimbabwe. The team have confirmed they won't appeal against that decision. England's World Cup campaign will now begin against Holland in South Africa on Sunday.
Europe's Ariane 4 rocket has successfully lifted off from the European space base in French Guiana. The launch was delayed earlier in the week by bad weather. Today's mission will be the last for Ariane 4. The workhorse of the European space industry is being retired to pave the way for the more powerful Ariane 5.
Pictures have been released of the terrible moment when NASA Mission Control realized the space shuttle Columbia was lost. It comes at a time when a new theory about the cause of the tragedy is being considered by investigators.
FYI, I've just lost 4 separate temperature transducers on the left side of the vehicle, hydraulic return temperatures.
A calm voice breaks the news. Tension is etched on every face in Mission Control. As it emerges, the crew on board Columbia is in desperate trouble.
Columbia, Houston, comm check. Columbia, Houston, UHF, comm check.
Silence. These pictures released by NASA reveal the gradual realization that the 7 astronauts would not be coming home.
Fly GC, lock the doors. Copy. No phone calls, off-site, outside of this room. Our discussions are on these loops, on the recorded DVIS loops only.
The map tracking the shuttle's progress had frozen mid-flight over Texas.
Marty, can you confirm that the DDMS folks in the Dallas area have been mobilized to the extent we're able to?
Yeah, RCC, the Rescue Coordination Center, is mobilizing to that area.
The glimpse inside Mission Control comes as investigators reveal a new theory behind the extreme heat recorded on board the shuttle as it re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. It's thought superhot gases penetrated the wing through a gash in the spacecraft's protective aluminium skin. What caused that hole remains a mystery. A fortnight has passed since the disaster that left America questioning the price of conquering space, and still no answers. This latest development could prove the strongest lead yet in the quest for what caused the shuttle's catastrophic disintegration. Emma Birchley, Sky News.
You're watching Sky News Live at 5. Top stories for you now. More than 1 million people have gathered in central London to protest against any US-led war with Iraq. It's the biggest demonstration Britain has ever seen.
Millions have also taken part in peace marches in more than 600 cities across the world, including New York, Sydney, Berlin and Rome.
And the Prime Minister has told the Labour Spring Conference he wouldn't shrink from the use of force should it be necessary. But he said UN inspectors in Iraq will be given more time to track down weapons of mass destruction ahead of any military action.
Well, let's have a look at tomorrow's weather for you now. And it is mainly dry. It's going to be less sunny, and I'm afraid to tell you it's going to be very cold indeed. You can expect the odd wintry shower for the North Sea coast. There will be thicker cloud in the west, bringing rain and gales right through to Northern Ireland and Western Scotland later. Looking at those temperatures for midday tomorrow, down to 2 degrees Celsius in the southeast of England, 1 in the Midlands, getting up to about 8 though in the far north of Scotland, so it's not too bad if you're living in that part of the world.
And don't forget, you can find out more about those and many other stories over on Sky News Active. It's got 8 mini screens for you to watch, and they include the very latest news, weather and showbiz. Satellite viewers can access that service via the red button on the remote control.
All the latest sports news for you now. Here's Chris.
Thanks, Steve. Yes, still ongoing action from the FA Cup on the way, but first to Twickenham, where England's Six Nations opener against France looks like going England's way. They're still playing in the second half, but looking very healthy for England. They're leading by 22 points to 7. A try from Jason Robinson, and all the rest of the points have come from the boot of Johnny Wilkinson. England 22. France 7. That's the latest score. Earlier on, Italy opened up the championships with a surprise win over Wales, beating them by 30 points to 22 in Rome. Their first ever win over Wales in a senior international, and only their second ever in the Six Nations. The first try of the second half came from their New Zealand-born number 8 Matthew Phillips. The rest of the points came from the boot of Diego Dominguez. Big surprise. Italy 30, Wales 22. England leading France 22-7 with about 20 minutes still to play. And at Twickenham and in Rome, players observed a minute's silence in memory of the Harlequin scrum half Nick Duncombe, who's died at the age of 21 of meningitis. Duncombe, who won 2 caps for England last season, was taken ill while training in Lanzarote. He also represented his country at the Commonwealth Games in Manchester. Now in the football, Arsenal are through to the quarter-finals of the FA Cup. Even without Henry and Bergkamp this afternoon, they had too much for their great rivals Manchester United, winning their 5th round tie 2-0 at Old Trafford.
The start was furious, with 3 players booked in the first 7 minutes. High noon had brought high tension. Scholes was first, then a rude gesture. Van Nistelrooy booked 2. Vieira was cautioned for dissent, and there could have been a sending off. Van Nistelrooy escaped. So did Arsenal when Solskjaer went close. Giggs once scored the goal of his life against Arsenal in a cup semi-final, now arguably the miss of his career given the circumstances. Old Trafford could not believe it, nor could Giggs. Then Arsenal went to the break 1-up from Edu's free kick. A horrible deflection, apparently off Beckham's shoulder. And when Wiltord got in between Brown and Ferdinand on 52 minutes, it was 2. Arsenal securing their quarter-final place despite resting Henry and Bergkamp, and helped by more woeful United finishing from Giggs again and also Solskjaer. Jeremy Langdon, Sky News.
We had a great spirit, great performance, and overall I think we had maybe one turning point in our favour when Giggs was in front of a goal, but overall I felt we controlled the game, and we're always looking dangerous when needed, and it was a brilliant performance to come here and win, especially in the way we did it today.
So he's very pleased, but an unhappy Sir Alex Ferguson accused the Arsenal players of bullying the referee Jeff Winter during those fiery opening few minutes.
I didn't think the Arsenal players handled it well. I think that they bullied the referee. I think that surrounding the referee in numbers the way they do, it only creates mayhem, creates havoc. Manchester United players didn't do that. We would concentrate on playing. If we'd done the same as the Arsenal players, it would have been mayhem, complete mayhem. And I thought the referee was bullied in it.
Up down the rugby, by the way, England 25 now, France 7. Another drop goal from Johnny Wilkinson has got 20 points already. Meanwhile, back to the football. Sheffield United are one of 2 First Division sides already through to the last 8 of the FA Cup. The Blades this afternoon beat Walsall, also of the First Division, 2-0 at Bramall Lane.
Having scored 4 in both their previous FA Cup ties at Bramall Lane, Sheffield United supporters were in the mood to party. But despite dominating the first half, they found clear-cut chances hard to come by, Steve Cabot denied by the fingertips of James Walker. Walsall were resolute in defence and occasionally threatening on the break, Brazilian Junior testing the reactions of Paddy Kenny in the United goal. The home side always looked the more likely to score though. Michael Brown has scored some crucial goals this season. This time he was provider, Tommy Mooney reacting quickest. United increased their lead early in the second half. Brown again the architect, this time Peter and Love on hand with the finish. The frustration clearly got the better of Walsall boss Colin Lee, banished to the stand by referee Mark Clapp.
Made a point today by their numbers, and I think it's fortunate that it's been a peaceful demonstration. We'd hope that any future demonstrations are as well organised and are as peaceful.
OK, so we can just recap on this, please, Deputy Assistant Commissioner. You reckon about 750,000 people. That's the early estimates of the number of people in London.
Yes, that's correct.
OK, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Andy Trotter from the Metropolitan Police.
Let's take a look at some of the day's other main news stories. And England has lost its long-running appeal to reschedule its World Cup cricket match against Zimbabwe. The International Cricket Council has today rejected the request to move the game to a venue in South Africa. England's cricket board had claimed their players would not have been safe in Zimbabwe.
For the England team preparing for what will now be their first game tomorrow against Holland, this was news they didn't need. Before the players have bowled a single ball in anger, they've conceded 4 points. The ICC ruling this morning to reject their appeal and award the game to Zimbabwe. This was what the players feared had they travelled to Harare. The England and Wales Cricket Board had argued their safety could not be guaranteed if the match was accompanied by demonstrations on the streets. The ICC decision may not be the end of weeks of wrangling. It could yet end up in the courts. But the pressure is now on England to win convincingly in their opening games if they're to stand any chance of making it to the final stages of the competition. Roland Burke, BBC News.
Hundreds of protesters have staged a rally against government plans to turn a former British naval base into an asylum seeker centre. The centre at HMS Daedalus in Lyon-Solent near Gosport is set to hold 400 single male asylum seekers as they apply for permanent residence. But the moves to put it in the seaside town have been condemned by politicians and residents. They claim it'll put unbearable strain on already overstretched school and health facilities.
An 18-year-old man has appeared before magistrates charged with the murder of his friend at a birthday party in County Durham. Paul Best died from a single stab wound as he was celebrating his 18th birthday with friends at his home in Easington. Detectives believe a riot had broken out during the celebrations. The charged man, David Mitchell, was remanded in custody and will appear at Newcastle Crown Court on Friday.
One of London's busiest railway stations, Paddington, is to close for engineering works from 9 o'clock tonight for 12 hours. The station is home to routes going to the west and southwest from the capital. Network Rail say trains will be diverted to Ealing Broadway Station and rail companies are providing buses for passengers to get there from Paddington. Paddington Tube Station will be unaffected. Just what you don't need on a day of a big march in London.
Exactly, but what we do need is a quick update on the weather. Here's Helen Young.
Hello. Well, our weather is staying very settled just at the moment. It's going to continue feeling cold as well, especially in the wind. There will be some sunshine though, but our nights are going to be very frosty as well. So settled and cold are really the main two themes. Now we are seeing cloud coming in from the near continent, and that's going to feed westwards and northwards overnight. It does mean it won't be as cold as it was last night for many of us, but across Scotland, well, we could see temperatures generally around -3 to -7. For Sunday morning, the thickest cloud looks like being in the southeast corner. We could just see a few snow grains falling out of that, but the further north and east you go, well, here it will be fairly dry and also quite bright if not sunny. Into the afternoon, cloud will increase from the west, bringing some rain perhaps into the Western Isles for a time, and the southeast should brighten up. Elsewhere, a fairly fine day. The temperature's 3 to 7 degrees, but in the wind certainly feeling colder, feeling more like -2 to -5, so do wrap up well. Into Monday, the cold, dry and fine weather continues. That's it from me for now.
24 hours a day.
There has been no smoking gun found in Iraq.
As it breaks.
Hundreds of soldiers are being deployed at Heathrow Airport.
Whenever it breaks.
A man with a hand grenade has been arrested at Gatwick Airport.
BBC News 24. Promises, Promises, tomorrow at 10:15 on BBC One.
Good afternoon, you're watching BBC News 24 with Maxime Mawini and me, Tim Wilcox. In a moment we'll be going live to the end of that mass rally in Hyde Park.
First though, let's get a roundup of today's main news stories. And as Tim said, thousands of peace protesters have been marching through London demonstrating against a war on Iraq. The demonstration is the biggest protest ever held in British history. People have been travelling from all over the UK to the capital to show their opposition to military action against Iraq. The march is culminating in a rally at Hyde Park. We've heard from Charles Kennedy, Bianca Jagger, Tony Benn and other key speakers who've addressed the crowds. Venues at Glasgow, Belfast and Dublin have also seen thousands of peace protesters. Over 500,000 people took part in the London peace protest, according to the police. Detective Assistant Commissioner Andy Trotter told us he thought the demonstrations have gone very well.
Oh, it's been excellent. I mean, they really have behaved extremely well. It's been a very peaceful march, just a handful, tiny number of arrests. And the atmosphere has been very, very, very good indeed. And the stewarding has been very good. It's been a successful day so far.
No.
And speaking to us at the march in London, the Rev Jesse Jackson said Saddam Hussein could be persuaded to cooperate with the inspectors. He's called for a UN representative to be sent to talk to the Iraqi leader.
Well, he is responding to the UN inspectors. He says bring the U-2 spies, U-2 planes in, for example. But Bush and Blair keep moving the fence back. At first they say we'll attack him because his weapons of mass destruction. They couldn't find them. They said, well, he has the potential to make them. They couldn't find that. And then they say, well, the troops are getting tired. Those are not good reasons to attack and kill people in an attempt to save them.
Sir Rev Jesse Jackson. Well, the former Labour Minister Tony Benn was speaking at the rally as well, and he said that although the march was primarily about Iraq, he stressed the importance of establishing democracy around the world.
What we are about is getting democracy all over the world so we can build a world that is safe for our children and grandchildren. That is what it is about. If there are to be inspectors in Iraq, I would like to see inspectors in Israel, inspectors in Britain, inspectors in America. I want to see the United Nations, take sanctions against the arms manufacturers who supply weapons all over the world.
Tony Benn. Well, marches are also taking place in 600 other cities throughout the world. Those in Australia and New Zealand, of course, have already finished. There are or have been demonstrations from Hong Kong to Pakistan. This musical performance took place in Germany. The Drums of War, they called it. The Prime Minister has said that he wants to continue to solve the Iraqi crisis with the backing of the United Nations. Mr. Blair was addressing members of the Labour Party at their spring conference. But he added he didn't shrink from military action against Iraq should it be necessary, declaring that removing Saddam Hussein would be an act of humanity. Leaving him there would be inhumane.
Remember, the UN inspectors would not be within 1,000 miles of Baghdad without the threat of force.
Has had his odds halved to 20-1 for the Cheltenham Gold Cup after an impressive performance in the Country Gentlemen's Association chase. Jockey Ruben.
Iraq can be disarmed peacefully, with or without Saddam. But if we show weakness now, if we allow the plea for more time just to become an excuse for prevarication until the moment for action passes, then it will not only be Saddam that is repeating history. The menace, and not just from Saddam, will grow, the authority of the UN will be lost, and the conflict, when it comes, will be even more bloody.
In other news, the Israeli army says 4 soldiers have been killed in an attack on a tank near a Jewish settlement in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Eyewitnesses said the tank burst into flames after it drove over a bomb. The militant Palestinian group Hamas said it carried out the attack and that the tank was completely destroyed in the explosion. England has lost its long-running appeal to reschedule the World Cup cricket match against Zimbabwe. The ICC has this morning rejected the team's request to move the game to another venue and has instead awarded the points to the home team. England had wanted to play the match in South Africa because of security concerns. New research claims night working can give you cancer. American scientists have published research which shows that working at night can increase the risk of developing breast cancer because body clocks become confused by artificial light. According to one theory, bright neon light is particularly bad. It's thought to deplete the supply of the hormone melatonin to a woman's brain, making breast tumours more likely to develop. Well, that's a roundup of the news. The time just gone 5:36.
Let's go back now to Hyde Park and to our special correspondent, Anita McVeigh. Anita.
Thanks, Tim. Well, earlier on in the day, we spoke to some people before the platform speeches began. Let's get some reaction now that the march is over. First of all, to two people who've come over from Dublin for today. Why did you come here today, and have you achieved what you set out to do?
As someone who lives in Ireland, I think I came here to really kind of voice my opinion to Tony Blair. Maybe in Ireland my voice isn't heard as much. I came to let him know, as an Irish citizen and part of Europe, that we just don't accept his policies and are here to voice the extreme disgust and to scream dissatisfaction with his complete ignoring our opinions.
Okay.
And I suppose today, listening to the speakers reiterating kind of mass public opinion.
Okay. What comment, can I ask you, what speech stood out most for you?
I'd say that, I'm not sure of her name, but the lady who started the Stop the War Coalition, she kind of tied together what a lot of people think, which is just like, it's not just in this country, but all over the world. People are just basically saying enough's enough. Like, you know, just the little people are standing side by side and saying we don't want it.
Okay. Well, to give you some idea of the scale of this march, I have some people here who got to Hyde Park, but the speeches were all over. And that gives you some idea of the length of this march, snaking through the streets of the capital. People from London, from Northampton and from Wales as well. Tell us about your process of getting to Hyde Park.
That's very slow.
Indeed, obviously.
It was really nice. There was singing and dancing and cheering, and everybody was affable, and they were out for the same purpose.
So still worthwhile, even though you didn't get to hear the speeches?
Oh, definitely, yes. We need to show that we don't support this war. And if Tony Blair ignores all these people, well, it's goodbye Tony Blair, basically, isn't it?
And tell us about your journey.
Well, we've come from Northampton, and we started the actual march at about 12 o'clock, and it's taken about 5 hours to arrive here. We arrived here about 20 minutes ago, and it's now about, I don't know, 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Disappointed that you didn't get to hear any of the speeches?
Yeah, really wanted to see and hear the speeches, yeah, very much so. But the march was good, it was really inspiring, and it was good to be a part of that.
And it was worthwhile to be here, apart from missing the speeches?
So, yeah, it was all inspiring, it was amazing, so, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for holding on to talk to us, for taking the time, and that's it from Hyde Park for the moment, but we will be back with you later.
We will talk to you later indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Well, speaking to the Labour Party Spring Conference in Glasgow this morning, the Prime Minister Tony Blair said he understood why people were demonstrating against war. But he said that for thousands of victims of Saddam Hussein's regime, there would be no protest march.
No protests about the thousands of children that die needlessly every year under his rule. No righteous anger.
Here in Bristol, 3,000 boarded 65 coaches.
Why we want to protest as a family? Because there's millions of families like us, there's millions of people like us that are in Iraq that are going to suffer devastation and death.
We need to give the instructors more time, but also because there isn't any real difference between them and us.
As the convoys converged on the capital, the numbers swelled. For some of these people, it was their first ever demonstration.
I am a mother, yes, but everybody should be involved in the campaign, and Moshi wanted to come as well.
I'm a bit nervous, but I think I'm going to be fine.
As the protest began, it was clear people had come from many corners of the country. Some of these people have been travelling for up to 10 hours just to get here. It's their belief there is still time to stop the march towards war.
I think the timing's really crucial because obviously the Blix report came out yesterday, and the splits within the United Nations are clear, and indeed the splits in the Labour government are clear.
The voice of those against war from Britain's regions brought to the capital. Martin Lowe, Sky News, Central London.
Well, what do you think about today's protest? Well, here are a few thoughts. Ken, for example, from Manchester said, today's a great day. Ordinary people worldwide are out on the streets to stand side by side with the rest of humanity and demand an end to war.
14-year-old Celia Tash from Amman in Jordan agrees. She said, war is definitely not necessary to disarm Saddam. I hope that Blair will realise that Britain is still a democracy and that its people should decide the actions that are taken.
But not everybody's sharing that particular opinion. Sharon Gilchelter said, the world should be protesting against Saddam's atrocities, not applauding him by protesting against Bush and Blair.
Stuart McGowan shares a similar view. He said, I can't understand people protesting against a war with Iraq. The Iraqi leadership have ruled by fear for years. Send in the troops, arrest him and put him on trial. Do keep your views coming into us. news@sky.com is the email address, or text us 07734 501 501.
Right now, let's take a weather check. Here's Hazel.
Ryanair, sponsors of Sky News Weather. Low fares, whatever the weather.
Hello, well this is the satellite view of Europe. If we move that on, you can see that the cloud is starting to work its way in towards Britain and Ireland. And indeed, I think over the next 24 hours or so, we will start to see rain just working its way into those more western parts. Now we've also got some cloud down here through southeastern parts of Iberia, giving some wet weather, and that's going to work its way east over the next few hours. So I think continuing wet through the Balearics for tomorrow, but generally a slight improvement through the Mediterranean. Let's see how this translates into tomorrow's forecast. And if we take a look at that, you can see that we've got once again a very large area in northern and eastern parts of Europe of very cold weather, sub-zero by day. And down through much of Italy and also Greece, although it is mainly dry and there will be some sunny spells, temperatures really quite disappointing. And you can see that for Spain and Portugal, well, for Spain in particular, a much better day tomorrow than it was today because we have seen a good deal of cloud and rain. But tomorrow that cloud and rain, I think, will be giving a pretty miserable day to the Balearics. Now for Britain and Ireland, fairly widespread frost overnight, although there will be some cloud around further to the south, so perhaps not as penetrating as the frost last night. And then once again, mainly dry tomorrow, but not as sunny and feeling even colder.
Ryanair, sponsors of Sky News Weather. Low fares, whatever the weather.
Now, if you drive into central London on weekdays, well, from Monday you'll have to pay £5 for that particular privilege as the congestion charge looms. People are being urged to think of different and more environmental.
Cast doubt on the actual information that Colin Powell had taken to the UN Security Council a few days ago. The pictures, he said, it didn't quite convince him. Where do you think all this VX gas has been taken by Saddam Hussein at the moment?
Well, and Hans Blick says just because it's unaccounted for, it doesn't mean to say it still exists. Well, you're arguing on the top of a pin at that point. And I was astounded that both Mr. Blix and El Baradei, his nuclear colleague, were, to me, so naive. You know, there was one particular case of Dr. El Baradei saying that HMX explosive had been taken away from a sealed IAEA store and apparently used in quarrying work. Now, HMX explosive happens to be vital to making a nuclear bomb. the IAEA on a previous inspection had got it and put it in a safe and sealed it. The Iraqis had unsealed it, and now they say they've used it and they can't, there's no record of how it was disposed. This is like a mad axeman walking off with an axe and saying he threw it into the water, and us saying, well, we'll go and look in the water to see if it's there. It's dangerous.
You've written, of course, a biography of Saddam Hussein. What effect will the military build-up be having on him as a character at the moment?
Well, I hope it will have a greater impact on his character than these demonstrations. I fear that these demonstrations will boost him and make him think that it might even make him think that he's on the winning side. But I would hope that he's paying attention to what is being said and done by Washington, and then it's going to, and he's going to concentrate on that. I don't think Washington is going to give up on the basis of these demos.
Simon Henderson, I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there, but thank you very much for coming in.
And just some news in from New Scotland Yard about the figures for today's demonstration. They said it has been the biggest demonstration London has ever seen. Around 750,000 have been taken part. The figure's been taken from an overview gained of the rally because, of course, some people went straight to Hyde Park and didn't take part in the actual march to it. This has come from the press office at New Scotland Yard. So they're saying 750,000 people. Now, today's main headlines, the time has just gone 5:45. And the marchers are slowly dispersing from central London following that anti-war demonstration. The organisers had said they estimated 2 million people. New Scotland Yard saying 750,000 people gathered in London to show their opposition to war.
Politicians and celebrities addressed the crowds to express their opposition to military action. Marches have also been taking place in Glasgow, Belfast and Cardiff, and in 600 other cities around the world.
But Tony Blair strongly defended his government's policy on Iraq in a speech to Labour's spring conference in Glasgow.
Those are the main stories, but now all the sport with Chris. You've been slightly neglected.
I feel left out.
But it's scoreline.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much indeed. Hello, good afternoon to you. We'll have a full roundup of all the Six Nations Championship action in a moment. But first to the FA Cup, and starting with the clash of the Titans at Old Trafford, the holders Arsenal beating Manchester United by